So we shall now open the floor to questions from the members. And may I remind our distinguished colleagues that each member is given 5 minutes for questions. And these would exclude the response of the resource persons. So sa madalit salita, kung gusto natin umuwi na maaga, may I remind our resource persons to please keep your responses concise. And we also remind the technical staff to please make your data available para tulungan nyo na lang ang inyong head of agency pag may humihingi po ng data. And when you hear the bell, which sounds, there's a bell that you will hear, and that would indicate that you would have 30 seconds left. And as part of a long-standing and respected tradition of the House to accord preferential treatment to the minority members of the House, and followed by the majority members in an alternating manner. So the first to interpolate would be from the minority. The chair recognizes our minority leader, the Honorable Marcelino Libanan. May we request the technical staff to please check the microphones of our members. While we are waiting for the technical staff to resolve the technical issues, I would like to inform the members that we had just received a letter from BSP Governor Eli Remolona. The subject of the letter is a request to be excused from this briefing. And he cites as his excuse is the following, and I quote certain portions of the letter. I regret.
Offsite meeting of the Monetary Board.
Okay, he needs to travel in order to prepare for an off-site meeting of the Monetary Board, and therefore he is designating Senior Assistant Governor Iluminada Sikat, along with the rest of the senior officials of the BSP and the technical staff, to remain and answer all the questions. Right? So with that, we excuse Governor Remolona.
Thank you.
Right, thank you. And Honorable Marcelino Libanan, you may now proceed, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, my dear colleagues, and to our resource speakers. Before I proceed with my interpellation, I would like to raise first an issue of parliamentary inquiry on the procedure we'll be having in this committee hearing of the Committee on Appropriations. Inasmuch as last Monday, the Committee on Appropriations had a meeting where one of those which were approved, item number 3, was that the minority members of the House of Representatives shall be accorded preferential treatment during interpellations, followed by the independents and the majority. in an alternating manner when practicable. The alternating manner sequence is up to the fifth interpellator from the minority. Thereafter, the list to follow is on a first-to-list basis. Madam Chair, we raised this issue last Tuesday during the Committee on Rules deliberations on other matters, and the answer was that we will abide by the rules of the House so that it will not be only up to the fifth interpellator of the minority, but the majority leader responded that the rules will be followed so that we do not change the rules in the middle of the game, and also that the tradition of the long tradition of this House is respected. So, Madam Chair, what is the direction of this committee hearing? Do we listen to the interpretation of the majority leader, or do we proceed with this ruling on the Committee on Appropriations?
Yes. So, the Honorable Libanan, this rule, which you had just cited, the purpose for this really is for situations where there are very few members of the minority that are listed for interpolation compared to, for example, many members from the majority who are on the list. So this may be applied on a case-to-case basis, but so in general, it would still be alternating. So in situations where clearly no more members of the minority are available or have already, we have in effect exhausted the list of minority members, then we shall proceed to the listing of the majority and finish the rest of the list of the majority. So that is the purpose for the ruling as stated.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for that answer. So that we agree with that interpretation that we do not limit that to 5. So that I think the purpose of this is when we do first round of questioning, all of those will be first round, unlike a situation where the minority is already in the second round, but other members are still in the first round. We would agree with that, Madam Chair. But please do not let us be limited up to 5 only. In other words, if other members would arrive, they still have the priority in questioning, provided that they are still on the first round. That has been the tradition of this House, Madam Chair.
When practicable lang naman.
Yes, we shall allow that, the Honorable Libanan. In fact, what we can do is we can change the wording of this ruling to just simply say that the minority members of the House of Representatives shall be accorded preferential treatment during interpellations, followed by the majority members in alternating manner when practicable. So just to simplify matters.
That is what the rules of the House provide in the
Yes.
the rules.
So we will just adopt it as is.
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you for that, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Yes, the Honorable Daja.
So, Madam Chair, to clarify that, because these rules, the internal rules, were given to the members of the Committee on Appropriations, I support the contention of the minority leader. In fact, that particular rule is not consistent with the House rules. It's also not consistent with the House tradition. And as you probably know, in Section 163, tradition is supplementary to the House rules. So, just to clarify, because we did not want to get started today and set what we think is a bad precedence. I know the ComSec keeps on insisting that maybe this is okay, but it's not. So my suggestion for clarification is just to delete number 3. Anyway, the House rules provide for the for alternately asking questions, minority, majority, minority, majority. There's no need for number 3. So if you want that in a formal motion, I will do it. But if you want to clarify, because I don't like the wording suggested to you by the COMSEC, that as practicable, because then that is left to the discretion of the committee secretariat, because when we list our names, I don't want to have to double check if I was listed correctly.
So, yes.
Yeah, can you second that?
Well,
No, you're-
Madam Chair, so that we can get our work started, I move that we delete section 3 or number 3. I hope it will be seconded so everybody will be happy
Second,
and we can
second.
start our work for today.
Thank you, Congressman Dimapor, Con Castro.
Is this, okay, 1 minute suspension. All right. All right. The briefing, this briefing is hereby resumed. There is a pending motion to delete number 3 of the internal rules
Of the Committee on
of the Committee on Appropriations.
Seconded.
Hearing
Objections?
no objections, the motion is carried.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for that.
Right, in which case, we may now proceed to the interpellation of the Honorable Libanon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As respect to our elder statesman and expert in budget and management, our former Undersecretary of DBM and former Chairman of the Committee on Appropriations, I would like to yield the floor to our Honorable Lagman as first interpellator, and I will follow him as third interpellator.
Right,
Madam Chair,
the Honorable Lagman
Madam
is
Chair,
recognized.
I would like to express my thanks to the distinguished Minority Leader, the Honorable Marcelino Libanan, for deferring to this representation, and I will oblige. But before my time would commence, I would like to manifest that I have timed precisely the number of minutes of my questions, and they would not total to more than 4 minutes. So I have time for interaction or follow-up questions. Let me now proceed, Madam Chair. My first series of questions would be addressed to the Honorable Secretary of the Department of Budget and Management, Secretary Pangandaman. But these questions can also be answered by other members of the DBCC. May we know again, what is the percentage of debt service to the National Expenditure Program?
Secretary Pangandaman.
$11.6. Sir, Madam Chair, for 2024 NEP, The share of debt burden to the total proposed budget is 12.1%.
Okay. Thank you for that answer. But what is imputed is only the debt service for interest payment of 670.5 billion and 28.7 billion for net lending, or a total of 699.2 billion, which is supposed to be appropriated. Is that correct?
Yes, Madam Chair.
However, debt service on interest payments and net lending is only a smaller portion of the totality of debt servicing, because the bigger portion is principal amortization in the amount of 1.24 trillion for 2024. Consequently, the universe of debt service is 699.2 billion for interest payments and net lending plus 100.24 trillion for principal amortization, which is automatically appropriated. Is that correct?
Yes,
could I
Mr. Chair, we'll ask Secretary Benjokno to answer.
So the GAA only includes interest payments, as it is the component of debt service that increases the debt level. Principal payments are merely settlement of liabilities incurred in the utilization of appropriations program in prior years, which means, number one, recording it again will result in double counting of appropriations, and number two, it doesn't result in new debt because rolling over of debt only involves change in the ownership of the debt from one creditor to another, Your Honor.
But when we pay the principal amortization, and we do pay that religiously, that payment should be part of the totality of the expenditure of the national government for a particular fiscal year. Is that correct?
Treasurer Leah will answer that, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. First of all, sir, if I may clarify, what we put in the budget of...
Treasurer Leah, kindly speak closer to the mic.
what we put under the GAA, what we appropriate is only expenditures. The debt is only financing. So it is financing the expenditures. So come the time that the loan or the obligation becomes, will mature, then we have to already again pay it. So we have to incur another liability to pay, to service the principal. So we are just postponing it. So we don't need to again appropriate it. Otherwise, as the Secretary Diokno have said, it's double appropriations. Thank you.
But the amount of 1.24 trillion is for principal amortization, which we will have to pay this next year. Is that correct?
Your Honor.
It's correct. So if we pay that, that will be part of the totality of the expenditure of the government. So we have to be transparent. It is not only debt service limited to interest payments and net lending. It should be the entire universe of our expenditure for debt service. That should include one, interest payments and net lending, which are appropriated, and also the totality of the principal amortization payments of 1.24 billion. So the total of these two would be 1.939 trillion. Is that correct?
If we are counting the interest payment plus the principal payments, which will comprise debt service, that's right, Your Honor.
That is correct.
In terms of the appropriations, it would only be the interest payments of 670 billion pesos.
No, if we add together the totality of debt service, which should be composed of interest payments, net lending, and principal amortization, the total of that for 2024 is 1.93939 trillion. Is that correct?
Yes. Your
Correct. Okay. Now, if we get the percentage of this total expenditure for debt service against the national expenditure in the NEP for 2024, what would be the percentage of the totality of debt service to the 5.768 trillion national expenditure program?
About 32.9%.
Yeah, it's 33%, or it's really more than 1/3 of the total expenditures of the government. Is that correct?
If we will include the principal
Yes.
payments in the budget.
Okay. Now, what is the ratio of the Philippine debt to GDP as projected?
In 2022, it's 60.9 against our target of 62% of GDP. As of the first quarter, it is 61% of GDP, Your Honor.
And the president was quoted that the government plans to increase the share of debt burden in the proposed 5.76 trillion budget next year. And he said that the debt to GDP ratio is worrisome. What is the import of the president's statement?
Actually, Your Honor, we have what is called the medium-term fiscal program, and we stated there the debt to GDP ratio, and actually we're ahead. We're below the proposed MTFF, Your Honor.
Yeah, but what is the import of his statement that this ratio is worrisome?
Well, I don't know what's the. Can anybody say? It's not worrisome, Your Honor. It's not worrisome. I don't know where.
I'm quoting from an ABS-CBN televised report.
Yeah.
It's entitled, Marcos says Philippine debt to GDP ratio worrying.
Well, the rule of thumb, Your Honor, before the crisis was that if your debt to GDP ratio is 60%, you're okay. But as a result of remember, before the pandemic, Your Honor, our debt to GDP ratio was only in the neighborhood of 40%, more or less. And we have to borrow money because of the pandemic, and it went up to around 62%. But that's still manageable, Your Honor. Right now, because of the pandemic, I would say that the new rule of thumb should be around 70%, Your Honor.
Well, next question. What is the projected fiscal deficit for 2024?
For 2024, Madam Chair, it's 5.1%.
May I get that again?
5.1%.
5.1%. There is fiscal deficit because our projected expenditures cannot be funded wholly by our projected tax collections and other revenues. Is that correct?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Now, is there a way by which we can decrease this fiscal deficit?
If we
Sec Ben?
Yes, Your Honor, we can decrease, but then we have to sacrifice some of the essential programs of governments. Like we want to spend 5 to 6% for capital formation, for infrastructure. So if you force us to reduce it to, say, 3%, then we will have to cut back on some of our social programs and
Yeah.
physical infrastructure programs.
I am not suggesting that,
Correct, Your Honor.
Mr. Secretary. What I am suggesting is we can reduce it without sacrificing our expenditures. For example, there was a time, and this has been followed years back, including the immediate preceding years, that the central bank, the Bangko Sentral of the Philippines, would provide an interest-free loan to the country for budgetary support. Do you recall that?
That's right, Your Honor. I was governor of the
Yes.
central bank when that happened. We lent to the national government 540 billion pesos, interest-free.
Interest.
But that's allowed because the new charter of the central bank says under extraordinary circumstances, Your Honor. And the pandemic was extraordinary.
Okay. And there is no justification to follow that budgetary support from the Bangko Sentral for the next fiscal year, considering that we have a huge fiscal deficit.
No, Your Honor, I think that things have normalized. There's no more pandemic. And so I think it's also not fair for central bank because they really have to maintain their independence from the fiscal side that if I were governor of central bank, I would not lend money to the national government at this time, Your Honor.
Now, how about securing from government-owned and controlled corporations from their excess funds in order to be used for budgetary support? Is that possible?
I think, Your Honor, if you want to reduce the deficit, there are three ways of doing it. One, you cut expenditures. Number two, you increase taxes. Or number three, you change the way you collect taxes. For example, through digitalization. That's an area where you can improve tax collection. Or change the way of governing. For example, you can maybe address the problem of the military pension reform. Okay? So there are many ways you can do it.
Oh, well,
Honorable Lagman,
yes.
kindly wrap up.
I'm only in my fourth series of questions. But anyway, since we have a fiscal deficit, may we know where the government is going to source its subscription of 50 billion to the Maharlika Investment Corporation?
That it's stated in the law, Your Honor, the central bank dividend. In fact, the central bank has already declared a 31.2 billion dividend. So that's, and the law says for 2 consecutive years, we can use the BSP dividend. We can also source it from PAGCOR. We can source it from royalties, from mining, privatization. There are many other sources, Your Honor.
Well, in other words, we are prioritizing the funding for the MIF. And we are not giving preference to budget support for the budget or the expenditure program, so much so that we are not able to reduce our fiscal deficit by sourcing more funds to support the budget. And I think, Madam Chair, we are prioritizing contingent investments which could mature in the future rather than invest now, which for socio-economic services and other expenditures needed by the government to really finance the National Expenditure Program. That must be re-examine, the wisdom of which should be really re-examined, and that cannot be even brought to the Supreme Court because the Supreme Court does not deal on the wisdom of statutes.
Your Honor, the amount stipulated in the Maharlika Investment Fund says 50 billion to be contributed by the national government over maybe a period of 2-3 years. The national budget that's being proposed is 5.7 trillion, Your Honor, and we're not even touching. We have already committed some sources of funding for the 5.7 trillion.
But that
Thank you, Honorable Lagman. If you wish to avail of a second round, we can list you.
Okay,
But you may
I have more
kindly wrap up.
questions and more follow-up questions. I defer to the ruling of the Honorable Chair, and most probably, I don't know when the second round would be.
Well, today as well.
Not tomorrow.
No. We can have unlimited rounds today.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you for your kind understanding, sir. Since, do we return? Our next to interpolate is from the majority. The Honorable Salvador Plato is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everyone, our colleagues, and our esteemed guests. I am aware that I am given 5 minutes to ask, so kindly allow me, Madam Chair, to lay out some of my questions altogether, so our distinguished resource persons could respond on behalf of your agencies. My questions would be directed to DBM and BSP, respectively. May I first ask DBM, Madam Chair, regarding how the past approved budget was implemented. Madam Secretary Pangandaman, ano na po ang current status ng paggamit ng pondo ng iba't ibang ahensya ng gobyerno ngayong 2023? Kailangan po kasi naming malaman ito bago namin i-meet ang iba't ibang departamento. Sino po ang mga ahensya na nanguna sa mabilis at maayos na paggamit ng kanilang pondo? And on the contrary, sino po rin ang mabagal o nahihirapan sa pag-utilize ng pondo nila? Also, Madam Chair, Madam Pangandaman, upon knowing all this, ano na po ang aksyon na ginagawa ng DBM para maging mas maagap ang paggastos o pagkasatuparan ng budget natin? Thank you.
Mina?
Thank you, Madam Chair, sir. If I may, I have here with me the obligation fiscal 2023 Statement of Appropriations, obligation rates of the departments from January 1 to March 31, 2023. Obligation rate is percent of obligations over allotments. I will start with the lowest obligation rate to the highest, Madam Chair. Department of Information and Communications Technology, 5.6%. Department of Migrant Workers, 10%. Department of Energy, Department of Social Welfare and Development, 11.4%. Department of Agrarian Reform, 13.8%. Department of Labor and Employment, 14.1%. Office of the Press Secretary, 14.9%. Civil Service Commission, 18.4%. Department of Tourism, 18.9%. Other executive offices, 19.4%. I can go on, Madam Chair, but maybe I can give you the figure for the entire national government, which is only, yung binigay nyo kanina, 40%, no? Yung binigay nyo,
Duty,
35%. Asan? Ayan. For the national government agencies as a whole, the obligation rate in average is only 30.5%. As of March 31, 2023, because for second quarter, we just got the data last July 31.
Secretary, kindly submit that list to the committee.
We will do, ma'am.
Thank you.
And Madam Chair, on the question on what we are doing, we already prepared a circular letter to all the heads of departments, agencies, SUCs, including commissions, offices under the CIFAG, GOCCs, LGUs, heads of finance and planning units, and other concerned agencies. The subject matter is submission of agency catch-up plans to facilitate budget execution for the rest of the fiscal year 2023. We released this morning.
Thank you, Madam
Madam
Secretary.
Chair, just to add, we requested all the agencies to submit their catch-up plan not later than September 15, 2023. We'll also provide a copy of the circular to the committee, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. My next question is still for the DBM, o kaya pwede sa NEDA. Ibang topic po naman to, Secretary. According to the Local Government Code of 1991, the share of LGUs on national taxes are allocated as follows. Provinces and cities get 23% each. Municipalities get 34%, and barangays get the remaining 20%. Is there a way that the DBM could factor in poverty incidents in the distribution of national wealth? Correct me, Madam Chair, if I'm wrong, but ang alam ko po kasi, part of, for example, a barangay share is based on equal sharing and another part is based on population. Paano po naman ang poverty incidence? Thank you.
Madam Chair, the computation is provided for under the law, RA number 7160, Madam Chair. If ever po, we might need to amend the law, Madam Chair. We can also ask Secretary R.C. Balisacan for additional inputs, Madam Chair.
Sec RC.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I definitely agree that important considerations like poverty and inequity, particularly social inequity, should be factored in to improve the inclusiveness of our economic agenda. And I think that it would be a good way forward if the provision of the law could be amended to accommodate that concern, Madam Chair.
Salamat po. My last question po ay are directed to BSP. Good afternoon. Wala na ba si Governor? Governor Ramonola? Wala na ba? Anyway, kahit sino po sa BSP. We have noted in the budget of expenditures and sources of financing, or tinatawag natin BESF, of 2023, specifically on Table A.1 on macroeconomic parameters. you are still using the London Interbank Offered Rate, or LIBOR. However, this was already changed to SOFR, or the secured oversight, the overnight financing rate. Am I right?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Can you explain what SOFR is? How did the transition or shift affect the operations of banks? Ano po ang naging feedback ng Bankers Association of the Philippines dito? Thank you po.
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. As stated by the good Congressman, SOFR stands for Secured Overnight Financing Rate, and it replaced the LIBOR, which ceased to exist last end June 2023. Because of that, we need to identify another reference rate to price US-denominated loans. So in our macro assumption, we're now making use of the SOFR for 6 months as reference for US-denominated loans for the government. And as to the question on whether this is something that the bank, they have already accepted the use of SOFR as a reference rate.
If we give any chance to give a follow-up question, just a quick follow-up question, if I may, Madam Chair.
Please proceed.
So in practical terms, BSP, is this the benchmark that the BSP recommends to be used by the general public as borrower or housing or business loans from banks? Thank you.
Madam Chair, when we, in the process of transitioning to another benchmark, we had consultations with the public, including the banks, particularly the banks, as well as we discussed this to the principals in the DBCC. We were really looking for another reference rate to value US-denominated loans upon the cessation of the LIBOR. So this is something that the public as well as other users of the reference rate is aware of. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is all on my end, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. We now return to our Minority Leader, Marcelino Libanan, who earlier yielded to the Honorable Lagman. Sir, you may now proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Let me start by the allocation of funds to the DBM Secretary. We observed that for 2024, there is an allocation of 112.8 billion for 4-piece beneficiaries. An increase in 10.99%. Kami po'y masaya dito dahil marami sanang makaka-benefit na ating mga kababayan. There are about 600,000 to 700,000 families who graduated from the program. Kailangan mapalitan kaagad ng other beneficiaries ng mabilisan kasi marami pang dapat tayong matulungan. Ganun po ba ang ating gagawin na mapalitan yung graduate ng mga families?
Yes, Madam Chair, the intention is to update the list so that we can replace those who are already graduated and include those who have been excluded because the list has been quite old, and that the process to do that is to undertake this municipal The community-based monitoring system that we are actually asking Congress to fund that so that we can roll out nationwide the completion of that survey is very critical for our poverty targeting system, Your Honor.
Itong 10.99% increase, ano ba ang tataas dito? Ang dami ng ating beneficiaries or ang laki ng pondo na ibibigay natin?
We don't know the actual number, Your Honor, until we complete that community-based monitoring system. But given the numbers that we are seeing in indicators of various dimensions of poverty like hunger, malnutrition, sa palagay ko ho, we need much more resources for that component of our program.
I hope we can consider increasing the fund for them because of the depreciation of the peso. And we have been implementing this by law since 2019, so that I think 2024 is a 5-year limit already where we can adjust the benefits of these beneficiaries. I would like to proceed to my next question on the SONA of President Bongbong Marcos, where I quote, he stated that under the Mega Bridge Program, 12 bridges totaling 90 kilometers will be constructed, connecting the islands and the areas separated by waters. The program notably includes the Bataan-Cavite Interlink Bridge and the Panay-Guimaras-Negros Island Bridges, each spanning 32 kilometers, and also the Samal Island Davao City Connector Bridge. Nagpalakpakan po kaming lahat. Ako po malakpak pero naghihintay pa ako ng isang bridge na napaka-vital sa atin. Do we understand this, that this recommendation comes from the NEDA, the National Economic Development Authority, so that are all these included now in this budget?
Some of the preparatory works are already there. Madam Chair, the Bataan-Cavite Bridge, for example, that is it's already the detailed engineering design stage, and that will be funded by ADB, so it's almost guaranteed. And the Samal Island is already ongoing. The construction that's funded by the China, China, and the Panay-Guimaras Bridge, the feasibility study there. I think, but all these projects, Madam Chair, are already part of the infrastructure, yung flagship project, the IFP's infrastructure flagship project of the government. And under this scheme, they are given high priority for the implementation in the funding for right-of-way, for feasibility studies, and so on, so that they can move forward. And we have developed already a system at NEDA, Your Honor, that you can see on a quarter-to-quarter basis the progress in each of these 194 flagship projects. And we report to the President and the Cabinet on the progress of these projects. Quarterly, we do provide that report so that our implementing agencies have to explain to the President, to their colleagues, why certain projects are being delayed.
Ang Matnog-Alin Bridge ay napaka-vital po na tulay sa atin, which will connect Luzon to Samar and of course to Mindanao. Siguro sa lahat ng tulay dito, ito po yung pinaka-importante. And this spans only 24.5 25.4 kilometers. And I assume that this has already been approved by NEDA. Bakit wala po dito sa budget proposal for 2024?
Let me check, Madam Chair, the status on that, but we can look at the dashboard that I see whether the feasibility study has already been completed, because if it has been completed, then it would be already under implementation. And who is funding that, whether the funding has already been secured?
While the data is being retrieved, would you like to proceed to your next question?
I will be glad to have a report on that. And I hope we are in agreement that this bridge is very vital to our country. So,
We'll provide the report, Madam Chair.
so let me proceed to my next question. This is on the budget of the DICT. We are in the digital age. Napakadaming kailangang interconnection sa ating computers, sa ating mga offices. Napansin po ng representasyong ito na ang DICT bumaba ang budget ng 1 bilyon na kung kailangan ina-advocate ng ating Pangulo na magkaroon tayo ng digitization. Ngayon pa, noon nagreklamo na sila, maliit ang budget nila, pero ngayon bumaba yata ng 1 bilyon. Can you explain to us bakit po ito nangyari?
Secretary Mina.
Madam Chair, as presented a while ago, among the factors considered in evaluating the 2024 budget proposal is, of course, the availability of fiscal space and agencies' absorptive capacity. A while ago, it shows that the DICT has the lowest obligation rate by as of March 31, 2023, with only 5.6%. With only 5.6% po. And also, there's an amendment from NEP 2023 to GAA 2023 of also 1 billion pesos.
So, did I understand with your answer that it is their absorptive capability na nahirapan sila?
Yes, Madam Chair. Because in 2022, we also noticed a low obligation rate from the agency, and then the same with 2023. So I think they will find it, the committee under the DBM thought that it will be kind of hard for them to catch up given a larger budget.
Madam Chair, itong mga ganitong klaseng ahensya natin ng gobyerno, minsan mabagal nga dahil nag-organize pa lang. Marami pa tayong problema sa national ID system natin. Siguro solusyon, hindi bawasan ang budget, pero dagdagan ang magagaling na mga empleyado dyan. Kasi pag binawasan natin ang binawasan po yan, lalo tayong mahuhuli sa digitization. Ito na po yung language ng modern times and of the future. We have to be strong in this DICT department natin. Madam Chair, my time has expired, so thank you. And can you answer that?
Yes, and that was your last question, Honorable Libanan.
Well,
Yes, I agree. There's a learning curve given that it's a new administration. But now we are already, I talked to Secretary Ivan last month when we were preparing the budget because we had to inform them of the reduced budget. And we offered the help of GPPB to help them with their procurement problems and planning and proper planning of their projects and programs.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, and Secretary Mina, you may also wish to explain to the Honorable Libanan that I believe there's about 500 million that was recently returned to the DICT as a result of some problems with contracts entered into by the previous administration.
Yes, it was also explained that the previous administration entered a couple of contracts, but apparently, maybe we can ask Ivan at the proper time to explain further, but what we learned is that some of the documents are missing. So they're having a hard time to pay the suppliers of the projects.
Right? So, thank you.
Thank you, Madam.
And with the kind indulgence of the Honorable Wilter Palma, we will allow the Honorable Lagman to give a very short manifestation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to take this opportunity to thank, on behalf of our members, the Honorable DBM Secretary Pangandaman for honoring her commitment last year that this year there will be no more categorization of projects, quote, for later release, unquote. I hope this deleterious practice will be jettisoned also next year and the years ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. So the Deputy Majority Leader Wilter Palma is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, fellow workers. My first question would be addressed to Secretary Amina. We have a proposed budget for 2024 amounting to 5.7 trillion. May I know the source of these funds? Proposed budget.
Madam Chair, to answer the question, the total revenues, the sources, the National Government Fiscal Program for 2024, 4.272.6 trillion will come from revenues of the national government, of which 4.073.6 will come from tax revenues. To disaggregate further, 3.046.8 from the Bureau of Internal Revenue and 1.02 trillion will come from Bureau of Customs. Another 198.5 billion will come from non-tax revenues, and 0.5 will come from privatization. And the deficit will be through borrowings of the national government.
Okay. So that I am just smiling because Secretary Amina was also smiling. So may I know, we have a BIR here. We'll talk about 2023. How much is the total collection as of today, as against your what do you call that? Quota, your estimate collection? BIR? Or Secretary?
Secretary Ben.
Sir, 2023, current tayo. As of today.
As of today, the total revenue from January to June is, from the BIR is 1.2 billion. 1.2 billion against the target, against compared to last year's of 1.1 billion. And for the Bureau of Customs is 433.4, let me correct myself. It's 1.3 trillion for the BIR.
Sir, total na lang kaya.
The total revenues as of the end of June is 1.86 trillion.
Trillion.
And tax revenue is 1.657 trillion. Non-tax revenues is 203 trillion.
As against target, are we on track?
Oh, we're much higher. We're better than
Good.
the program, Your Honor.
So that we won't resort to borrowings?
No, Your Honor. We're ahead of the
It's
collection.
good to hear. My next question, in the event, pero sinabi na ni Secretary Amina that the balance would be resorting to borrowings again. So again, that's, I hope the collection, we can increase the collection so that we can avoid the borrowings. Anyway, we were talking, Secretary Doc kanina was talking about jobs, okay? And I was just listening to the presentation. May I know from Secretary Amina, how many positions, or particularly plantilla positions, do we have in the bureaucracy right now?
Authorized?
Madam Chair, the total number of permanent positions for fiscal year, as estimated for fiscal year 2024 is 1.979.
2023 na lang, ma'am.
1,979,564.
Okay.
Of which 1,810,428 positions, or 91%, are filled, and the rest of that is unfilled, which is 169,136.
Yes. But during our budget, we allocated funds for this 169. Since you said that there's 169 unfilled position, what happened to the budget?
Yes, Madam Chair. The unfilled positions, the budget for the unfilled position is under the MPBF.
Under the?
MPBF, Miscellaneous Personal Benefits Fund.
This covers the whole bureaucracy?
Yes, sir, 30%
for
of the
example,
169,000.
Okay. For example, DOH, they have a budget, they have unfilled position, something like 20,000. So what happened to the 20,000? Boss.
Ano yan, teacher and MUP? Madam Chair, the teaching positions, health positions, and MUP positions, we provided 100% of their PS costs, and it's under their department budgets. However, for the non-civilian, we have provided 75% of their PS within their budget, and the remaining amount is lodged under the MPBF, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, simple language. In the event that you're going to fill up the position, is that considered savings?
According to the hindi comprehensive ang PS. According to the definition of savings, it cannot be considered savings because it has not been released yet.
Yeah. In short, it's January. For example, we cannot use it in 2023. The savings will be realized on January 1.
Madam Chair, pag hindi pa po na-release yung pondo, hindi pa po siya savings. May definition po ang savings under the GAA. Savings. 2 seconds lang po. Definition of savings. Wala akong section dito. Sandali lang po, nag-comatose po yung ano. NEP. Under the NEP and GAA from previous years, Section 77, the meaning of savings. Savings refer to portions or balances of any released appropriations in this Act which have not been obligated as a result of the following. First, completion or final discontinuance or abandonment of a program, activity, or project for which the appropriation is authorized. Next, implementation of measures resulting in improved systems and efficiencies and thus enabled an agency to meet and deliver the required or planned targets, programs, and services approved in this Act at a lesser cost.
Madam Secretary, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, I'm just asking the PS.
Yes, sir. Hindi po kasi naka-release ng buo yung PS for the unfilled position ng January.
So, meaning to say, when it's already in the budget, the Department Secretary will ask authority from you to release the amount intended for the PS.
Once filled, Madam Chair.
If it is not, what will happen? Kasi naka-earmark na yan eh.
Unused appropriation.
So what will happen to that?
Mag-expire po.
Once it's already downloaded to the department, is the department secretary authorized to realign that?
Po siya downloaded, Madam Chair.
Until January, or hindi? You have to return that to the department?
Hindi po siya mabibigay sa department pag hindi pa po siya filled.
Okay.
So wala pa po sa department yung pera.
You know, the reason why I'm asking this, we keep on saying jobs, and then we have 169 vacancies. Why don't we fill this up? Anong reason na bakit hindi natin fill upan?
We are urging the agencies to fill up the positions, but I guess, Madam Chair, they are also having a hard time getting employees for the said positions, given the QS qualifications given by the Civil Service Commission.
That's the same reason that I was receiving. In my experience, just post something in the Facebook, people will flock and ask for, because they need jobs. I'm sorry, Madam Secretary, but can we do something with the secretaries, department secretaries, to make double time, to fill this up, because money is already allocated for that matter, and why don't we fill it up?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay. I hope in the next, can we expect that during the budget, proper budget hearing in the plenary?
Yes. Okay. Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay.
We'll do that.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. One more. The budget utilization, you said it's obligation rate. Can we have a disbursement rate? Kasi madali na mag-obligate, ma'am. ang disbursement ang kailangan namin.
Disbursement rate, Madam Chair, ang definition po ng disbursement is the percent of disbursement over obligation. Meaning na contract na po siya kasi yung obligation lang po ang ating denominator. So,
Yes, ma'am. Well, I just want to have an
what's the total?
disbursement rate. Halimbawa, the number one is DICT, sabi mo. Kano yung disbursement rate nila?
Based on the cash operations report of the Bureau of Treasury as of June 30, 2023, the national government spent below the 2.582 trillion disbursement program for the first semester by 170.5 billion or 6.6%.
Ma'am, total na lang, ma'am, para madali tayo. Out of 100%, magkano ang na-disburse?
Hindi yan yung, sorry. Madam Chair, do you want me to specify per department or you want the average for the whole?
The totality nilang.
Madam Chair, the disbursement rate for all the national government agencies as of March 31, 2023 is 44.6%.
As of?
March 31, 2023.
So that's first quarter.
Yes, Madam.
So we are on target that we can disperse the 5.26 trillion.
It's disbursement over obligation, Madam Chair. Meaning, yung na-obligate na po ng ahensya. Meron pa pong ibang part ng pie na hindi pa po na-obligate. Kasi po, 33% pa lang po ang na-obligate doon sa lahat ng pondo ng ahensya, ng mga departments po.
Sige, ma'am. Sorry for that kasi ang training namin, galing kami sa LGU, disbursement yung aming iba yung sa inyo, iba yung sa LGU. Anyway, I will not so much labor Secretary Amina. I was listening to Secretary Jokno kanina. You mentioned about MUP. Can you please brief us? What's the status? How is this going? And so on and so forth. Sir?
On the MUP, I understand the Speaker has created a technical working group chaired by Joey Salceda. And we have done extensive consultation with all the services. And that will be an input to what Joey will be doing, Your Honor.
But I heard you that, or was it, I don't know whether it's Secretary Jokno or the other way around, but it's already in place. That's what I understand, that the MUP pension plan is already in place. We don't know the mechanics yet. We hope to receive and also be given the opportunity to participate during the actual deliberation.
What is contemplated, Your Honor, is that it will be a real pension plan where the employer will contribute and then the government will have a contribution, just like government service insurance system or the SSS system. That is the plan, Your Honor.
Thank you. Madam Chair, one more question. Ma'am, do we have a MUP pension plan embodied in the 2024 budget?
Yes, Madam Chair, it's 140 billion pesos.
Thank you. Thank you. I have so many questions, but time is running out. Thank you very much.
Thank you po.
Thank you. The next to interpolate from the minority, the chair recognizes from the Kabataan Party list, we have the Honorable Raul Manuel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My first question is addressed to DBM. Magkano po ang proposed budget natin in total for our state universities and colleges?
Madam Chair, for 2024 proposed, the total budget for state universities and colleges is 105.58 billion pesos.
Ilang percent po ang diferensya niyan sa ating JA budget for this year?
Relative to the fiscal year 2023 General Appropriations Act, it posted a decrease of 5.27%.
It posted a
Decrease. It's lower
Decrease.
by 5.7%.
Okay. Kasi po upon observation, our proposed budget for 2024 will increase by 9.5%, pero ang SUCs natin bababa yung budget. It seems like hindi natin priority ang education sa SUCs. Why didn't DBM propose a higher budget for SUCs?
Madam Chair, much of the budget po, the 5.7, is congressional initiatives po or amendments during the budget deliberations.
But in the first place, bakit hindi po DBM na mismo ang mag-propose ng sapat at mas mataas na budget for SUCs?
Because some of the amendments that were given this year are one-time and non-recurring budget.
Ano pong ibig sabihin ng one-time na budget lamang?
Much of it po, first po, much of the amendments po are one-time in nature. Infrastructure po, karamihan nung amendments during the 2023. Karamihan po doon ay completion ng mga infrastructure projects. Second po, equipment. Yung iba po doon ay furniture, fixtures, and equipment, which is also a non-recurring expenditure. And yun po.
Sa infrastructure, are we implying na hindi kailangan ng ating SUCs ng bagong mga buildings or classrooms?
Yes, Madam Chair, kailangan po nila ng bagong buildings. Kaya po, in our 2024 budget, we provided capital outlay across the board sa mga SUCs. 25 million po for the, we have a tier for SUCs. Kukunin ko lang po.
While waiting, Madam Chair, I'd like to proceed sa aking question.
It's a low of 25 million per SUC to as high as 50 million per SUC.
Okay. But in total, Madam Chair, still yan ay nasa 60% na cut sa capital outlay sa ating SUCs. Habang marami po tayong SUCs, nagkakakulangan talaga sa classrooms yung kanilang estudyante. So, I don't find the rationale bakit po pare-pareho yung ating, almost pare-pareho yung capital outlay sa SUCs kahit iba-iba yung kanilang populations. What is the logic behind that?
Limited fiscal space din po that we have in our budget, Madam Chair.
But in the first place, Madam Chair, we have a Build Better More, which we package as an infrastructure, a big infrastructure project. Hindi po ba dapat may papel doon yung education?
Yes po. In fact, in our Build Better More project, may component po yan na social infrastructure. And bulk of it po is really intended for the infrastructure, construction, and completion of some of school buildings in our SUCs.
Wait, Madam Chair, I'm just checking the document given by the DBM kasi po mismo sa document na binigay nila ay napakababa po ng share ng education infrastructure. Kalakhan po talaga hindi po education. Kaya po we cannot say na malaki po yung chunk ng education doon sa Build Better More program. At magsasuffer po yung ating SUCs with that. Yeah, only 2% yung education sa Build Better More.
Madam Chair, if we will base po the current level of the SUC's budget from what we proposed in 2023, which is only 97 billion pesos, it registered an increase pa rin po of 7.8 billion pesos.
Madam Chair, I wasn't comparing yung ganong. I was comparing this year's budget to the proposed budget for next year. At litaw po talaga na hindi priority yung education sa ating SUCs. Now to my next topic, Madam Chair, on confidential and intelligence funds, can the DBM confirm na may mga newcomers tayo sa confidential and intelligence funds, namely OVP, DA, DepEd, and DICT? Is that correct?
Madam Chair, yung budget po ng confidential fund ng OVP and DepEd are all existing budget. In fact, it was included in their Tier 1 proposal during the budget preparations. Madam Chair, if I may po, ang mga additional na budget for confidential and intel fund are as follows. For DICT, they propose an additional confidential funds of 300 million pesos. For Bureau of Customs, 30.5 million pesos. For DFA, 5 million pesos. For Department of Agriculture, 50 million pesos. Under the Department of National Defense, Intel of additional 60 million pesos. PSG, 60 million pesos. And General Headquarters, 60 million pesos. PSG. National Security Council, confidential fund of 30 million pesos. OPAPRU, confidential fund of 6 million pesos. Office of the Ombudsman, confidential fund of 20.46. These are all the increases.
With that, Madam Chair, under this current term lang na nagkaroon ng confidential funds ang DepEd. Tapos yung OVP din compared to the last term, ngayon lang din nagkaroon. Para bang pinapayagan ng DBM ang ganitong kalakaran sa iba't ibang mga ahensya? Question ko po, ano ang naitutulong ng confidential and intelligence funds sa paglago ng ating ekonomiya?
As mentioned, Madam Chair, the confidential funds under the OVP and DepEd are already existing in their 2023 budget.
Yeah, I think that has been clarified, Madam Chair. But I'm comparing historically kasi ito po may graph po tayo. Dati po sa mga nakaraan, hindi po ganun kataas ang confidential and intelligence funds sa OVP tsaka OP. Nadagdag pa po ang DepEd tsaka DA. Kaya again po, back to my question, ano po ang naitutulong ng pag-allow ng confidential funds across various agencies sa ating economic growth?
Madam Chair, the confidential fund can be used for security, national security purposes po and safety.
But not all agencies have that function. We have civilian agencies, kaya po tayo may delegation of tasks across the bureaucracy. Kaya po, bakit kalat-kalat ang daming ahensya na may confidential and intelligence funds?
Okay. Madam Chair, for Office of the Vice President, they will use the confidential.
Madam Chair, I'm not asking per agency kasi pwede ko po itong itanong per agency. I'm asking the policy of the DBM to allow confidential and intelligence funds to be scattered across agencies.
Meron pong existing guidelines and definition on confidential and intelligence fund. Under the GAA, intelligence funds are allowed if used as shall be released and disbursed for intelligence activities only, while confidential funds can be used for are authorized, for example, in GAA Section 85, Madam Chair, confidential funds are authorized in this act and shall be released and disbursed only upon approval of the Department Secretary and can be used related to surveillance activities in civilian government agencies that are intended to support the mandate or operations of the agency.
So pag ganun ba, Madam Chair, is DBM saying na yung iba't ibang ahensya natin ay attached agencies na or para bang extensions na ng ating intelligence agencies talaga?
Yung Intel funds po, Madam Chair, hindi po siya pwede sa mga agencies na hindi for defense, no? For national security. For military and intel agencies only. The confidential funds po, as provided here, can be given to civilian government agencies that are intended to support their mandate or operations.
Pero Madam Chair, ang OP, Office of the President, Civilian Agency, meron ding intelligence fund. Pati DOT, Civilian Agency, may intelligence fund din 10 million. Other executive offices, 340 million.
Yes, Madam Chair, meron po silang confidential fund.
No, intelligence fund, Madam Chair. Hiwalay pa sa kanilang confidential fund. So they have both intelligence and confidential fund.
For Office of the President po, kasi under po, meron po silang PSG, Presidential Security Group, Madam Chair.
Okay, since Madam Chair, I have only 1 minute left and parang hindi maipaliwanag ng DBM ano yung economic logic at pag-aayos ng pagpapagana ng pamahalaan, yung function ng CIF, I'll proceed to my next topic. On NTF-ELCAC, ano po ang basis ng 864 barangays na nasa listahan?
Madam Chair, for fiscal year 2024, the proposed budget for NTF-ELCAC is 10.34 billion pesos to support its various programs as follows. We have support to the Barangay Development Program, with 8.64 billion pesos, Philippine National Police with 1.08 billion pesos, for operational requirements for activities that address the root causes of insurgencies, internal disturbances, and other armed conflicts. Under the DSWD, 241.73 million pesos for livelihood settlement grant through the Sustainable Livelihood Program. Under DILG, communicating for perpetual end of extreme violence and forming alliance towards positive change and enriched communities with 85.44 million pesos, and funding requirements for the preventing and countering violent extremism and insurgency with 25 million pesos. And under the Department of National Defense, enhancement of civil military operations with 36.81 million, and development, implementation, and monitoring of defense system management with 4.65 million pesos. And they also have under National Commission on Indigenous Peoples with 72.24 million pesos for the implementation of indigenous rights advocacy and monitoring of treaty obligations and gender and rights-based services.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pero I patiently listened, pero sana po hindi mabawas sa time ko kasi I was asking for the basis for the 864 barangays na nasa listahan dun po sa makakapal na libro na binigay sa atin as part of the breakdown of the proposed national budget.
The beneficiaries are 864 cleared barangays as certified by the NTF-ELCAC.
Okay, na Madam Chair, kung ang binabanggit ay cleared barangays, nasa listahan po ay Barangay Poswoy sa Kalinga, tsaka Barangay Cielo sa Cagayan. Recently po may encounters sa mga barangay na iyon. So paano po natin nasabi na cleared? Ibig sabihin po, ganon kahina yung basis natin dun sa sinasubmit ng DBM, no? Dun sa listahan ng mga barangays. Kaya ang tanong ko na lang po, may breakdown din ba ng mga projects na gagawin per barangay?
That was your last question, Honorable Manuel.
Yes, Madam Chair, the projects are provided. There's a list. And pagpipilian po nila, Madam Chair, are the following projects: farm-to-market roads, school building, water and sanitation system, health station, and electrification. Up to 10 billion each.
Right. Madam Chair, I'd like to ask for indulgence kasi po, nakita ko na po yan, yung ganong general na projects. Pero example po, yun, sa Barangay Cielo, sa Cagayan, ano po yung projects na gagawin doon? Paano gagamitin yung 10 million?
Meron ka, Barangay Cielo? Asan yung listahan?
Honorable Manuel, may we just request the DBM
Just
to
provide
submit
the list of projects.
But do we have it?
Hold on.
Kasi last year wala, I remember walang nabigay na listahan sa amin.
DBM.
We
can
will
you
provide the
commit?
list of projects per barangay, Madam Chair.
Sige, now to end lang, Madam Chair, as a rejoinder, tingin po natin itong 2024 national budget, while it has increases for defense and big ticket infrastructure projects, pero po measly yung increases sa education, hindi ma-address yung learning loss, and it is riddled with forms of pork, presidential pork, vice presidential pork, and general's pork. That would be all, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Salamat, Honorable Manuel. And before we proceed, Secretary Mina, earlier you were reading the disbursement rates of various agencies. Could you also kindly submit that list to us? And ComSec, could you kindly monitor all the submissions of the DBM, including yung pinapasubmit ni Honorable Manuel?
We will do, Madam Chair.
So next to interpolate is from the majority. The chair recognizes the Honorable Samantha Santos.
Hello. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, and of course, Madam Secretary. To our colleagues from the Department of Budget and Management, I will touch on in 4 topics for today, and each topic will have a question. The first topic that we want to touch on is the exclusion of infrastructure projects. The first one is regarding the prioritization of projects under the NEP. Back in 2022, our president made a statement that one of the priority programs in the Department of Priority programs is the development of infrastructures, including airports. Airports are crucial to the improvement of mobility and food security, which are both national projects or priorities of the president, as it was mentioned, and it is a factor to actually attain the 8th socio-economic agenda of the president, as mentioned in the SONA of 2023. That said, a lot of airports have been constructed in different regions all over the country. Kagaya na po ng Central Mindanao Airport sa amin sa Cotabato. However, based on our coordination with DOTR, there are airports that are proposed and slashed by the DBM. We want to understand that the previous year, the reasons were given to us was because the prioritization for 2023 were the railways. But it was also we were also informed that by 2024, airports will be the priority and 2025, ports will be the priority. However din po, sa pagdating po ng budget or pagbigay po sa amin ng NEP, marami naman pong pondo ang nawala para nga po sa ating mga airports. Especially if it is one of the reasons why we want to attain food security. Kaya, Madam Secretary, we want to know how the DBM selects its priority infrastructures, especially when it comes to transportation. Is there a criteria so that our colleagues would know on what to provide in order to ensure the funding for infrastructure, especially for regions such as Region 12, especially Cotabato, since it is already identified by the DA as the food basket of the Mindanao?
Sec Mina.
During the budget preparations, Madam Chair, that is true, we receive a long list of proposed airports, either for expansion or construction. However, given the limited fiscal space that we have, what we use is the TRIP, 3-year rolling period investment infrastructure program that has been prepared and approved with NEDA, and if it's in the list of our IFPs. While the other airport projects are being pushed for PPP arrangements. And some of the airports that were, we selected the airports according to, based on the following, Madam Chair: implementation readiness of certain airports, prioritization provided by the DOTR, and yes, it was already mentioned a while ago, flagship projects of the NEDA. Madam Chair.
May we request the technical staff to...
Okay, dito na naman.
Is it working now?
Sorry about that, Madam Chair. For my second topic, it will be in regards to the LGSF. Madam Secretary, first is about the implementation of the LGSF, or the Barangay Support Fund. Based on our local budget circular that were released from the time that the program started, the funds have been funds of the LGSF is only valid for 2 years. However, in this regard, regardless of the date, the DBM, there are funds that was released during the last quarter of the fiscal year, of this current fiscal year. The BBM still released the funds. In this case, our implementations of the LGUs will be less than 24 months to implement said projects. This is one of the reasons why there is a revision of funds. The project is not yet finished, but the funds need to be returned dahil nga po expired. Your Honor, Madam Secretary, can we request that the said guidelines be revised or revisited so as to consider that the LGUs that in the first place will eventually reach the expiration date? Kasi marami po kasing pagkakataon na kung saan kailangan pong magbayad ng mga LGUs dahil nga hindi nga po nila natatapos ang said projects despite the fact na the DBM gave the funding quite late.
Yes, Madam Chair, I understand. Because marami pong lumapit sa atin this year that the release of some projects under the LGSF was released at the last quarter of the year, and we have a period of which the funds will expire. So for 2024, we already made adjustments in the general provisions which states not with any other issuance, subsidies released to LGUs and GOCCs under this act shall be valid until fully expended. Wala na po siyang expiration.
Hello. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Siguro gusto lang po namin ma-secure nga din po, mabibigyan na po ng panahon ng ating mga LGUs, especially when it comes to implementation. Dahil malaki din pong bagay ang 5 million na bibigay po sa ating mga barangay at 10 million po na binibigay po sa ating mga munisipyo. And of course, to the province, that is worth 20 million if I'm correct. Moving on to the third topic po, it's relation po sana sa allocation of funds when it comes to regions. Kasi marami pong pagkakataon, especially with our RDCs or Regional Development Council, that is taking place quite yearly when identifying the projects for our region. One of the concerns from the RDCs with my fellow Kongs of Region 12 is our allocation. Alam po namin na there's quite disparity when it comes to allocations, especially in Mindanao, na despite the fact that we are very underdeveloped, there is conflict in Mindanao, marami pa pong kulang na mga daan when it comes to agriculture. Ang tulong po at programa across the board from DOLED, DSWD, from DPWH, we are always receiving the least, despite the fact that we need the most. We were just asking, how do you actually allocate the funds? Do you identify when it comes to the prioritization ang pangangailangan nga po ng bawat region? Or meron po talaga tayong pinaprioritize na proyekto bago nga po matugunan ang pangangailangan po ng ating mga kapatid dun nga po sa Mindanao, and especially Region 12. Sana nga po mabigyan ito ng pansin dahil kami po sa Region 12 hindi po namin kaya makipagkompetensya sa ibang regions dahil nga po sa budget na ibinibigay sa amin. Kaya kung meron pong problema when it comes to poverty, when it comes to when it comes to conflict, it's very difficult for us to address it despite minsan kasi sinasabi sa amin, hindi naman namin nararamdaman ang tulong ng gobyerno. So yun lang naman po. I wish it will come to your attention and you will reconsider the budget that you're giving to Region 12 in the following years or even this year. Yun lang naman po. Maraming salamat, Madam Secretary.
Honorable Santos, that was your last question. Sec Mina.
For the programs and projects, yung mga proyekto po ay binibigay po sa atin ng mga ahensya. Sila po ang nagpa-prioritize ng mga programa based on the submission, of course, and consultation during the RDCs. It's also, for Mindanao po, maybe it's also nice to note that the budget for the Mindanao Island is increased to 2.7% or 22.1 billion. And this is on top, of course, of the 80 billion that we have provided under for BARM. And then there are some projects po na centrally managed, parang nasa OSEC pa po ng mga ahensya, and hindi pa po nila yun binababa. So I think this amount will still increase in the implementation stage of each department and agencies. But yes, I understand. I'm also from Mindanao. Pareho po tayo, so we'll take note of your recommendation, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next, to interpolate from the minority, the chair recognizes Deputy Minority Leader Franz Castro. May we request the technical staff to please check the microphones?
Thank you for the fruits.
All right. Session suspended.
Sound check. Audio check.
The briefing is hereby resumed. Deputy Minority Leader Castro, you may now proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Magandang ang lakas ng ano. Sabi ko kanina, Madam Chair, mukhang sinabotahe ako ni Kong Tony Pet. Ako na magtatanong. Anyway, magandang hapon po sa ating mga miyembro ng DBCC at sa ating mga colleagues at sa ating mga kababayan. So, Madam Chair, dahil hindi naman binanggit ng ating secretary, ng DBM, yung tungkol sa salary ng mga government employees. So just the same, tatanungin ko pa rin. So ano ba yung, wala bang maasahan o may maaasahan ba ang mga government employees na salary increase by 2024?
Under the 2023 General Appropriations Act po, we appropriated 48 million to be given to GCG for the procurement of consultancy service for the review study of our compensation and position classification system for the government sector. As of now, they are undergoing procurement, and they said they will be able to provide the results of the study by October, ma'am. And we think, assuming there's a recommendation of an increase of salary, I think kaya pa naman po before we pass the budget.
Okay. So nangangamba akong kakayanin kasi dapat makikita natin yan na allocation or allocation sa ating budget. So wala akong nakikitang ganyan, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, initially, for 2024, under the MPBF, we have provided 16.95 billion pesos to support the compensation adjustment that may be pursued starting next year.
Okay. So, medyo maliit ito, no, Madam Chair, yung 16.95 billion. Okay, anyway, sinabi niyo po merong study at sinabi niyo rin po yan, Madam Chair, noong last year na tinanong ko yan. 48 million for the study. Sino po ba yung contractor nito or magkakonduct ng study po?
Ma'am, yung magpo-procure po is GCG, pero yung magkakonduct po ng study, they're still undergoing procurement, bidding process as of now.
Bakit po 49 o 48 million?
Based on market survey, Madam Chair, when you procure a program or a project, it will cover NGA and GOCC's positions.
So before we have the Salary Standardization Law 5, nag-study rin, di ba, nung panahon na yon. Magkano po yung budget doon?
Dati? Still the same amount, Madam Chair, 48 million also.
Meron po ako, Madam Chair, na naobserbahan on the lump sum for compensation adjustment na 89,909,497 million under the BESF. So, iba po ba ito doon sa sinasabi niyong 16.95 billion?
1 minute, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I think the DBCC need some time.
Madam Chair, the proposed MPBF for 2024 is 137,749,429,000. The breakdown as follows po: 20 billion for performance-based bonus, almost 13 billion for funding requirements for the filling of civilian positions, legal defense fund of 200 million, for payment of other personal benefits, 7,193 million. For payment of contributions to Philippine Health Insurance Corporation, 1.461 billion. Funding requirements for staffing modifications and upgrading of salaries and other compensation adjustments, 93 billion. And reclassification of faculty positions of 100 million pesos. That's the breakdown of 135 billion pesos, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you for the information. Ang tanong ko po, Madam Chair, yung nakita nating lump sum for compensation adjustment, 89,909,497,000. And sinasabi nyo meron kayong 16.9 billion for additional compensation earlier. So yun yung tanong ko, Madam Chair. Itong 137, so ito naman nakikita natin dito, no? Pero ano po itong 89 billion?
Madam Chair, the increase will support personal services cost for the upgrading of faculty positions in state universities and colleges, as well as the creation of critical positions in other different agencies, such as non-teaching, support staff positions in Department of Education and SUCs, and medical and allied medical items for hospitals and other health facilities under the Department of Health. Further, the MPBF will support the funding requirements for the pursuit of organizational and staffing modifications in departments and agencies that will be covered by the implementation of National Government Right-Sizing Program that is primarily aimed at enhancing government's institutional capacity to improve public service delivery, strengthen performance of core functions, simplify systems and processes, and implement transformational reform initiatives. And the MPVF will also be used for PS budget that will be required by newly created offices and departments, such as the Department of Migrant Workers, National Commission of Senior Citizens, and National Authority for Child Care, among others.
So, malinaw po no, doon sa mga budget natin na sinabi dito, wala po dito talaga yung additional or increase ng salary aside from yung sinasabi nyo, 16.95 billion on additional compensation. So, paano natin ma-realize, Madam Chair, yung sinasabi natin, increasing the purchasing power, kahit nga government employees ay walang increase by 2024 aside from hindi naman sasapat itong 16 billion. So how will you reconcile that logic, Madam Chair?
Sec RC, you might wish to respond tungkol daw sa purchasing power.
Clearly, the inflation has reduced the purchasing power of salaries, but I think that, for example, the increase in the minimum wage that was approved for Metro Manila, for example, was able to restore the purchasing power of the peso of income. to the level that just match the rate of inflation. No? So, and I think that we should also, again, our view is that while it's useful to have another round of salary increases for government, we also have to look at the implications of that for the rest of the labor market, no, sa private sector, because that can put upward pressure also on wages in the private sector. And at this point, yan ang medyo tinetemper natin if because of the current state of the global economy.
So, Madam Chair, if I may cut you there, Mr. Secretary. So, sinasabi nyo na hindi mahalaga sa ngayon yung salary increase. Given na talagang yung ating mga government employees, ay even yung sinasabi nyo kanina mga private sector workers na 40 pesos, I think hindi natin pwedeng maipagmalaki yun dahil nasa NCR lang yun. What about the workers in the different regions? So, paano natin masasabi na mag-i-increase yung purchasing power na stagnant yung kanilang mga sweldo, Madam Chair?
Madam Chair, hindi naman natin sinasabi ho na hindi mag-increase yung mga employers sa mga ibang parts of the country. But ang sinasabi natin, meron naman tayong mga regional tripartite bodies doon that can determine the appropriate increases in those areas. So it's to them, up to them.
Ano ba yung region, Madam Chair, na sinasabi ng ating secretary na nagtaas ng salary ngayon? Anong region po yun?
Ano?
From NCR.
Madam Chair, what I'm saying is that they can start negotiating for their own adjustments. Ang sa atin lang sa economic team ho, where we are worried that if this inflation cannot be controlled, then that will stifle the rest of our efforts to recover lost ground, especially. Remember ho that the COVID, the pandemic, effectively made us lost 3 years of economic development. Kasi yung kaya na pinakita natin kaninang umaga, many of the sectors have not even recovered yet their pre-pandemic levels. So, worried tayo na yung habang ang dami pang underemployed doon, ang dami pang unemployed, pagkatapos maglalagay tayo ng mga other measures that might even so I'm okay with just to make my point.
So medyo mahaba yung inflation tsaka employment, Madam Chair. Even hindi rin naman ako sang-ayon na dahil bumaba yung inflation ay naramdaman na yan ng tao sa pamimili nila, no, sa mga basic goods and commodities and even yung mga utilities. At ngayon nagtataasan talaga, Secretary, no, kung titignan natin, even yung yung mga utilities, kuryente. But anyway, Madam Chair, gusto ko lang i-point out at isabihin natin sa ating administration, sa executive, na kailangan talaga ngayon ng government employees ng pagtaas ng sweldo. Lalong-lalo na yung mga private workers. At inaasahan natin na gagawin, sa madaling panahon ay meron na kayong recommendations. Dahil alam ko may mga naka-file na rin naman dito na bill for SSL6 just in case. So kailangan mapag-aralan natin yon at mabigyan natin ng priority rin, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, going to my next topic. Madam Chair, on the unprogrammed appropriations. So pansin natin sa NEP 2023, meron tayong 588,162 million. Pero noong GAA 2023, naging 807. So, ano pong nangyari dito, Madam Chair? Kasi yung mga usual na mga menu sa UA, ayan, makikita natin dyan, yung support sa foreign assisted projects, hanggang 10 yan. Doon tayo sa table, no? Doon sa... Pero bakit, ang tanong ko, bakit, Madam Chair, na dun sa unprogrammed appropriation ng 2023 as against doon sa GAA, ay dumami po yung mga listahan. Ayan, makikita niyo dyan, Madam Chair, na hanggang 61 yan. There are 51 na pinark na nilagay doon sa 2023 budget. Pwede bang ma-explain, Madam Chair, yung tungkol dyan sa pagpapark noong mga unprogrammed na mga items na nanggaling sa regular funding sana?
Honorable Castro, that was your last question. Jack Mina.
Madam Chair, our proposal in 2023 is much lower. The increase was reflected when the budget has been passed by the House and the Senate.
Madam Chair, follow up kasi hindi ko naintindihan yung sagot. Kasi there are 51 na mga park. So parang ginawa nating malaking parking lot yung mga unprogrammed appropriations. Nakaramihan naman doon, halimbawa, yung mga benefits, nilagay nyo doon. So napondohan na ba ito? Last na to, Madam Chair, last na. Halimbawa, itong number 60, miscellaneous personnel benefits, fund stopping modification, upgrading of salaries for civilian, pension and gratuity fund. Nilagay po ninyo yan sa park. Napondohan na po ba ito? So, yun na lang po, Madam Chair, yung tanong natin. Kasi mahalaga ito eh. Bakit pinapark natin itong mga benefits ng mga civilians and government employees?
Salamat, Honorable Castro.
Madam Chair, yung number 60 po, if you will notice, Madam Chair, sa NEP po, the proposal from NEP, wala po kaming nilagay na funding. Hindi po namin siya nilagyan, pero lumabas po siya nung nagkaroon po tayo ng General Appropriations Act. So, amendment po siya during the budget deliberations ng Congress.
O hindi ito napondohan, Madam Chair?
Wala pa po tayong pinapalabas sa unprogrammed appropriations for this year.
All right, thank you. Next to interpolate. From the majority, from the majority we have the Honorable Brother Eddie Villanueva.
Madam Chair, may I manifest for second round?
Okay, with the kind indulgence of the Honorable Villanueva, a very short manifestation by the Honorable Castro.
Second round lang siya.
Oh, sorry. All right, please proceed, Brother Eddie.
Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair. At bago po ako magbigay ng aking katanungan sa major agencies working under DBCC, ay nagpapasalamat po ako sa sistema dahil kahit paano, akala ko sa Lunes na ako masasalang. Ako just to deviate from rigid questioning and answering atmosphere, konting relax lang ng few seconds. Ako po nag-travel, gumising ng maaga from Bulacan, at alas 8 po, pinilit ko makarating dito dahil sabi ka alas 8 dito, I was informed na panlima ako sa magtatanong. Ngayon po ay mag-alas 4 na ng hapon. Pero it's alright ho. Wala pong, gusto ko lang hong pasayahin yung aking sarili at konting relax mood. At sabi po ng aking Chief of Staff, si Atty. Ray, ay nagpalitan ang minority and majority, which is also logical. Ang problema ko po kasi, hindi ko malaman kung okay majority or minority. Nung talakayin ng anti-terrorism bill, I voted in favor of my conviction, I voted no. Pero basta maganda ang panukalang batas at mga katulong sa bansa, I always support. Kaya pakala ko ako'y kasama sa independent-minded lawmakers. Pero mukhang naipit ako. Nagsali siya ng majority and minority. Kung okay panlima, naging pansampu ngayon sa magtatanong. Anyway po, with due apology to all. Una, maraming salamat po, Madam Chair Estela Kimbo, sa pagkakataong ito. This representation of SIBAC Party List has only two major concerns, and I will make it brief and fast. Madam Chair, hindi po ligid sa ating lahat ang dilubyo ng baha sa sinapit po ng aming probinsya sa nagdaang bagyong Egay at Falcon. Grabe po. Kung makikita po ninyo ang pictures sa pinaplas po sa ating screen right now, ay sana naramdaman po ninyo ang hinagpis ng mga Bulakenyo. Kahit po ngayon ay tirik na ang araw, libo-libong pamilya po sa Bulacan ang lubog sa baha. Madam Chair, ang sabihing ang mga Bulakenyo nalulungkot o nagagalit ay understatement po, Madam Chair. Panaghoy o nagpapalahaw, naggalit siguro ang pwede kong masabi para ilarawan ang naramdaman ng mga kapwa ko Bulakenyo. May tuturing na sumpa po ang baha sa lalawigan ng Bulacan, Madam Chair. Hadlang po ito sa pag-asenso ng buhay doon sa amin. Alam po niyo ang feeling na ayaw mo nang magpagawa ng bahay dahil alam mo naman pagdating ng baha ay lulubog din naman. O di kaya kung bibili ka ng sakyan ay kailangan mong iparada sa basketball court ng inyong barangay at maglakad pauwi sa bahay niyo para siguraduhin paggising mo sa umaga hindi ito lulubog sa baha. Madam Chair, inihingi ko po ng pamanhin kung dinadala ko na po agad sa agenda ang issue ng pagbaha sa ating bansa, lalo na sa mga aking minamahal na lalawigan. Alam ko pong hindi pa DPWH or DNR or CI or NIA budget ang nakasala ngayon, pero gusto ko pong sabihin na hindi ko na po hintayin ng discussion ng DPWH or DNR o NIA budget para ilatag po ang napakalaking problema po sa labis na pagbaha. Sabi nga ni Senator Amy Marcos ng isang araw sa isang interview, walang sumasabog na dam, pero horrible ang baha sa Central Luzon, Metro Manila, Cavite, lalo na po sa lalawigan ng Bulacan na hanggang ngayon ang ilang bayan ay nakalubog pa, samantalang tirik na ang araw. Nakagagalit po kasi, Madam Chair, ang palalang problema ng pagbaha. At sinasabi ko, Madam Chair, na this time, hindi ko po kayang pumayag na i-approve na lang ang bilyong-bilyong budget na inilalaan natin sa Flood Control Management Program. Kailangan po nating magparamdam ng pangil, ng accountability. Hindi po pwedeng business as usual lang. Madam Chair, na-review po namin ang budget natin for flood management control at gusto ko po ipaalala ngayon sa taong 2023, meron po tayong binigay na total na 280.4 billion pesos para sa flood control projects sa DPWH alone, Madam Chair. Hindi pa po kasama dyan yung nasa DENR, NAIA, MMDA, etc. I hope nakikita po natin to sa screen. For 2024, ang total proposed budget para sa problema ng baha ay 265.4 billion pesos. Again, sa TPW lang po ito. Wala pang ibang ahensya. Makikita po natin sa graph. Tingnan po ninyo, 2023, ang flood management program, 182.9 billion. Yung convergence program, SIPAG flood mitigation, 68.4 billion. Yung BIP or Basic Infrastructure Program, flood mitigation structures, 26.4 billion. At yung pong foreign assisted projects, 2.7 billion. Total, 280.4 billion. At para po sa 2024, ang nakalatag na programas para sa budget, 215.6 billion sa flood management control, convergence program, SIPAG flood program, 22.9 billion sa BIP program, flood mitigation structures, 11 billion sa foreign assisted projects, 15.95 billion total, 265.4 billion. Gusto ko pong bigyan din ito sa pag-aaral po namin, konting pag-aaral. Yung daily budget sa 5 days a week, 260 days a year, around 1 billion pesos a year ang funding against flood. Ito po yung binibigyan din ko po lalo na sa mga responsible personalities na bumubuo ng Development Budget Coordinating Council. Gusto ko pong tanungin ang Development Budget Coordinating Council dahil kayo naman po ang nag-approve ng budget ng mga ahensya. Meron po ba kayong nagawang assessment o review kung effective o nakapag-deliver ba ng desired results ang nailagay nating budget dito sa flood control? Naalala ko po, sa pagsilip sa ating tinatawag na 2024 National Expenditure Program or NEP, almost the same kinds of projects and popunduhan for next year. Puro flood control structures, Madam Chair, along rivers, slope protection, embedment, river wall, etc. Madam Chair, these are the kinds of projects na pinopondohan natin in the previous years. Pero palala pa rin ang pagbaha sa ating bansa. Gusto ko sanang malaman kung effective ang ganitong approach. Ito ba ang solusyon sa problema natin sa pagbaka? Makailan lang binisita ni President Bongbong Marcos Jr. ang Bulacan at ang Pampanga. At naalala ko nung Lunes ay sinabi ni President Bongbong sa mga opisyal ng lalawigan ng Bulacan at Pampanga sa kanilang meeting na lumutang na solusyon ay dredging or desilting ng mga ilog o pagsasagawan ng mga water impounding structures among others. Hindi masyadong na-emphasize doon ang pagpapagawa ng mga flood control structures na nasa proposed budget natin for 2024. Naalala ko po doon, Madam Chairman, meron nga dike sa ilog pero umaapo naman ang tubig.
Sir?
Yes, kanina po ay nagtisa kong maupo. Lahat na nagsasalita, puro time expired. Ang tagal. Tatapusin ko lang po ito, 2 tanong lang naman po eh.
Sige po.
Kasi gusto kong malaman ng mga taga-Bulacan at buong taga-Central Luzon. Hindi po tayo dekorasyon lang sa August body ng Kongreso. Katulad ng marami sa inyo, I believe you have innate goodness in your heart, in your conscience. 1 billion a day ang ginagawang ang funding ng Kongreso against flood control. Bakit nagkaganito ang ating bansa? Kaya po ang tanong ko, dito po meron po bang integrated approach? Itong unang tanong ko po sa 4 na major departments, Department of Finance, Department of Budget and Management, Bangko Sentral, at saka yung isa pa, NEDA. Meron po bang integrated budgeting ng flood controls para po hindi nasasayang yung pera na 1 billion a day? Tapos ang daming naapektuhan. Kaya nga po, yun lang ang aking pakiusap. Alang-alang sa milyon-milyon po nating kababayan na taon-taon ay nalulubog sa baha, lalo na sa aking lalawigan sa Bulacan, bigyan po nawa natin ng special pagsilip ng mga flood control budgets during this budget season. Ito po ang reason kung bakit ito po nilalatag ko sa unang araw pa lang ng ating budget hearings.
Your Honor.
Para maipakita po natin ang ating mga kababayan na seryoso ang Kongreso sa biglang solusyon ang problema natin kanina. Madam Chair, kanina po, ang dami-daming nag-interpellate. Reviewin natin sa video. Puro time expired. Mula umaga kanina nakaupo ko rito hanggang ngayon. Konti pa lang ako nasasabi ko, di ba? Pipigilin ako. Magtatapos na po ako. Pero ito lang po gusto kong sabihin. Ang sa akin lang po, naniniwala pa rin ako na bawat miyembro ng this honorable august body ng Kongreso, meron po tayong innate goodness. Napakahirap po ang tamaan ng horrible flood problems. Maaring sa atin, hindi natin naramdaman dahil maganda ang buhay natin. Pero yung mga ordinaryong tao sa Central Luzon. Kaya po, huling sasabihin ko po, yung sinabi ng famous statement ng statesman Edmund Burke. For what is necessary for evil to triumph is for good men to do nothing. Ito po ay nakalagay sa James 4:17. God said, if you know the good things to do and you don't do,
and we request Secretary
you sin.
Mina to
God bless you
please
po,
respond
and may God
to the
bless
series
the
of
Philippines.
questions. Thank you, sir.
Madam Chair, naintindihan po namin kung saan po nanggagaling ang ating mahal na congressman because we all saw that during nung nagkaroon po ng bagyong Egay. Even, I think yung NLEX po, parang first time po yata natin nakitang nanabaha. To respond po, sinabi na rin po ng ating mahal na kongresista, Madam Chair, that we have provided budget, in fact, for flood control projects, which is 255 billion all in all under the NEP, under DPWH budget, MMDA, and there are also foreign assisted projects po. Maybe sa implementasyon po or maybe prioritization again of our flood control projects, we can relay the same to the Secretary of Department of Public Works and Highways dahil Madam Chair, sila po yung bulk po ng pondo for flood control at nasa mandato po ng DPWH yun. We will relay the concern po of other good congressmen po on the matter, Madam Chair.
Salamat, Secretary. Before we proceed, I would just like to inform the House members that the listing for interpolation is done by majority, minority, and independent members. So in other words, kung tayo po ay nakalista as number 5 na majority, ibig sabihin nun, more or less pang-10 or pang-11 ka na mag-i-interpolate dahil maliwanag din po sa ating rules of procedure dito sa House na alternating po ang majority at minority. Napakarami na po ang lumalapit po sa amin ni Kong Tony Pet at nakikiusap kung pwede po sila mauna dahil merong flight. Napakarami na pong nag-attempt. Wala po kaming pinagbigyan kahit na isa. Wala po. Dahil that is the only way po for us na makatapos on time. That is the only way na matatapos po natin ang budget approval within the 5-week deadline na binigay po sa atin ni Speaker. So we just beg for your understanding po and your indulgence. So yun lang po. And so far naman po, everybody has been very supportive. So thank you very much po. And so we will proceed to our next interpolator from
Just
the
for a
minority.
few seconds, Madam Chair, may I be recognized to say something? Just for a few seconds. Because this is the first time I experienced that several interpolators extended their questioning and yet they were not stopped. I was the only one who was stopped. And my interpellation is in the form of reminder na milyong-milyon tao nagsasuffer sa baha. Bakit kinakailangan, ang sa akin lang po, maging fair lang po tayo. Dahil kanina pa ako, kanina umaga hanggang ngayon nakikita niya puro expired ang time. Pero walang kinokorek. Ako sandali lang ko Kaya yun lang ang gusto kong sabihin, maging fair lang po tayo. Ay, wala akong personal na sa sino man. Pakiusap ko lang. Ang Kongreso ay dapat maging Kongreso ng bansa, Kongreso ng bayan.
Yes,
Kaya,
and again with due respect,
salamat po.
I had...
God bless you and God bless the Congress of the Philippines.
Kahit
and God
po
bless
si
the Philippines.
Manong Edsel Lagman ay sinabihan ko, hiyang-hiya po ako kanina, pero napagsabihan ko po 3 beses po yata. Tama po ba, Manong Edsel? Pasensya na po, Manong Edsel, pero hindi lang kay Manong Edsel, pero sa ilan na rin po nating kasamahan, pati kay Rep. Manuel. So again, hinihingi po ko po ang inyong kapatawaran. But anyway po, let us now proceed. So, the next to interpolate, from the minority, we have the Honorable Arlene Brosas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, ngayon pa lang magpapalista na ako for second round. Baka hindi ko masabi mamaya. For my questions, marami-rami po. Diretso na po, sa President's budget message that was presented, yung 2024 Build Better More program will receive a total of 1.418 trillion. Sa kanina po, nasabi na 2.86% of the infrastructure budget will go to public school buildings. Ayan po, Pero magkano naman yung para sa public hospitals and health center natin, Madam Chair?
Madam Chair, if I may po. Under the Build Better More program, for social infrastructure, there's an item po for hospitals and health centers. Ang total proposed budget po for 2024 is 15.31 billion pesos po.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, isn't this gravely alarming? Ano po, kasi kanina sabi natin 2.86% infra budget will go to public school. Samantala ito, yung 15.3 billion na in-identify is 1.08% sa public hospitals and health centers. Ang lion's share of the infrastructure budget goes to DPWH at 822.2 billion for roads and bridges. Is this correct, Madam Chair?
Yes, Madam Chair, under the Build Better More program, of the total budget po, ang share po ng proposed budget ng road, for example po, for road networks is 32%, for flood control is 17%, for railway system is 10%. Yun po.
And this includes the allocation of 148.1 billion for road construction and road widening. Is this correct? And as much as 115.6 billion for road maintenance alone. Is this correct, Madam Chair?
Yes, Madam Chair, for the total aggregate budget for road networks is 463.25 billion pesos, Madam Chair.
Tinatanong ko to, Madam Chair, dahil sa panahon na nananawagan pa rin yung mga tao ng tulong dahil sa mataas na presyo ng bilihin at kawalan ng trabaho, 4 na beses pang mas malaki ang buong pondo para sa daan at tulay kesa sa buong pondo ng 204.6 billion para sa pension, 4Ps, ayuda, at iba pang programa para sa social protection sa ilalim ng DSWD at DOLE. Ngayon, the Marcos administration proposes to spend 1.4 trillion on infrastructure yet again, and only 204.6 billion goes to social protection in the 2024 budget. So this just goes to show, Madam Chair, that social protection is not a priority of the Marcos Jr. administration.
Madam Chair, if I may po, in our proposed 2024 budget po, ang total funding po natin in aggregate po para po sa major social programs po natin ay aabot po ng 598.7 billion pesos. Ang pinakamalaki po dito ay yung ating Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino program under DSWD with 112.8 billion. Meron din po tayo sa National Health Insurance Program na 101.5 billion. Kasama din po dito ang Free Tertiary Education na 51.1 billion. Ang social pension po for indigent senior citizens with 49.8 billion. Education assistance and subsidies po under DepEd, CHED, and TESDA with 41 billion. Medical assistance program or MAI po under DOH with 22 billion. Public emergency health allowances for health workers po with 20 billion. Financial assistance under DSWD or protective services, 20 billion po. Livelihood, at meron din po tayong mga programa on livelihood po na 16.4 billion pesos. Sa ating pong 2024 budget, kasama din po dyan ang other social programs under DepEd, ang school-based feeding program with 11.7 billion. Supplementary feeding program under DSWD na 4.1 billion. Meron din po tayong Sustainable Livelihood Program under DSWD na 5.6 billion pesos. Among others po, marami din po ang nai-provide po natin sa pondo natin para po sa ating mga major social programs.
Again, Madam Chair, no, the Secretary is saying 598 billion. What is that to the 1 trillion na pondo para sa infrastruktura? Halos kalahati pa rin, ano, Madam Chair. Kaya sinasabi natin na kung magpa-prioritize, well, i-even out naman natin o sana kahit papano mataas talaga yung ating para sa social protection programs. Madam Chair, on to my next question. Para saan ba yung 1 trillion na pondo para sa infra? The President's budget message reports that the NEDA board has approved a total of 194 infrastructure flagship projects, 123 of which were initiated during Marcos administration. Tama po ba? How is the Marcos Jr. administration going to fund this program for 2024? Maaari po pang sagutin ang tanong na yon.
Madam Chair, kung pwede po, ibigay ko po kay Secretary R.C. Balisacan.
Madam Chair, tama yun. The Marcos administration has 194 infrastructure projects deemed as flagship and priority for implementation. And over 100 of those are new projects identified during by this administration. And please note, Madam Chair, that this infrastructure has, our deficits in infrastructure has been well recognized as a major constraint for investors in the Philippines, by foreign investors as well as our local investors. No? And please recall that we emphasized, we stressed in our presentation this morning that for us to create quality jobs, we need investment by both domestic and foreign. But for those investments to come, we have to address those constraints to investment that have been long identified many times over in the past. And on top of this is the very pathetic state of our infrastructure compared to our neighbors. Because investors can go to Vietnam, can go to Indonesia, can go to Thailand, where the infrastructure is very much better than what we have now. So we're looking at the long term, Madam Chair, not just on the current issues, but we are setting the ground for the long-term development of this country.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I was asking for the enumeration of sources of funds for these 194 infra projects. So can you please, Madam Chair, can the good Secretary answer me with that, with the enumeration of the sources of funds?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in terms of cost, of these 194 projects, about 56% of the total cost will be funded by ODA. And about 10%, or roughly about 850 billion pesos, would be funded by government appropriations. Public-private partnership will fund another 30%, or that's roughly 2.5 trillion pesos. That's the funding by the private sector, jointly with government. And the rest, Madam Chair, is a combination of ODA, PPP, and GAA.
So, Madam Chair, ibig sabihin, ODA mostly, tama po ba? And combination of ODA yung magpopondo, Madam Chair?
This part, more than 50% is ODA, Official Development Assistance. They are the likes of ADB, World Bank, JICA, and Japan International Cooperation Agency, the Korea Development Agency, among others.
So, Madam Chair, ibig sabihin, I have this data kasi na 82 out of the 194 projects, or 42%, tama po ba, will be funded through ODA?
Yes, tama ho. Yung sinayad ko kanina ho, these are reckoned in terms of cost, but in terms of the number of projects, yes, tama, that ODA will fund about 82 of these 194 projects. And PPP will fund 37 of these 194 projects.
Madam Chair, kung 42% ay popondohan ng utang, Madam Chair, is this why the Marcos administration is planning to incur an additional 3 trillion debt in 2024, ballooning the total outstanding debt to 15.8 trillion by year-end of 2024? Kaya uutang tayo?
Madam Chair, the intention here in getting these projects is to expand the size of our economic pie. So that even as we incur debt, that debt is in our framework that we presented this morning, is going to fall in relation to the size of the economy. And so what we are saying is for us to grow the economy, for us to create more jobs, for us to improve the well-being of any ordinary Filipino, we need to create get those infrastructure that has been long pointed out by any potential investor looking at the country as the constraint to growth.
Ako lang, Madam Chair, no? Using the projected 114.1 million Philippine population by 2024, the debt capita per capita would be around 138,764. Sa susunod na taon, Madam Chair, may tumataginting na 138,764 na utang ang bawat Pilipino sa ilalim ng panukalang budget na ito. Ano pa man po ang sabihin ng ating secretary, no? Lumaki na ito ng nasa 26,000 o 23% simula nang umupo ang ating Pangulo sa pwesto. Saan ba tayo papunta, no? Parang wala naman ng bagong Pilipinas, Madam Chair. Parang budol Pilipinas ito, Madam Chair. Bagong utang ang meron tayo sa panukalang budget, Madam Chair. Anyway, Madam Chair, last question na lang, Madam Chair. I have only 5 minutes baka hindi na ako makaano. This is about the food threshold at mahalaga po itong masagot ng ating secretary.
And keep it short and that would be your last question.
Yes, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, about the food threshold, the Philippine Statistics Authority said the food threshold for a family of 5 in 2021 was 8,379, indicating that the government will classify you as food poor if you spend more than 18.62 pesos per meal. Now, can we have the PSA most recent data on the food threshold, Madam Chair?
We can provide the data, Madam Chair, because that food threshold varies across the regions of the country because the standard of living and cost of goods and services vary across the country. But we can provide the number, Madam Chair, to the Honorable.
Madam Chair, wala pong ready na kasi as of last, ang sinasabi natin, 18 pesos ang food threshold So, Madam Chair, may I get kung ano ang...
We have the annual food threshold for a family of 5 that we are using, Madam Chair. The average for the Philippines is in 2020, from January 2022, let's say 2022, is 106,782. Madam Chair, I just wanted to, again, I pointed out this last year here in this August body that...
So that was last year, Madam Chair?
This last year. But what I wanted to find out is that this these thresholds are meant to measure poverty over time, so that and not as a means to guide what is an appropriate amount needed for well-being or for setting of wages. That's not the purpose of setting these thresholds. It's really to come to measure in a consistent way over time the level of poverty we have, so that we will know if our interventions are working or not. And so it's not quite proper to use it as a basis for, say, wage negotiation.
Right. Salamat, Secretary.
Madam Chair, last na lang siguro. Kasi kilala naman natin, alam naman natin halimbawa, yung isang cup ng kanin, kapag ang isang manggagawa ay bibili, 12 pesos yan to 15 pesos. Yun yung ano. Kung 18 pesos na sinasabi natin, paano na yung ulam niya? So parang napaka-unrealistic po nito, no? Kung kahit po saang pagkakataon, kung 18 pesos yung ilalagay natin, Madam Chair. Maraming salamat, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. And for the second round.
Salamat. Next to interpolate from the majority, the Chair recognizes the Honorable Bambi Amano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And upfront, Madam Chair, mayong hapon. Was elated when I saw this one-page budget briefer, which makes and puts education as one of the priority sectors for this coming year, 2024. And was able to approach the good secretary during the lunch break and was able to ask her, Madam Chair, of the queries that I had made. And one very minuscule problem that the province of Misamis Oriental was encountering under USTP and under the education package for the priority sector. And she was kind enough to answer it, Madam Chair, and to commit to hopefully be able to solve the challenges that USTP Claveria is facing as of the moment. And I promised her, Madam Chair, that I will not anymore ask questions. And I will be true to my word, Madam Chair, not anymore ask questions to her. And hopefully, the gentle lady will also be true enough to fulfill the commitment that he has given to the province of Misamis Oriental. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Secretary.
All right. Salamat, Honorable Amano. Next to interpolate from the minority, we have the Honorable J.C. Abalos.
Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair, and to our guests from the DBCC family, good afternoon po sa inyo. Unang-una, gusto ko po pasalamatan ang ating Secretary ng DBM dahil nakita ko po na ang proposed budget natin para sa 4-piece program ay nag-increase ng 10 billion pesos compared to the 2023 GAA. This is more than a 10% increase. Ngayon, para po sa kaalaman ng ating mga kababayang mahihirap o nais maging parte ng 4-piece program, ang tanong ko po, paano po mapapakinabang ng 4-piece beneficiary o ng mahirap ang karagdagang 10 bilyong pondo po? Maraming salamat po.
Madam Chair, I'll just get the breakdown of the total budget of 4-piece. Yung total budget po natin sa 4-piece for 2024 is, tama po kayo, 112.8 billion pesos. Ito po ay may breakdown at ibibigay po siya sa 4.4 million household beneficiaries po for 2024. 38.4 billion po ay gagamitin para sa mga health grants. 33.2 billion po ay gagamitin for education allowances. And 31.1 billion po ay gagamitin po para sa mga rice subsidies. Madam.
Madam Chair, I would like to ask, so this increase in the budget is not necessarily an increase in the amount of services and the amount of beneficiaries under the program?
Madam Chair, the 4.4 million household beneficiaries po is the same as for previous year. But I know po that our good secretary is working on the listahanan. Nililinis po nila yung listahan ng ating mga beneficiaries. Now, yung sa education po, ang binigay po nila dito na numero, ito po ay galing sa DSWD, yung provision po for educational assistance is between 300 to 700 pesos a month. For health po, 750 pesos a month, as well as rice subsidy po of 600 pesos a month. I guess po ang DSWD po ay naglalabas po ng regulations sa paglalabas po ng grants for 4Ps.
Madam Chair, I would like to thank the NEDA for somewhat increasing our proposed budget for the 4Ps program. For my next question po to our good secretary, sa ngayon po kasi sa Kongreso, sa aming komite, sa Committee on Poverty Alleviation, we are currently working on an amendment to the 4Ps law wherein we will increase the cash grants for 4Ps beneficiaries. For children in daycare and elementary, from 300 gagawing 500. Sa junior high, from 500 gagawing 700. Senior high, 700 to 900. Health and nutrition grant, 750 to 1,800 pesos. This is because, alam naman po nating lahat, grabe yung tama ng inflation, sunod-sunod ang mga tumama sa ating peligro tulad ng pandemya at bagyo. Gusto ko lang po malaman, susuportahan po ba ng ating mga agency ang panukalang i-increase ang mga cash grants na natatanggap ng ating mga poorest of the poor?
Of course, kinakailangan that when inflation has eroded the purchasing power of the grant, then useless, the benefits that you will get from the program will be diminished. No? So kinakailangan i-maintain yung purchasing power ng grant. And I might suggest that if you intend to amend that particularly, that you provide there say, adjusted every 5 years or every 3 years automatically by the rate of inflation, so that you don't have to amend it, change it. I think even with the current amount, if you adjust it for inflation, that would be a significant improvement already.
Madam Chair, napansin ko rin po, meron po tayong proposed budget para sa food stamp program ng DSWD. And sinusuportahan po namin ito at ng maraming mambabatas dahil para po ito sa mga pamilyang hindi umaabot sa ating food threshold. Nakalagay po dito, meron pong 1.89 billion pesos. Sa pagkakaalam ko po, kaka-launch lamang po ng program na ito, and this was made possible because of donations from the ADB, if I am not mistaken. Ngayon, hindi ko po alam kung ilan ang current number of beneficiaries natin. Ang alam ko lang, 300,000 ang target by the first quarter of 2024. My question is, ano ho ang basehan ng 1.89 billion pagdating po sa implementation ng ating food stamp program?
Sa listahanan din, no?
Madam Chair, let me respond. I think that the current list is based on a survey done a couple of years ago. But there is a program or plan to update the list by undertaking this CBMS, community-based monitoring system, so that we can identify properly all the potential beneficiaries, no? As well as those households that suffer other dimensions of poverty. Kasi hindi lang naman yung income poverty ang source ng deprivation, kundi marami pang iba. Some are handicapped, some are, so gusto nating magkaroon ng community-based monitoring system para all these different deprivations like communities without electricity, without sanitation, sewerage system, ganun, can be identified so that, and then we can properly prioritize our budget to those areas na deprived sa mga ganong dimensions of poverty.
Madam Chair, yung breakdown po ng 1.890 billion, it is primarily intended to cover assistance to targeted 50,000 food poor households po. Ang 50,000, yes. Ang rate po per household, ito po ay base sa binigay ng DSWD, is 3,000 pesos per month. Yun po yung amount ng assistance nila. So, yung subsidies, target, multiplied by the rate, multiplied by 12 months, it's 1.8 billion pesos. Yung 90 million po, yun po yung admin cost na hiningi po ng DSWD. Kaya po naging 1.890 billion pesos. Pero tama po si Secretary R.C. Balisacan, as of now, they're undergoing po yung pilot and then eventually po dun sa listahanan, aayusin po nila yung listahan ng mga beneficiaries.
Maraming salamat po. For my next question, Madam Chair, this is about right sizing. Gusto ko po malaman, mula po sa ating NEDA, may we know the differences between the mandate and function of the DBM Undersecretary for Functional Group Head of the Communications, Advocacy, and Stakeholder Relations Group and the USEC as supervising senior official of the Internal Audit Service and Media Affairs and Community Relations Office.
Madam Chair, if I may po, yung napakarami pong, apart from the pagpe-prepare po ng budget ng national government, napakalaking portion po for my end po ang management part ng ating budget. So, and napakalaki din po ang halaga na maintindihan po ng ating mga kababayan kung paano po ginagawa ang budget, kung paano po siya pinaplano, kung paano po ang tamang pag-procure, kung paano po ang tamang pag-implement ng mga project para po makita ng ating mga kababayan kung saan po napupunta ang kanilang taxes po. So kaya po nagkaroon po tayo ng unit para po malaman po ng ating mga kababayan. You know, in this, iba na po kasi ang mundo natin ngayon. No? Importante po na ma-explain natin ang bawat, ang mga nangyayari po at ang mga issues unlike before because of the growing social media and engagement po and sa network po. So, yun po yun. Apart from that po, ang DBM din po ay naatasang may mga priority advocacy programs din po tayo na kailangan po nating i-engage ang national government at ating mga kababayan. Yan po, una po dyan yung digitalization po natin. Meron din po tayong PHOGP, na meron din po tayong executive order dyan. Yung sa digital payments, meron din po tayong executive order dyan. At meron din po tayong mga ginagawang mga training programs on PFM, Public Financial Management, para po lahat ng ginagawa natin sa national government in terms of public financial management, maibaba po natin sa ating mga LGUs. Yun po.
Madam Chair, I would like to manifest na on my end, medyo nako-confuse lang po ako dahil parang may dalawa po tayong USEC na may kinalaman po sa communications, advocacy, and stakeholder relations, tapos may isa naman po for media affairs and community relations. But anyway po, moving on po to my interpellation po for the...
If I may po,
Yes.
yung acts po kasi kasama po sa trabaho nila yung technical at saka yung publications at saka training po na ginagawa natin mula sa national government hanggang sa LGUs po. Yung isa po, yun po yung sa ating media communications po.
For my next question po, Madam Chair. Okay, this is about the internal revenue allotment for our municipalities, and particularly, this is applicable po siguro, lalo na po sa mga municipality natin sa Mindanao. Ngayon po, sa papagkaalam ko po, no, may mga municipality po tayo sa Mindanao na may mga barangay po na bahagi ng BARM, pero hindi po bahagi ng kalakhang probinsya. So, ano po yung epekto nito sa ating municipality kapag nalipat ang barangay sa BARM? In effect, parang nababawasan po yung territory, yung land size, yung population, and probably yung income dahil nga may mga nalilipat po tayong mga barangay. My question is the budget of the municipality retained or is it reduced?
Madam Chair, yung sa NTA po, as previously mentioned po, meron po tong formula based on the local government code. And we stick by that. Yung mga areas, yung mga barangay po na nasakop naman ng BARM, it will be on top po because the BARM budget will cater for those na under ng BARM. So pwede po natin siya tingnan na yung mga barangay na bumoto sa BARM, meron po silang karagdagang pondo para sa kanilang mga programa.
Madam Chair, I am just raising this concern para lang maiwasan natin na nagdodoble-doble yung ina-allocate nating pondo. Mag-allocate tayo para sa municipality or the province as the case may be, and then mag-allocate ulit tayo sa BARM kung saan may nalilipat po for certain municipalities. Ngayon, for my final question po, I would like to ask regarding the Local Government Support Fund financial assistance to LGUs. Kamusta po ang ating disbursement and utilization rate? Kasi alam naman po natin, maraming LGU ay maraming concerns po pagdating po sa LGSF. Gusto po namin malaman kung ano yung mga measures na ginagawa ng DBM para ma-utilize effectively ang mga fund na ito upang magkaroon ng positive social and economic impact sa ating community. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Honorable Abalos. That is your last question.
Madam Chair, kung pwede lang po i-clarify, yung buong LGSF po ba or yung financial assistance lang po?
Financial assistance po.
Madam Chair, can we provide the data po? Hinahanap lang po. If we can submit to the committee within the day po.
Right, thank you. So we now proceed to Deputy Majority Leader Marlene Primicias Agabas for her manifestation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Madam Chair, I don't have questions with our guests. I just would like to speak for the concerns of my district. It may seem parochial, but please do understand, I'm here for the people of my district. I always tell them na ako ang boses ninyo sa Kongreso, so yung mga concerns natin, Madam Chair, I'll take this opportunity. And kanina po, narinig ko nagpipresent si Secretary, Ma'am Amina. I can feel the sincerity in her heart na yung budget natin will really reflect the needs and priorities of our country. And we join you with that, Ma'am. So nakita ko, sabi ko, baka pwede kong lapitan. And nagpapasalamat po ako sa oras ninyo kanina kasi one of our concerns, sometime July 4, the Luciano Milian Memorial School of Arts and Trade at TESDA School was gutted by fire and it was totally destroyed. And our worry is that TESDA has no capital outlay to help us. So I approach you, Ma'am, and ngayon pa lang po, nagpapasalamat na po kami kung for whatever na kaya po ninyong maitulong sa amin with that concern. Madam Chair, I am a representative from the 6th District of Pangasinan. Sa buong Region 1 po, as per consultation with our regional director, the biggest producer of palay, rice sa Pangasinan and in Region 1 ay ang distrito po namin. Unfortunately, ang inaasahan lang po namin sa DA ay ang farm to market road. Wala po kaming share sa coconut levy kasi wala naman po kaming tanim na coconut. Sa fisheries naman po, wala naman po kaming dagat. Sa excise tax, meron naman po kaming 2 bayan na nagtatanim ng tabako, pero meager po. I'm sorry. Kaunti lang po ang share. Unfortunately, last SNEP, medyo konti lang po ang naging farm to market road namin. Ngayon po, may 4 din po kaming farm to market road. But our district is consists of 10 municipalities. So, hindi ko po alam kung kailan po namin matatapos ang mga farm to market road ng aming distrito. Sa irrigation naman po, ang pondo po natin is 17, sa farm to market road, we have 17.270 billion. And fortunate enough, ito pong taon na to, ang sabi po ng staff ko, may 4 na farm to market road po kami. Kasi dati-rati 3 lang po, nadagdagan po kami ng isa. Sa irrigation naman po, sa presentation kanina, may 31.1 billion. Ang distrito ko po ay host ng San Roque Dam. Napapaikutan po kami ng bundok. Ang boundary po namin, boundary ng Benguet, boundary ng Nueva Vizcaya, Nueva Ecija at Tarlac. Nandun po ang Agno River. Unfortunately, lahat ho ng promises ng San Roque Dam, nagawa na po, pero yung irrigation component po niya, until now, hindi pa po tapos. So may tubig po sa amin, pero hindi ho completely napupunta po yung irrigation component na promise sa amin kung bakit pumayag po kami na itayo ang San Roque Dam. So, last year, I was informed na more or less, kung hindi po ako namamali, we only have a share of 60 million in the irrigation fund. And this year, hindi ko pa po alam kung magkano ang pondo dahil hindi pa po namin nakakausap ang NIA. So ang sa akin lang po, ako po ay umaapila sa committee po ng appropriation, Madam Chair, at sa inyo pong lahat. Konting pagtingin. Diyan lang po. Maraming salamat. Madam Chair, thank you very much. I reserve my right to ask more questions regarding the concerns of my district at the proper time. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you wish to respond, Sec?
Madam Chair, yes po, tama po, nakausap ko po ang ating butihing kongresista sa 6th District ng Pangasinan. Yes ma'am, kung if possible po, yung NIA po kasi, yung budget niya, medyo ano po kasi siya, parang in aggregate po yung amount niya. So siguro po, if you can, it's parang lump po siya in different programs po. So siguro po, maybe if you can write us para po mabigay po namin sa NIA at ma-prioritize po yung inyong lugar po para sa kanilang mga proyekto. Ganon din po sa farm-to-market roads under Department of Agriculture po.
Maraming salamat po ma'am sa inyo pong lahat sa DBCC. Alam ko po ang sakripisyo nyo para sa bayan. Sa ngalan po ng ika-6 na distrito ng Pangasinan, maraming salamat po sa inyo. Mabuhay po kayo.
Next to interpolate from the minority, we have the Senior Deputy Minority Leader, the Honorable Paul Daza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to everyone. I apologize if I repeat similar questions from earlier. I had to go to another meeting. But it's so nice to see all of you here today. First of all, may I ask, I've always been curious. Every year, when I looked at the reports for the last few years, essentially every year, our unutilized appropriations has averaged, the last time I checked, 200 to 300 billion a year. I don't know what that will be year end. When the DBCC does its forecast and you do your macroeconomic parameters, do you incorporate in your forecast, because as we know, government spending is supposed to have so much percentage in creating GDP and all that. But the perennial underspending or underutilization, I'm curious, anyone, how do you factor that in when DBCC deliberates and actually sets the budget for the following year?
Sec Mina or Sec Ben?
Okay. As you know, the government agency cannot spend more than what you give them, what is appropriated, right? And on the other hand, the collecting agencies, we collect our revenues. So if we meet our target and some of the agencies cannot deliver on what they promised to deliver, naturally there will be some unutilized funds, okay? That's how it is.
Well, thank you for that. So, as you know, Secretary, you were DBM Secretary. In fact, when you were Secretary, back then I remember unutilized appropriations every year is about 200-300 billion a year. So all I'm asking is, how do you include that in your forecast? Is that already assumed? Meaning it's really not appropriations that you're actually funding for the year.
Madam Chair, kung naintindihan ko lang po yung question ni Congressman Paul Daza, Madam Chair. Sabi niyo po, meron tayong mga unutilized amount of 200 to 200 billion pesos. Pero you have to take note yung budget po, it's available for 2 years po. So magagamit pa po nila yan. Unless talaga, at the end of the second year, for example po, yung 2022-2023, hindi na po nila magamit, yun po, it will revert back to the Treasury. So, kaya po, isa sa mga reasons when we deliberate po yung budget levels ng mga agencies, we check po their absorptive capacity and kung shovel-ready po yung mga projects nila. Yun po yun.
Okay, thank you for that. So the 2024 proposed budget is cash-based now, as written.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Allow me to thank also the leadership in the House and all of you. In the past, we had concerns about FLRs. This year, we had no for later release or whatever nomenclature we want to use. Is that the intention also for 2024?
Yes, Madam Chair. Wala pong FLR.
Okay, thank you for that, because I personally think that's illegal. Whatever's appropriated should be released. It should not be impounded. There shouldn't be any colatilia, because you set the overall parameters. We appropriate what's supposed to be spent. So I'm grateful that you're assuring us there will not be any FLRs or any nomenclature similar to that. So thank you. I read the BSP report. I'm so curious. BSP makes so much money every year, and that's why they can pay the officials quite a bit of money. I think last year they made 132 billion pesos. Could somebody tell me, is it from the reserves? How do they make so much money?
Madam Chair, we have the gross international reserves, and we invest them. Most of it we invest abroad, and then and so we generate income from it. But if we generate income, there are also instances that we have a reduced income because of financial conditions abroad. And some of the assets that we have, we also recognize in terms of the value at the end of a period. We also recognize if there are book losses, because we always value our assets at the end of the period.
And normally, ma'am, are the investments debt or equity or combination thereof?
It's usually equity, triple A. We have guidance on what type of instruments that we can invest in.
And these reserves are basically the required ratio reserves from commercial banks, reserves from the national government. Can you tell me a little bit about the reserves that you're able to invest that overseas or locally?
Madam Chair, reserve requirement is different from gross international reserves. The gross international reserves is the accumulation of foreign exchange that we have at the central bank, whereas the reserve requirement is a certain part of the deposit of the banks, which they have to deposit with us, partly for prudential reason, partly for liquidity management.
Okay, thank you. Very enlightening. Well, BIR, I hope they're here because DOF is here. They've been very strict. They clamped down and filed cases over almost 200 businesses. I think most of us under the rate program, I think most of us, can't really argue with that. But my personal concern is, I've been told that there are GOCCs that haven't been remitting dividends to the national government as required by law. In your COA report, there's about 2 billion pesos to be collected. So are you DOF and BIR, do you treat the common small person, small entrepreneur or big business? You go there and you file cases for tax evasion because you want to make sure you generate more revenue. You have GOCCs under your watch who are not remitting dividends. Are you also filing cases against them? Because under, the last time I looked in the Philippine Constitution, there's supposed to be equal protection of the law. There shouldn't be any discrimination. So my question is, how hard are you going against GOCCs and the personnel who are illegally not remitting funds to the National Treasury?
Okay, let me call on Treasurer Leah, who will talk about the dividend, and maybe Secretary Lumagi for BIR on how he treats the ordinary person. Commissioner Lumagi.
So actually, well, for the GOCCs, there's like every year we see how much net income they generate. And from there, because based on the law, there should be the 50% of their net income should be remitted to the national government. But in some cases, they would be asking for waivers or partial remittance of dividends. So there will be an evaluation to be conducted by our corporate affairs group to see whether this is justifiable in terms of the waivers of the dividends or how much more dividends that they would have to be remitting to the national government. But in the case of the waivers, they would also go all the way up to the Office of the President to get the approval of the Office of the President. Because in the case of the Department of Finance, we are only recommending for those waivers.
Well, Madam Chair, my 5 minutes are almost up, so I'll just do a manifestation. I'll continue this at the plenary. But all I'm pointing out to you, especially to BIR and Department of Finance, I'm reading here, the COA report. Unremitted dividends to the BTR, and I'll name Alabang Santo Tomas Development Court, APA Production Unit, Cultural Center of the Philippines, DBP Data Center, LBP Resources. There's 18 GOCCs that owe the government with penalties 2 billion. All I'm pointing out is if you're going against small taxpayers, entrepreneurs, small businesses, you're filing cases, are you doing the same thing to people in government who owe you money, who owe the government money? So my request is if you could give me a report on that. I just want to point out that there might be some unequal treatment here. We're so harsh with businesses, some of them are small, but you're not doing the same rigid, tough stance against government officials who owe money to the BTR. I have the COA report here. So maybe you could submit to me, Madam Chair, a report on this, and I'll discontinue now, and I'll just continue at the future time. But may I request a report, a response, a detailed response on the 2 billion pesos owed by GOCCs as pointed out by COA.
Yes, BTR, kindly submit as requested.
Yes,
May I
Madam
just
Chair.
know, Your Honor, what year was that report? What year was that report? By the COA report, what year was that?
I'm sorry, the question is which COA report?
Yes.
Yeah. Observations and recommendations. I believe it's 2022. I'll give this to you before I go, Secretary. So just send me a detailed report on that, and maybe I can move on with other issues during the plenary. So thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you. Next to interpolate is the Honorable Marco. Thank you for waiting, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to our honored guest this afternoon. I have some questions that I would like to ask. It was mentioned earlier that the total plantilla positions that we have is about 979,564, and only 91%, or a total of 1,810,428, are filled up positions. Thus, you have unfilled positions of 169,000. And according to Secretary Pangandaman, we cannot consider the unfilled positions budget as savings. And apparently, these are all in the budget of the Department of Budget. They're still with you. Now, would you consider this, if you calculate this, how much is the total amount or value of this 169,000 unfilled positions?
We'll just get the numbers, Madam Chair.
Okay. While we are waiting for the number, I would like to have a follow-up. This amount, I suppose, is if it is still with you, with the Department of Budget, because it's not obligated, it's not spent already or paid, would you consider this as probably a reduction of the total budget of the year, let's say in 2023?
Madam Chair, for the number of unfilled positions, it's 168,969. Tama po kayo. The authorized salary po of these positions is 77.8 billion pesos, plus under other compensation po of 20 billion pesos. So if you add it,
That's about 200 billion pesos.
7, 8, 9, 97 billion pesos po in
97
total.
billion. Okay, so that amount, you have borrowed that amount, right, already at the start of the year?
Treasurer Leah.
Early.
No, sir. Kasi we also have a program in terms of how much disbursement. So if those positions are not yet filled, so that means there's no releases. So that would not also require any funding from us.
Yeah, but if you look at the total borrowings that we have, it comprehended the difference between the budget and the actual collection that you will have. And therefore, whatever amount that is not used, can be still, it's already borrowed funds by the national government.
Not necessarily, Your Honor, because our borrowings would also constitute some of the funding that would be for the spillovers from the previous years. Kasi po, remember, the obligation po is valid for 2 years. So there would also be some accounts payables that would have to be paid during the current year.
But, you will not pay this anymore because those unfilled positions, you cannot retroact the payment on this. Let's say, for example, 2023, you have unfilled positions of 160,000 plus, and the equivalent amount, as stated, is about less than 100 billion pesos. So in that case, that amount is actually unused fund for 2023, or even in the previous year, because you don't retroact the payment for this, because you're gonna hire them in the future only.
Basta regarding po sa unfilled positions, basta wala pong releases, walang NCA, then we will not be, it's not counted as part of the amount that we will be borrowing for the month or for the quarter.
Yes, but what I'm saying here is you did not spend the budget that was given to you, and therefore it's there, the amount.
Yeah, the budget is there, sir, but the cash may not be there yet.
Yeah, but for example, right now, the proposal is to have 5.768 trillion your budget. And the total collection as expected here is about 4 trillion. And because of this, you will borrow. And you normally borrow at the start of the year.
Sir, we don't borrow everything at the start of the year, so we also calibrate our borrowings to ensure that we don't have a lot of negative carry. And of course, we also take into account the cash requirements of the budget. So we don't also want to be holding a lot of cash balances.
So that's what I'm trying to say. You borrow at the start of the year and you pay the whole interest for the whole year. Samantalang you only need probably certain percent every quarter. Do you plan or have you done this before, that you only withdraw the borrowings that you have on a quarterly basis based on the need or the requirement of the government?
So, Your Honor, we have what we call a cash programming committee. So that committee, we meet and we find out how much would be the collection of the two revenue agencies like BRR and BOC. And then we also, in the cash programming committee, we also have the Department of Budget and management. So we will calibrate in terms of how much more we need to borrow para nga po we don't have a huge negative carry and funding cost. And at the same time, whatever po yung cash balances that we have would really be just sufficient for the cash requirements for the following months to ensure that we have the continued flow of business of the government. So we are very prudent kasi we are also mindful in terms of the interest cost, the fund.
Yes, so in other words, you only withdraw your borrowings when you need them.
Yes, and sometimes pag nakita ho namin na yung our deposit would be even better than our funding cost, then magde-deposit kami sa Bangko Sentral. So we're very prudent in terms of our borrowings. That's why if you can see, in terms of the interest payments, we're even below the target as of June.
So in other words, you manage the borrowings by ensuring that you only withdraw them when
Or
you
borrow
need them.
Yeah. Opo.
And if you don't need them, you don't withdraw them.
Yeah, so even you can even see in our auctions, we reject, we don't accept the full award. Pag nakita namin na yung pong what's being asked of the Treasury is a huge rate, no? So we really have to be very calibrating in terms of the requirements of the cash requirements of the government.
So all those positions that have not been filled up, you have not, of course, you have not obligated them and you have not paid them, and therefore, you will not have to reserve that amount by borrowing or a part of it because you don't need them.
Yeah, kasi wala rin pong SARO na re-release si DBM, sir, eh. Walang NCA. So the cash is not yet required from us.
I asked this before, you know, when I started, when I was the congressman during the 17th Congress, I asked, is there any plan or a roadmap that we draw in such a way that instead of only targeting 60% or less than 60% ratio between our debt and GDP to, you know, to reach a level where we will even cut it down to 30% or to a level of 30%?
Congressman, we reached a point where it was only 40% of GDP, okay? So we do everything that we can to reduce our indebtedness.
What is the timeline,
Then,
Mr. Secretary?
I think for the, I look at the numbers, 4 years before the crisis, the pandemic, we were below 40% of GDP. And then, of course, it went up. And now our target is that we should be around 50% by the end of the president's term.
Okay, I think we will be saving a lot of money in terms of interest even when we can cut down our borrowings. As stated here, our interest rate is, or our interest is more than almost 700 plus
But that's,
billion dollars,
Your Honor,
billion pesos.
that's only around 12% of our total budget. I've seen the days when our interest payment alone was about 1/3 of our budget.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think my time is up. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Salamat. So just as a rejoinder, so the issue with respect to unfilled position has to do with unutilized appropriations rather than cash. Tama ba yun?
Tama po. Kasi pag wala namang SARO and NCA, we will not really be releasing the cash.
Yeah. So in other words, the appropriation is unreleased, right?
The cash is unreleased.
The cash is unreleased. So ang nangyayari is, just in case there is cash that is set aside for those unfilled positions, kumikita naman ng gobyerno. Parang ganon.
Yes, we make sure that it's even higher than our funding cost.
Salamat. Thank you. Next to interpolate from the minority, we have the Honorable Ramon Rodrigo Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, distinguished colleagues, our fellow public servants from the DBCC. Good late afternoon to us all po. Madam Chair, this representations issue this year is the same as last year. I am, of course, referring to the MVUC. So just to go through it very quickly. Madam Chair, Table B15, page 374 of the BESF, am I correct to say that the December 2022 balance of the MVUC is 66 billion?
Madam Chair, I'm sorry. You're asking about the balance as of December 21, 2022 as reflected in the BASF?
Madam Chair, yes, balance as of December 2022.
Yes, it's 66 billion 188 936,000.
Madam Chair, is it correct to say also that the balance as of December 2021 was 82 billion?
Wala akong 2022. We'll check the figure first.
Madam Chair, if I'm not mistaken, in the previous NEP, it was the BSF page 411, Madam Chair.
You know, per BSF 2023, the balance then as of December 2021 is 82.1 billion pesos.
Madam Chair, thank you. Madam Chair, how did we arrive at 66 billion from 82 billion? Noting a 16 billion difference within 1 year, Madam Chair.
Okay. So the 82 billion in 2021, less the actual expenditure of 16 billion in 2022, so that brought us to 66 billion balance as of December 2022.
Madam Chair, how does this play into the revenues actual 2022 of 19.8 billion?
Pasok, diba? It's included in the level of...
Madam Chair, considering the actual 2022, a revenue of 19.8 and an expenditure of 16.3, by my calculation would be a 3.5 net gain, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Shirley.
Yeah. Okay. For the Treasury in 2022, we booked MVUC collections of 18.6 billion.
So yes, Madam Chair, given 18.6 collection but an expenditure of 16 billion would still result in a net gain of what, 1.5 billion, Madam Chair? So how did we lose 16 billion in the end balance for both years, Madam Chair?
Madam Chair, for the MVUC collections on the part of the Treasury, so since our records would show that since 2001 until 2023, the subtotal, the collections is about 231.8 billion. But there were also adjustments that were made of about 18.9 billion. So all in all, cumulatively, from 2001 to 2023, it's about 250.7 billion collections that were recorded. But there were also SARO releases from 2002 to 2023 of about 187.1 billion.
Madam Chair, sorry, what releases, Madam Chair?
SARO releases, so there were also budget releases. It's about 187.1 billion. So the balance is about 63.6 billion. But there were also some adjustments again made. So as of July 31, 2023, the balance in our books is about 74.2 billion pesos.
Madam Chair, apologies, the numbers isn't really this representation's background, but we'll have to take the expert opinion of the Bureau of Treasury into account. Madam Chair, I ask this question because plainly for this representation, the MVUC does not make sense to us. We've always been advocating for its expenditure, and yet now it seems to be a mismatch in the numbers, at least when we're only talking about the BESF historically. So, Madam Chair, notwithstanding what the Bureau of Treasury mentioned, may we ask, Madam Chair, how the DBM came up with the suggested, the proposed expenditure of 15.2 billion?
Sakmina?
Sorry, we were looking at the numbers of MVUC. Can you please repeat the question?
Madam Chair, how did the DBM come up with the proposed expenditure for 2024 of 15.2 billion?
The 15.2 billion was submitted by DPWH.
Madam Chair, this is quite interesting for me because this was a line of questioning that I proposed last year with the DPWH, and the department explained to this representation that I was, for lack of a better term, barking up the wrong tree, and that all of this would depend on the DBM. And their explanation, Madam Chair, was absorptive capacity. When the DBM confirmed that absorptive capacity is the reason for only releasing 15.2 billion as proposed?
the yearly programming of expenditures for MVUC, as submitted by TBWH, is based on the projected LTO collection for the year. Thus, for fiscal year 2024, the proposed amount that they submitted is 15.232 billion pesos.
Madam Chair, why is the DBEM limiting the DPWH to the supposed collections within the year when in fact they have a balance of 82 billion last time, but considering now 66 billion, assuming that the numbers are correct, Madam Chair?
Madam Chair, for special accounts in the general funds or SAGF, this is how we, okay. A special account in the general fund or SAGF is an account in which incomes or collections from certain revenue measures and grants earmarked by law for a particular program or project is recorded. Expenditures under a SGA form part of the total expenditure program for the year, as proposed in the National Expenditure Program or as programmed in the General Appropriations Act, and are automatically appropriated. The reasons for fiscal prudence, accounting for available financing resources, and in consideration of agency absorptive capacity and budgetary releases for the year, should not exceed the approved obligation program. These additional releases can, however, be accommodated within the total obligation program to be offset against the program expenditure items. So yun po siya.
Madam Chair, but the balance of 66 billion historically has been sourced from the same to the same special fund by the same law. So, Madam Chair, wouldn't we be able to expend the whole balance, Madam Chair?
Fungible yung pondo. Pwede naman, no? Yes po, pwede naman po. Pero mababawasan yung regular nila. Kasi may limit po tayo when we prepare the totals for the budget of each department.
Madam Chair, well, whether or not this would be added on top of the budget of the DPWH or would supplant the current expenditures on DPWH, this representation is of the opinion that perhaps it is time that we expend the whole balance. Because, Madam Chair, when we don't expend the whole balance, we are borrowing the same amount. Would that be correct, Madam Chair?
Sir, Your Honor, to explain. So, since it's SAGF, as explained already, when there's already the collection from the MVUC, so it is booked as revenues. And then, and it's, if you're also familiar, sir, with the Malampaya accounting, so it is, okay. So, it will be booked as revenues, then there would be also the corresponding expenditures, but it's not a 1:1. So it is really, from the total revenues, then we also use this to be able to fund our expenditures. So meaning to say, this amount has already been booked as revenues, and if ever we're going to use this amount, then there would have to be some borrowings on our end, and that would also entail additional amount in the fiscal balance of the government. So additional puto sa deficit. So that's why in all these cases for SAGF, what we'd like to do always is to ensure that we remain within the fiscal program of the national government. I hope that clarifies.
Madam Chair, taking that for the official opinion of the Treasury, so how would the DBM propose we solve this problem of runaway balances? Because, Madam Chair, it would seem that, as mentioned, we have a very large amount of earmarked revenues in the DOE. We have a large balance for the tobacco fund. We have a large balance, relatively, for the DA in tourism. Madam Chair, basically, how do we use all of these funds? Kasi nakolekta na rin naman pala po.
Sir, then we will have to ensure rin po na in terms of how the utilization would be something that would not really entail a surge in terms of our deficit. Kasi if lahat po yun, we will continue to consolidate and then gagamitin, then that means we will have to borrow, and this is additional expenditure. So baka we can just have a program that would be accommodated within the fiscal program of the national government on the utilization of these balances.
Apologies, Madam Chair. I think I have a difficulty understanding that. We would have to borrow to use funds already in our treasury, Madam Chair?
As I've mentioned, sir, nabook na yun as revenues eh. So nakontra na po yun with the expenditures. But of course, we still recognize, kasi that's the nature of the SAG-F, that if there would be expenditures charged against that fund, then we will have to fund it. That means we will have to borrow. Yung 66 or 74 billion, yung cash is not really anymore there. Kasi, di ba, there's already revenues there, then we'll have to book it as part of the spending program.
So, Madam Chair, if that cash is not already there, how much do we have, Madam Chair?
Yung cash, it's just really recording, accounting na lang po to.
Well, in that case, Madam Chair, may this representation respectfully request a written explanation na lang po, no? So that we may properly appreciate the same through the committee, of course.
Madam Chair, siguro lang po, para lang we can, if your concern is about the MVUC, I know that in 2018, you amended the MVUC law. Maybe if you want to go back to the previous process po of implementation, hindi na po siya magiging special account under the general fund. Kasi with the new law that the Congress passed during that time, naging automatic na po siya, napapasok na po siya sa general fund natin. So it forms part already of our fund, of our revenues. We all know that it's fungible, nandiyan na po lahat. So maybe if you are looking into, I know your rider party list po, you want to use the money for roads and repair and po of our bridges and other, for maintenance of our roads, maybe we can revert back to the previous process po, but it needs amendment to the existing legislation, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. Actually, that is the same concern that we have. Not so much as to change the process, pero yung sa amin lang po, the way that we see it, notwithstanding the explanation of the Treasury, nakikita po namin, as pag sinabing cash balance, ang akala namin yung pera nandyan sa kaban ng bayan. So ang sa amin lang po, gusto na namin magastos po ito. That is our concern. And Madam Chair, when it comes to the process, actually, I ask this because currently, as mentioned by the President in his SONA, that the MVUC is now being a priority. And in fact, there are pending bills in the House that have actually passed the committee level regarding the change of how it is to be used. Our main concern talaga, Madam Chair, is how to actually use this fund and make sure it is expended. So given the lack of material time, I would just like to perhaps thresh out the other issues in another time. So Madam Chair, yun lang po, if I may respectfully request the DBCC to submit to this committee and that this representation be given a copy of the explanation po on the balances according to the Bureau of Treasury. Madam Chair, thank you very much, and to the DBCC, maraming salamat po.
All right, so to the BTR, kindly submit a written explanation on the expending of the MVUC fund. Thank you. Next to interpolate is from the majority. We have the Honorable Ernesto Dionisio. Oh, sorry. Sorry. The Honorable Solomon Chungalaw.
One call, ma'am. Isa pang call, ma'am. Bago tayo tumawag na isa.
And then a second call for the Honorable Solomon Chungalaw.
Okay, next one.
He's not here, so we move on to the Honorable Ernesto Dionisio.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nahiya po ako kay kasi alam ko na una siya sa akin nagpalista. But Thank you again, Madam Chair. It's an honor and a privilege to be in front of such gentlemen and lady na magagaling at mababait na kay Ma'am Secretary Pangandaman, kay Sir Jokno, kay Secretary Balisacan, kay Commissioner Lumagi, kay Commissioner Rubio, na it's really an honor to be faced with highly competent people. Just to manifest that this humble representation will be supporting the budget that you present. At marami pong salamat sa very comprehensive na presentation niyo, ma'am. Just a few points na, of course, gaya ng ibang mga congressman at representatives dito, pinaglalaban lang namin yung aming distrito. You know, just, yung nga, sinasabi nila mga konting pagtingin. Pero to the point po kanina kasi ng ating ibang congressman, about the LGSF, I approached si Sec. Amina kanina, and she already told us na, you know, titignan na po nila. But just for the record of the committee, if I may discuss just a few points. Kasi, ma'am, regarding po dun sa Department of Budget and Management, Local Budget Circular number 150. Ito po yung noong dated March 8, 2023. I understand that this is the IRR na ginagamit po ng DBM, but under section 3.4, if I may read, all digital requests of LGU shall be subject to the evaluation of DBM based on necessity, just and equitable distribution among LGUs and or fund availability. Just to take note, ma'am, of the phrase, just and equitable distribution among the LGU. Under section 3.1, nandito po yung cap na nailagay. Nasa province, there's 30 million, sa city 20 million, municipality 10 million, and barangay 5 million. Going back to the point, dun sa previous section 3.4 saying that just and equitable distribution among LGUs, it is the opinion of some congressmen of Metro Manila, ma'am, that it's probably not equitable because population ng city sa ibang probinsya is very different from the population or per capita sa Metro Manila cities, ma'am. Just to give the point na ang isang congressman po sa probinsya, nasasakupan niya ay multiple municipality and multiple cities. Sa amin naman po sa Maynila, to be specific, we are 6 congressional districts in one city. Yun lang po na, is there a way na ma-utilize po namin yung funds na has been allocated to us?
Mahaba po yung explanation dito, but in the interest of time, and as discussed earlier, Madam Chair, yes, we will review the existing guidelines for 2024, Madam Chair.
Thank you, ma'am. If ever ko pwede pong bumisita sa inyo para ma-discuss lang po namin ng mga Metro Manila Kongs.
Yes po.
Thank you, ma'am. And actually, yun lang po yung major question ko. But to the point of Congressman Daza earlier, nag-raise lang po ako ng curiosity regarding unutilized funds for the past few years. Starting, if may, tinignan ko po yung figures unutilized funds from 2020, nasa GAA po natin was 4.5 billion roughly. And ang unutilized po natin is 262 billion, more or less 5.74%. Are my numbers right, ma'am?
Saglit lang po.
Ma'am, just to
Ma'am, sir, Madam Chair, unreleased APRO or
unutilized fund.
unutilized allotment.
Yes. For 2020. Ma'am, I'll just...
Sir, for 2020,
No, ma'am, I'll just make my point.
magagamit pa po yung funding nila up to this year.
Yes, ma'am, just to drive my point, kasi na-curious lang ako kay Congressman Daza. Tinignan ko po kasi yung numbers. I hope my numbers are accurate. But no, wag niyo na pong i-check, ma'am. Basta sa 2022, we have an unutilized amount of 260 billion. 2021, roughly the same. It's 272 billion. 2022, it's 294 billion. So in the average, we have a 5.68% unutilized per year. But to the point of this humble representation, ma'am, kasi wala na rin tayong time, though it may seem to be small in terms of percentage, it's in the billions of pesos na unutilized. Na it is just the opinion of this humble representation na every penny that we fail to obligate, we negate the services to be delivered to our constituents. So I'm sure you're doing the best that you can. It's just a humble reminder na that yung efficiency ng usage, expecting DBCC is aware of this and to address the issue in 2023 and the succeeding years, ma'am.
Yes, tama po yan, Madam Chair. That's why year in, year out, every time meron po tayong budget call and when we prepare the budget, we always remind the agencies po to ensure that the projects and programs that you will request po to the Department of Budget and Management are shovel-ready projects. Ito po yung, ibig sabihin po, kaya na po nila gawin kaagad yung mga proyekto at ready po sila na i-procure on day one po yung kanilang mga proyekto.
And again, Madam Chair, thank you and thank you very much to the beautiful presentation ninyo and for answering all our questions. Thank you again. And again, 100% support to you guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you din po.
To the Honorable Janicio. Next to interpolate, finally, is the very patient Deputy Majority Leader J.J. Suarez.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, due to the limited time, I just want to go straight to the point. I would like to ask our DBCC members, kamusta po yung utilization ng pondo ng pamahalaan ngayon?
Madam Chair, as previously mentioned po, to date po, ang obligation rate po is 32? Mahaba. 32% of the total. Ayan. 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 Ayan po. The total obligation rate po as of March 31, 2023 of national government agencies is 30.5%. And 30.5% po. And the disbursement rate, percent disbursement over obligations is 44.6%.
As of?
March 31, 2023.
Because what we're noticing, Madam Chair, in my district, for example, is yung mga nasa GAA for 2023, marami sa mga projects ay hindi pa rin nai-implement hanggang ngayon. So mukhang yung utilization expenditure program natin, may problema tayo. Kaya gusto ko po malaman kung paano nyo po nababantayan yung performance ng mga departments and agencies when it comes to the utilization of funds that you provide to them.
That's why po, we released a circular letter po for the agencies to provide catch-up plans to facilitate budget execution for the rest of the fiscal years. We asked them to submit their catch-up plan by September 15, 2023.
One problem we have, Sec and Madam Chair, is we have to deal with weather. So when we talk about agriculture, there are only certain months that you can utilize the projects for agriculture. When you talk about infrastructure, there are only certain months that you can actually start building and constructing, especially in provinces like mine in Quezon, na wet and dry po talaga. May panahon po talaga ng implementation. So, isa po sa nakikita kong problema, Madam Chair, is yung utilization ng pondo ng mga departamento. So, other than the measures being undertaken by the DBM, how can we be assured that this will further be avoided in the 2024 budget?
Sir, if we're talking about LGUs po, we understand po their conditions. That's why po in 2024, may general provision po tayo. Yung budget po nila, basta na ibigay na po sa kanila, shall be valid until fully expended.
I'm talking about of national government.
National government po, pag hindi, meron po silang 2 years to obligate their budget. Pag hindi po nila na-obligate, of course, we consider that when we prepare the next year's budget, their next year's budget.
Yeah, the reason I stress this point, Madam Chair, is of course yung impact ng government spending pagdating sa ekonomiya ng ating bansa. So kung mapapaganda po natin yung paggastos at mapapabilis po natin yung gastos, siguro sa ganung paraan, mapapaigi din po natin yung ekonomiya ng ating bansa. I also want to have another question to address to NEDA. Sec, earlier you were mentioning major contributors to inflation, which were vegetables, sugar, flour. 21.8, 21.4, 10.1%. Ito yung mga pinakamalalaking drivers ng inflation. Kaso lang kung titingnan natin, yung alokasyon na ibinigay natin sa pinaka-ahensya na dapat tumugon sa agrikultura, pang-8 ang natanggap niyang pinakamalaki sa mga departamentong inisa-isa kanina. DA receiving only 181 billion pesos. So how are we supposed to address the key drivers of inflation if we're not properly allocating funds to address it by increasing the budget to those programs and projects that will actually improve food security, agriculture sector, farm productivity, and fishery productivity?
As presented earlier this morning by our colleagues from DBM, Sec Mina, it was clear that a big portion of the budget, increase in the budget for DA, are in items that will increase productivity for agriculture. These are irrigation projects. Of course, the irrigation is not just for rice, but for other crops as well. There's a big amount on farm-to-market roads. There are logistics budget, and so on. So I think that what the Department of Agriculture is addressing is to address this long-term neglect in the agriculture and rural sector. And we know very well what those neglect is. We haven't invested in areas that will allow productivity to rise. And I think that if we succeed in investing that amount in the proper places, and that's why monitoring is very important. And I think that with these modern technologies that DBM are employing to improve, enhance the monitoring of infrastructure projects like farm-to-market roads, then we can be more assured that these monies will end up in those areas that will increase productivity. Now, of course, that those will not directly address the current problems now on inflation, because these are inflation is happening, these high, elevated prices are happening, but they will address this perennial problem that will come and go, hitting us every now and then if we don't get to the bottom of the problems.
Kasi, with 181 billion, hindi naman ibig sabihin na yung buong 181 billion will be focused on projects for the agriculture sector kasi may mga personal services pa yon kasi that's the department's budget. I was just hoping that since we already identified the key drivers of inflation, food being one of them, sana yung pondo ng pamahalaan nakatutok para doon, di ba? Yun lang yung point na gusto ko po mabanggit, Madam Chair. Before my time elapses, during the President's State of the Nation address, and it was a program that Sec Mina mentioned in her presentation, it's about the supplementary and nutrition program that will be implemented by the national government. Can I just ask for further details on this program?
This is the, Mr. Chair, the food stamp, walang gutom program.
May binanggit po kasi kayong food stamp, may binanggit po kayong supplementary feeding program.
Madam Chair, the total funding for the major social programs is 598.7 billion. And as previously enumerated po, siguro po I can again mention yung mga big ticket items under our social programs like the social pension for indigent senior citizens, which is 49.8 billion. It is a grant of monthly allowance of 1,000 pesos to more than 4 million target indigent senior citizens. Because as you know po, this was doubled because this year po, we were not able to fund kasi nag 500 po per senior citizen, and then there's a law po to double it. Hindi po umabol sa budget last year. That's why for 2024, we already doubled it to 49.8 billion. On medical assistance, under DOH, we have 22.3 billion. For school-based feeding program under DepEd, there's 11.7 billion. It's a provision of hot meals and nutritious food products for 220 days and milk for 55 days to 1.6 million severely wasted learners from kinder to grade 6. Supplementary feeding program under DSWD of 4.1 billion. It's also a provision of hot meals to 2 million children and milk feeding to 112,530 children enrolled in local government unit managed community development centers and supervised neighborhood play. And then we also have Philippine Multi-Sectoral Nutrition Program being undertaken by DOH and DSWD with 2.8 billion. This aims to deliver a package of nutrition-specific and nutrition-sensitive interventions and improve key behaviors and practices known to reduce stunting in 235 municipalities. Philippine Food Stamp Program with 1.9 billion. The program targets to alleviate hunger and malnutrition among 50,000 Filipino households belonging to the lowest bracket income through provision of cash-based assistance in the form of electronic benefit transfer cards to pay directly to the merchants. Iyon po.
Thank you very much, Sec. The reason why I asked this, so ang dami nang ina-allocate natin pondo, kasi lang, sa experience ko po kasi, baka maaksaya lang, because the President mentioned the first 1,000 days in his State of the Nation address. In my experience, being an LGU, and I think I was one of the first provincial governments to actually implement the program, we started counting day zero on the first trimester of the mother's pregnancy. So hindi namin hinahabol yung pagbibigay ng intervention kung kailan naipanganak na yung bata o kailan nag-aaral na sa daycare o kailan nag-aaral na sa paaralan. Dapat habang buntis pa lang, binibigyan na natin yung intervention to ensure na pag ipinanganak yung bata, malusog na siya at hindi natin siya hahabulin kung kailan dulo na. And before I go, so I think the DOH may program naman doon. Before I go, I'd just like to commend the Department of Finance, BIR, and Customs. Congratulations for exceeding your collections. I hope you continue doing this, and I hope you continue going after tax evaders and smugglers, because you're in the right path. Tuloy-tuloy lang. Huwag kayong matakot. Nasa likuran nyo kami. Congratulations. Maraming salamat.
Right? Salamat.
Thank you po.
The Honorable J.J. Suarez. Next to interpolate is the Honorable Mark Coangco.
Madam Chair, I'm going to ask four agencies questions. May I just rattle off all my questions? Yeah. So for the DBM, how are unprogrammed appropriations funded? The same similar question to the Treasury, how are revenues for unprogrammed appropriations transparent and visible to us members of the House? I also have if you remember the issues raised by Representative Agabas of the 6th District of Pangasinan, of her farm-to-market roads being very low, the funding very low. So my district, District 2 of Pangasinan, is one of the biggest voting districts in the entire Region 1. And yet we are kulelat as far as farm-to-market roads are concerned by far, by a multiple of 2 or more than 2. So I have asked DPWH to explain the criteria for allocation of each district. That has not been forthcoming. Maybe the DBM could illuminate me on that. Also, to further the points of Representative Suarez during nutrition spending, especially milk feeding. Milk feeding is sometimes intended to support the local dairy industry. Madam Secretary, nutrition needs do not stop when school is out. They are 365 days a year. Cows do not stop milking when school is out. They milk 365 days a year. Therefore, the programs, I think, must be 365 days a year. So the DepEd and the DSWD should coordinate the effort, Madam Secretary. The other question is for the BSP, Governor Remolana. I've heard from bankers that nuclear is banned from being financed by local banks. If so, why? Is there any law barring this? And how can the ban be lifted? Can BSP give me a report on this? Then my other question is for NEDA. Maybe Secretary Balisacan can help. NEDA and DOF question. Is net forex savings from avoided fossil fuel imports important for the country? Is a $10 billion a year magnitude significant for the country? Could you give me your answers for this? For NEDA, Secretary Balisacan, we are planning the Lingayen International Airport. We have been in talks with the DND and the National Security Council, and they would support this international airport project if it were a joint use airport. So the airport being planned is a 4,000 meter, 4 kilometer long runway to handle the biggest aircraft. Lingayen is located in the southern portion of Region 1, and it would service the southern portion of Region 1, the Baguio area, and northern Region 3. We are surrounded by a population of 9 million people. So, do I have to pass through the regional NEDA office, or can I go directly to the head office of NEDA in Manila? And then for DOF Jokno, sir, I have visited you regarding the PSAM plan to sell the Bagak Nuclear Village asset, which I have explained to you is important for the viability of the Bataan Nuclear Power Plant. Whether we decide to run that plant or not, I think the government will not be well served if that asset is dissipated. I think that that asset should be transferred already to the DOF so that if ever in the future we decide to abandon, then we are abandoning it as a whole. If you make it piecemeal now, the Filipino loses out on that. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
All right, Segmina.
Madam Chair, I'll answer the first maybe three questions. For unprogrammed appropriations, under the GNA, there's a special provision on how to trigger the use of unprogrammed appropriations. There should be unprogrammed appropriations are standby authority to incur additional agency obligations for priority programs and projects when any of the following exist. First, there should be an excess revenue collections in any one of the identified non-tax revenue sources from its corresponding revenue collection target as reflected in the BESF po. And second, if there are new revenue collections or those arising from new tax or non-tax sources which are not part of nor included in the original revenue sources as reflected in the BESF po. Lastly, if there are approved loans for foreign assisted projects. So these are the three criteria before we can release po the unprogrammed appropriations. And para po ma-release po yun, when these three is already reflected, the Bureau of Treasury po will issue a certification that remitted collections from a particular revenue source that has exceeded the corresponding revenue collections target, and or for new revenue collections, issuance of a certification that remitted collections identified were not part of nor included in the original revenue collection targets reflected. So if there are programs po and projects under the unprogrammed appropriations, kailangan po may excess revenue as certified by the Bureau of Treasury. And then from the end of DBM po, we prioritize the releases po. Prioritization first?
So savings are a revenue source, ma'am?
No po. Hindi po. Savings are not, hindi ba? Hindi po. Hindi po siya unprogrammed appropriation po. You want to add?
Yun po, as Secretary Mina has already mentioned, so the Treasury will certify first before they can do releases from the. from the unprogrammed appropriation. So it's either yung pong excess income, meaning, kasi po sa BSF may targets. So like dividends, may target po siya for this year, 16 billion. So pag na-exceed na po yung target na yon, then if there's a need, we can certify already on how much is the excess. And then the excess can be used to unlock the unprogrammed fund. Ganun po yung the mechanism. Honor.
And then, sir, there's prioritization for that matter on the use of UA purposes. Of course, there's a list there, but there's yung budget po kasi, yung certification, we don't expect that the whole program appropriation will be released because we don't expect po excess revenues of that magnitude. So, yung pwede po nating pondohan sana po in terms of prioritization, first, are personnel benefits. Second, social services or continuing public health emergency. Third, infrastructure projects. Fourth, non-infra projects, it's supportive of 8-point socio-economic agenda. Fifth, priority non-infrastructure projects. Yun po. And 6 other programs and projects po of the agencies.
I need to talk to you about the nuance of the unprogrammed funds that were issued by the Secretary of the DPWH.
Yes po.
For us.
Sige po. We'll just schedule a meeting. On the nutrition programs and projects, maybe po we'll relay the same to the implementing agencies po, both DepEd and DSWD. Similar to the concern of Congressman J.J. Suarez. And on DPWH po, meron po silang on their budget.
You don't need to answer that now. Just send me a letter explaining the methodology of the selection of the allocation for each district. Thank you.
Will do, sir. Thank you po.
Yes.
Madam Chair, regarding the question of prohibition on financing of nuclear power projects, there is no prohibition on the nuclear energy financing. The BSP's expectation is to support financing to sustainable projects and investments. But
May I have that in writing, please? You just have to write me a letter.
of course, Mr.
Yeah, so that's good enough answer for me.
Okay, thank you.
And Sec Ben, other questions for you?
Yes, the question was about the
Thank you,
forex savings from avoided fossil fuel imports. Are they important for?
Well, the answer is yes. Short answer is yes. Now, on the nuclear power energy, I think the President has made that very clear. That is in his agenda right now. And on the disposition of the nuclear power plant, I think PISAM is mandated to do that. But since I'm chairman of PISAM, maybe I will not object if you transfer it to the disposition of the Department of Finance.
May I request the DOF and the Secretary to write a letter to this representation quantitatively expressing how important forex expenditure avoidance is.
We'll do that.
Thank you, po.
Sec RC?
Yes, thank you. So with respect to the Lingayen International Airport, we just checked our records and that there is an airport in our list of public investment program, but it appears that the amount there is only for upgrading of certain facilities. And it's not obviously an internal.
Well, it has not been submitted yet, Mr. Secretary,
Yes.
and that's what I want to
Yes.
to determine if I submit it directly to you or to the regional office.
Yes, Madam Chair. So the process, Madam Chair, is that the project at the region must be endorsed by the Regional Development Council, and to the NEDA, and obviously this project is going to be worth more than 2.5 billion, which is our threshold for the NEDA board approval. So it's going to be approved by the NEDA board, but the endorsement must be made by the implementing agency, and in this case, it is the Department of Transportation. Because the NEDA board is the one that decides, that evaluates, that review the feasibility of and viability of the project. And so it's the implementing agency that, in this case, the OTR, that will defend the project to the NEDA board.
Yeah. May I request for a meeting with you, Mr. Secretary,
Yes,
on this matter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, and please kindly take note of all the requested submissions.
There's one more point, the PISAM and the nuclear village in Bagak.
To be answered by
the Secretary of the OF.
Okay, I'll give you an update in writing, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Next to interpolate is the Honorable J.J. Romualdo.
JJ. Wala na si JJ.
Second call, the Honorable J.J. Romualdo. Right. So we now move to the Honorable Ria Vergara.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is for Secretary Jokno. Sir, in your presentation, you said there are legislative priorities of the DOF, and most of them we've already tackled, but regretfully, most of them also are regressive. It's like the VAT. It's going to hit everyone that uses sweetened beverages. So I was wondering, do you have anything on your table that proposes like a proportional tax, a luxury tax, a wealth tax that might be more progressive? Is that something you would consider?
Right now, there's nothing in our proposal for such a tax. You know, when you propose a tax, one characteristic, one nice property of a tax is that it should give you a high yield on the tax. And the administrative cost should be very minimal, okay? So you have to consider that. Say, for example, if you want to tax diamond, you're practically not going to collect anything, okay? Because that's easy to hide, right? And sometimes when you also try to tax, say, a luxury good, people will just go abroad and buy it there, right? Not here. So you have to consider all these things. The simplicity of the tax, how easy it is to avoid, and things like that.
But they are being considered, Mr. Secretary.
The luxury tax is not part of our proposal at the moment.
Not at the moment. Is there any other kind of proportional tax that's not as regressive as the ones we have now on the agenda?
We are, the value-added tax is actually a proportional tax, okay? So I think we are at the moment reviewing our value-added tax because it is one of the highest in this part of the world, yet its yield is very, very low, only 40%. We only collect 40% of what we're supposed to collect. So we're doing a study on the value-added tax, which is a nice tax to make it more effective and more high-yielding.
So you're reviewing the value-added tax?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Is it possible to say that in your review, for instance, if you're from the 4Ps, you would be exempted from the value-added tax?
Right now, Your Honor, I think our value-added tax is one of the best in terms of being pro-poor because we do not tax food in its original state. In other countries, it's also being taxed by VAT. Okay?
But sir, if I go to Jollibee, I pay value-added tax.
But that's not food in its original state, okay? If you buy rice or fish or vegetable from the public market or the grocery, it's not taxed, okay? But if you buy it from Jollibee or McDonald's or All right, if you buy it from the restaurant, you get taxed.
Thank you, Mr. I still think I call the value-added tax regressive tax because whether you're rich or poor, you pay. And so I think it impacts even the people who have less still have to pay value-added tax. And that's why I was like considering a proportional tax where like if you're in the marginalized sector, you have no need of buying a Rolex. So increase the 20% maybe to 25%. And it's like the richer people will provide more funds for the country so that we can fund our social services and also help lower our debt.
Right now, Your Honor, if you can avoid value-added tax, you just buy it from the public market and cook your own food, and you won't pay back. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. My next question is income inequality. We're a lower middle income country, and yet the income disparity in our country is still very vast. The World Bank said that only 1% of our population has access to 17% of the national income, and the bottom 50%, only 14%. Is there any program in the government that will directly address this income inequality, specifically caused by corruption? Because they say corruption is one of the causes of income inequality.
Sec RC.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so the fact is, yes, inequality in the country is quite high, income inequality and inequality. But even more disturbing is really the inequality in opportunities, economic opportunities. I think that's what we should be looking at more closely. And when I say income inequality opportunities, about access to health, access to education, access to livelihood, access to housing. And so those, the programs that we craft must improve the access to these basic services. So the program that we are setting addresses many of these dimensions of inequality. I think over time, if you can address this, that inequality that we see now would come down. Plus, of course, I like your point about progressivity of taxation. I think that I am, for one, in favor of taxing goods that create congestion. Why can't we tax pollutive services, for example, or utilities, or why don't we tax luxury vehicles that add to the problems of traffic and many things like that we can think about. Of course, there are likely oppositions to this, but again, I think what will be easier to push are these things that could improve access to opportunities, both social, economic, even political opportunities.
Thank you, sir. And my last question is about our debt. I heard that we have gross international reserves of over $100 billion. And that's more than enough to cover our international debt. What is are we looking to increase our reserves, or are we comfortable at $100 billion, or can we use a portion of that to buy down our domestic debt, or because coming from the business sector, like if I know I have a lot of savings, then I'll start paying off my debt because my savings is only earning, let's say, 2% in the bank. So it makes sense to me to pay off my debt, which is at 7% and earning 2%. I'm sure you do that kind of calculation, but what's the ideal GIR so that our debt is not so high, insofar as we have enough naman to cover our existing debt? Our existing foreign debt with the $10 billion US reserves.
Madam Chair, as a matter of international acceptability, the gross international reserves is maintained. See, in the event that there would be balance of payment crisis, meaning to say if all, credit line of the country is cut off, then we can resort to the GIR to make use of it, if in case we have balance of payment crisis. So at the moment, our level of GIR is equivalent to about 7 months of imports and payments of goods and services. So we maintain a comfortable level of reserves so that there will be confidence in the economy, because they know that we can, in the event that we are unable to pay our debt, for some reason, we are closed, our credit line is closed, then we can make use of that GIR. But we cannot use it to pay domestic debt.
So are we going to maintain 100 billion? Are we looking to increase that, or we're just going to stay in that level?
At the moment, Madam Chair, given the global uncertainty, it is advisable to maintain a comfortable level of GIR.
Of 100 billion?
Right now, it's close to 100 billion.
Close
yes.
to.
It's the reason why our GIR is high at the moment is because of the front-loading of commercial loans by the national government, and proceeds of that are deposited with us, meantime that they are not using it. Mostly, those proceeds are used for payment of their own debt service.
Thank you. And my last question is, in the graph of Secretary Jokno, they were showing that the debt to GDP ratio would be below 60% by 2025. Mr. Secretary, will this be decreasing because our debt burden will be shrinking, or will our GDP be growing and therefore the percentage to the GDP will be growing less?
I think it's a combination of both. And in fact, our target is that it will be around 50-51 by the end of President Marcos Jr.'s term. It used to be, it used to be around 40% before the crisis. So it went up to 62, and now it's tapering off. It will be, as you mentioned, by 2025, down to around 60, and it will be eventually be around 50 by the end of his term.
Mr. Secretary, Madam Chair, would it be okay to ask for the debt repayment schedule of our existing debt for submission to the Committee on Appropriations?
You can provide, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Next to interpolate is our Vice Chair, Christopher De Venecio.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Sec Amina and Sec Ben and Sec RC, the DBCC family. I'll just get right to it. According to the PSA, through a study that Kong Stella and I commissioned with the agency, so thank you, shout out to our national statistician, USEC Dennis Mapa, for the study that you published. The creative industries contribute 7.3% to our GDP, or 1.6 trillion. That was in the year 2022. That represents an increase of 12.1% in 2021. The PSA likewise published that 6.98 million Filipinos are working in the creative industries. And this is higher by 10.5% in 2021. Moreover, the PDP 2023 to 2028 mentioned and discussed the creative industries over 80 times. I did a Control F on the PDF, highlighting their significant contribution to the country's socio-economic development, albeit in pillars 4 to 8 of the 8-point socio-economic agenda, which are prioritized in the midterm. In addition to what the President mentioned in the first SONA on prioritizing our creative industries, this was again highlighted by the President's mention of creative industry in the second SONA, and that, among others, creative industries will drive the quality and competitiveness of our workforce in existing markets and in new ones waiting to be explored. Now, given all of these pronouncements, studies, we nevertheless see in the NEP that support for the development of creative industries is minimal, though it must be categorically stated that this is an improvement from last year's NEP, which had zero allocation. And we have Sec Amina to thank for that. There's funding for the Malikhaing Pinoy program in the DTI. So based on the presentation by the DBCC earlier, which was kickstarted by NEDA, is it safe to assume that budget allocation for creative industries won't be as substantial until the medium term, which is the 2026 NEP and beyond? Madam Chair.
I believe it's Sec RC would know the figures.
I don't have the figures with me now, Madam Chair, but I think that given the potential of this sector for the economy, I think that it deserves more support. I would like to see that support going on in that direction.
Okay, let me add that the creative industries and knowledge-based services fall under Tier 1 of the Strategic Investment Priority Plan, and therefore it can get incentives from the government in terms of 4 years of income tax holidays, 5 years of, income tax holidays in all other regions, all other regions, 6 years income tax holidays. So if you want to avail of incentives from the national government, from the government, you are welcome.
Yes, I think that's in the CREATE law. So yeah, we're very grateful for that. So I'm not sure if the question was answered insofar as budget priority for near term and midterm. Again, creative industries seem to be heavily discussed in the midterm, and so I can't help but rationalize in my head that in last year's budget, this year's budget, and maybe next year, it doesn't get significant funding. Although, kung 2026 onwards pa siya, wala na ako nun sa Kongreso. It's my last term. It's good to know that the creative industries will be in good hands for the remainder of the Marcos Jr. administration. Now, the goal of the law that we passed, RA 11904, or the Creative Industry Law, is for the Philippines to become the #1 economy in ASEAN by 2030. So I've always wondered if, this is a lofty goal, given that we were ill-equipped with up-to-date statistical data until we worked with USEC Dennis and were able to produce this study. But the PSA study showed that CI, the creative industry, stood at 7.3% of GDP in 2022, and it was pandemic pa at that, which is actually above the global average of 6% contribution to GDP. So meaning to say creative industries, it's really a fast-growing sector despite the lack of budgetary support or an enabling law prior to RA 11904. And that the President is right in giving priority to this sector in his policy pronouncements in the United Nations, in the MOU with Indonesia, in both of his SONAs. So therefore, hopefully, we can afford an upward trajectory of budgetary support in succeeding budgets. So obviously, 2024, the ball is now in our court, in Congress, on how to increase the 50 million allocation for the Malikhaing Pinoy. But I'm sure, and I think I've gotten commitments from the DBCC that we'll be making more significant investments in the sector moving forward. Perhaps, Madam Chair, another solution for budgetary support is not so far in the horizon. Here in Congress, a measure highly supported by the DOF was passed on third and final reading and was identified by PBBM as a priority measure in a second SONA, which is to impose a 12% VAT on digital service providers. In the House version, 5% of those collections will be earmarked for the creative industries, since you'll be taxing, Netflix, Amazon, and all of those. So hopefully that can also support the budgetary requirements to really develop and grow this sector. However, where majority of the creative workforce in the creative industries are freelance, may we know from the DOF if there are initiatives on how to help usher freelancers into the formal economy, like, I don't know, IEC's information education campaigns on like the benefits of having ITRs, paying your taxes, getting receipts, or maybe we can create special lanes in RDOs for freelancers. Right now, the special lane, I think, is for senior citizens. But if you want to broaden the tax base, you have a 7 million workforce that sometimes are ill-equipped with information and knowledge as to how to register, pay their taxes. With Train, we were able to adjust the tax bracket to reduce exemptions for income tax. So if you're a starting freelancer, you're exempt. But a lot of this information just blows over the heads of a lot of freelancers because they don't enjoy the employer-employee relationship where employers will file taxes in behalf of the employee. And also, taxation is not taught in schools. And it's expensive to hire an accountant if you're a starting freelancer because that's about 5,000 pesos. And it's hard to retain that if you're just starting out. So are there any efforts to encourage more freelancers to formalize into the economy, Madam Chair?
Okay, quite frankly, we don't have a concrete program, but we're good listeners. If you have concrete suggestions, we're willing to consider them. Okay.
Would be very willing to work with the DOF in this regard. Madam Chair, do I still have time or I have to, can I just get into the next one?
Unfortunately, your time is up, but if you want to close with a very short manifestation.
Okay, maybe I'll just register the questions and I would ask for a
written
response.
Yes, or for the second round, which is...
Yeah, maybe just a written response or like a one-time, big-time response on all three. Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to know from the NEDA and through SEC-RC if there are initiatives in the pipeline for public-private partnership or even ODA to support the creative industries. So that's the first. The second is on what the President mentioned in his first SONA, that we need to protect the rights of freelancers because they're very vulnerable. And we actually were able to pass on third reading a bill, Freelance Protection Act, but it's kind of pending in the Senate. And I don't know the stance of DOLE in this particular measure. But this bill addresses what was mentioned by the President in his first SONA. So it's not in the PDP, but perhaps an endorsement from the NEDA will help speed this measure along in the legislative mill. And the third one, Madam Chair, is actually a parochial concern concerning the Bangko Sentral because there is a Bangko Sentral facility along the Tondaligan Beach Boardwalk in Dagupan. And I brought this up with Sec Ben before when he was governor of the BSP. We got a grant from the NCCA to put a mural on this really, really long wall facing the ocean. However, it seems that the policy on the design was unclear. So there was a lot of back and forth with the Committee on BSP Artwork and Paintings as to what are the actual criteria for the design. They just basically said that the design should be politically neutral and should be free from any markings which may convey any political partisanship. The design was mostly bangus and maybe some of the cultural heroes, historical figures in Dagupan, but ultimately, they said that the design should depict money, banking, and credit, which is kind of odd given that it's in a ecotourism site. So you would hope for something, more culturally attuned to Dagupan. So if we could just perhaps get a more definitive set of guidelines from BSP, because ultimately, Madam Chair, nag-expire na yung grant, and we had to transfer the mural to another site within Dagupan. So we totally missed that opportunity. So I guess moving forward, because for some reason this BSP facility was constructed along the beach, which is now a popular tourist destination. And you can't deny that that's this really long wall there that's blank. And we could have had a really nice mural there, but then BSP was so unclear as to what they want. And they want coins on the mural instead of like something that's more inherent to the Gupan. That's it, Madam Chair. Thank you so much.
To kindly take note, kindly submit the requests of Vice Chair De Venecia. Next to interpolate is Honorable Zia Alonto Adyong.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Madam Speaker, distinguished members of this committee, to the honorable department heads of the member agencies of the BCC, and to other guests, magandang gabi po sa ating lahat. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Madam Chair, my concern centers on the disaster mitigation and resilience program vis-a-vis the state obligation to assist communities that are still in the current phase of rebuilding and perhaps, Madam Chair, to some extent, bordering to national security concerns. Madam Chair, the MCB, or the Marawi Siege Victims Compensation Act, was enacted in the previous Congress. This is Republic Act number 11696, of which the IRR of the said law was signed fairly recently. The compensation program was also highlighted in the President's recent SONA, and I quote, "Kasalukuyan na tayong nagpoproseso ng tulong pinansyal para sa mga biktima ng Marawi Siege upang sila ay makapagsimula muli. Naway mamayani ang pag-asa. Naway magpatuloy ang pagkakaisa, pagmamatiyag at paghahangad ng kapayapaan at kaunlaran," unquote, showing that the President considers this program as a state policy and a priority. Now, my queries, Madam Chair, may be adequately responded to by my fellow Bangsamoro and a sister in faith, Secretary Amina. My question, Madam Chair, is under the proposed budget for 2024, under the NEP, the MCB will be receiving an amount of 1,117,000,000 pesos. May I ask Secretary Amina if this amount, can she confirm that this amount is correct?
Yes, Madam Chair. For 2023, we were able to provide 1 billion pesos for the Marawi compensation. This is for compensation of those who were displaced during the Marawi siege. And we were able, well, during the time when we passed our budget, there were no members of the board yet, but it was provided in the law that we'll have to provide them with 50 million initial for their PS and MOE, for them to be able to start their operations. And yes, for 2024, we again provided another 1 billion for the same purpose and 117 million for their PS and MOE and capital outlays. To date, sir, on the utilization of the 1 billion for compensation, we haven't received any request yet.
Thank you, Sec Amina. It's a good thing that you mentioned about the budget from the 2023 GAA, because the budget of the compensation, which is actually charged from the 131 billion calamity fund, because you're correct, the compensation board has yet to be convened at the time, and that's why the House of Representatives and the Senate felt it's proper to charge the 1 billion, the initial funding, to be charged from the calamity fund. But now, Madam Chair, we again, the 117 billion pesos is actually, compared to the previous budget for the MCB, is minimal, no? It's less, for example, less substantial in terms of its increase. May I ask, Madam Chair, what is the basis for the DBM of pegging the budget for the MCB, particularly that of the compensation packages at 1 billion to retain the 1 billion pesos and with a very slight increase of about 400 million pesos?
Of 1 billion pesos for 2024 is the same as the 2023 level. This is for the compensation.
Yeah.
What we added actually is their operational cost for their office because we did not increase their budget, sir, Madam Chair, because to date, we haven't received any request yet from the Marawi Compensation Board. So the 1 billion po, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, is still intact.
Okay, thank you. I have here, I'm sorry if MCB hasn't transmitted to you first the data, no, because they are actually currently profiling all the claimants. Now, I have here, Madam Chair, a report from the MCB. Since the start of their operation, meaning they have started to receive claims, on January 4, 2023, they have already profiled 2,034 individuals. So the projected claim, Madam Chair, out of the 2,034 claimants, they have already verified and vetted, I guess, 100 plus families. So amounting to approximately 600 to 700 million. So the average of that, based on the volume of claims and the already verified data, families, is 5 million pesos per claimant. Now compare that, Madam Chair, to the already proposed budget under the 2024 1 billion peso, Madam Chair, for the actual release of compensation is far cry from the assessment, from the post-assessment, post-needs and crisis assessment conducted by the OCD, which is also supported by the study done, a summary assessment in damage and needs conducted by the Asian Development Bank, which is, Madam's Chair, which needs to be, for the compensation or for the victims to be fully rehabilitated and the area to be fully rebuilt, we need, I guess, 132 million pesos. That's amounting to 7 billion pesos. An additional estimate, I guess, $216 million. That's amounting to 11.5 billion pesos. Now, I'm stating this, Madam Chair, because the MCB will not be there forever. It will be good only for 5 years. And minus the year that was enacted and the year that the MCB board was convened, we practically left with only 3 years to operate. If this continues on, the allocation of the actual compensation package, which is 1 billion, I have a doubt that the 300 plus individuals will be fully compensated by the year MCB will expire. So I'd just like to ask our Madam Secretary Amina, will there be any possible adjustment, for example, if MCB will be transmitting you the actual data based on their actual daily operation and the claimants that they have already verified, Madam Chair?
Madam Chair, I understand the situation as of now, but regrettably, but I regret that as of now, since we already have the NEP, we are unable to adjust the said amount. However, the Congress may adjust the amount, or maybe your good honor can add from the existing 1 billion pesos. Wala po, during the budget preparations, nagsubmit. They haven't submitted the list of the claims. But maybe for next year, if they are able to submit the list of claims, we will try to accommodate as much as we can given our budget levels.
Yeah, short manifestation, Madam Chair, if I may be allowed. Madam Chair, just a short manifestation, yeah.
Yes, just a
Just a
last
very quick, yeah.
question.
Madam Chair, I'm asking these questions, though it may appear parochial, but actually, Madam Chair, my community is hard hit in terms of not only natural calamity, but even armed conflict. And we think that the president under this administration running the affairs of the government with the pretext of unifying the country in terms of development and progress, we feel that nobody should be left behind. And it's very clear that peace and order, or peace and development may, to some, may mean rural, urban improvement, but to us, in our area, peace and development simply means food on the table and a decent shelter. And so I guess, Madam Chair, by the next time that we'll be holding another discussion in whatever fora that may be available for us, I think we need to prioritize again those who have, involuntarily fled their homes because of threat of either physical, physical threat, with the presence of physical threat and a danger to their community, Madam Chair. I've listened to all my colleagues here of also asking about Intel funds allotted and given to each agencies, and precisely because we need to counter the rise of lawless elements in our streets and the rise of radicalization and violent extremism. Marawi is a perfect example of the failure of our intelligence to counter violent extremism and to save our youth from ever joining this kind of, false and twisted ideology. So I hope, Madam Chair, we can give priority to those communities that are still suffering from the effects of calamities, either man-made or otherwise. So maraming salamat po, Madam Chair, and thank you very much to our distinguished guests. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Salamat, the Honorable Adyong. Next interpolate is our Deputy Majority Leader and APRO Vice Chair, Janet Garin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good evening to the DBCC family. On my right, Madam Chair, Your Honors, in hearing the earlier statements that the projected GDP for the second quarter is still okay, but it actually didn't meet its target.
Sec RC.
Yes, correct, Madam Chair. We're expecting the second quarter GDP to be a bit higher than what it actually was.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is reduced spending, does it play a vital role in increasing, will government spending play a vital role in increasing GDP?
The underspending of the various agencies did contribute to that, but it's not the only contributor. But if underspending would have been, say, if the programmed amount would have been spent, then GDP would have not been 4.3, but 5.6.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Madam Chair. Basically, the Committee on Appropriations also conducted oversight hearings with regards to obligation rates and utilization rates not reaching, disbursement rates not reaching its target. And one of the main reasons that we encounter was that there were delays in procurement processes because of concurrent meetings or visits or travels outside of the central office. Will it be feasible for the economic managers to possibly recommend to the executive that each department will now have to curtail It's unnecessary local travels so that those who are in charge of procurement and each agency or office who are part of the implementation of programs will have to stay put and prioritize utilization of funds. As I believe Madam Chair, Secretary Balisacan is very much aware of this, that when I was with the executive department, we had yardsticks, and there was like a quarterly target. Each bureau who cannot deliver will have disapproved local and international travels with a very few exceptions. So I don't know, Madam Chair, Your Honors, if the DBCC can actually put this forward, because appealing to the government agencies with delayed procurement has been very tasking on the part of the Oversight Committee of the Committee on Appropriations.
Sec Mina? Oh, Sec RC?
I think that is a good proposal, Madam Chair. That, when we approve foreign travels, if, we may look at the execution of programs of agencies that if they are if their agencies are way behind their schedule, then that's the more reason that they should stay put to implement their programs.
Yes, Madam Chair. Mas malaki po ang dagok ng local travels. Sometimes the other offices would have people like Monday, half day of Tuesday, and the rest of the week they're outside. May I move forward, Madam Chair, Your Honors? The travel tax collection, 4% of this goes to Higher Education Development Fund. Can the Bureau of Treasury confirm this?
Yeah, we do have the collections for the Higher Education Development Fund, Your Honor.
And one of the thrusts was that Congress is actually looking into is to promote scholarships related to tourism and other allied services. The problem that we were seeing is the fact that there apparently is not a smooth communication in terms of actual collection vis-a-vis timely reporting. Because again, in the oversight hearings that the Committee on Appropriations had, we found out that the Bureau of Treasury will have to wait for CHED and DBM to repeatedly request, can we possibly get the commitment from DBCC? Kaya po, ang nangyayari, there's like a huge chunk of money, billions of money, lodged before the Bureau of Treasury that are not actually spent by the Commission on Higher Education, where in fact this can actually redound to higher spending, because if this is utilized for scholarship related to tourism activities and even tourism promotional activities, then we can have a higher utilization. Can we get the commitment of DBCC that moving forward, travel tax, declaration of travel tax collection will be automatically reported to the DBM, and the DBM can now facilitate its inclusion in the Commission on Higher Education budget?
Yes, Your Honor, we can do the periodic and timely reporting of all these travel tax collections to the DBM.
And this will be on an annual basis, ma'am?
We can also do it like quarterly if it would be better for the DBM to allocate.
Thank you very much, and that will actually be redound to more scholarship programs and timely release. Moving forward, on the issue of irrigation, we noticed that food security and, of course, climate change has impacted food security, and irrigation plays a very vital role. What was the reason for the reduction of its overall total budget, in contrast to the President's claymore to fund more irrigation programs?
Madam Chair, for irrigation services, there's a slight increase under the 2024 National Expenditure Program of 1 billion pesos. For 2023 GAA, it's 30.10 billion. For 2024 proposed, it's 31.18 billion pesos.
Oh, thank you very much for that. We'll make sure that this is conveyed because our initial understanding was that the budget of the National Irrigation Administration was slashed. My last question, Madam Chair, is, last two questions. First would be on the livelihood programs being implemented by the national government. We noticed, particularly with DSWD, that implementation of livelihood programs is geared towards the 4Ps members or the listahanan. Unfortunately, as an entrepreneur, we know that it's not easy to force people to become businessmen. So can the economic team possibly look into the impact of the livelihood programs that are forcibly implemented via the 4Ps members? Because my understanding and my experience is that it is all 99% is bound to fail. So nasasayang lang tuloy yung mga livelihood programs because we are forcing 4Ps recipients to be entrepreneurs where in fact they just want to work, or those who are not geared to really make a livelihood, nawawala lang tuloy yung kapital. Parang we're really forcing them on something that is not a cup of tea for them.
Yeah, if I may answer that, Madam Chair. Yes, in our work program at NEDA, we are looking into some of the key, the priority projects of government to look into the impact of these projects. And the employment program is one of those that we have identified. So we'll be reporting on the findings of this as soon as we complete the study, Madam Chair.
So,
But
Madam
let
Chair,
me just note, Madam Chair, that if I may, that I think that we should not, the objective of the 4Ps program is entirely different from that of the livelihood. And I think that it's wrong to put these two together because they are two different programs addressing two different problems.
yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Secretary Balisacan, for that. And you are correct. They are two different entities. But what happens is that the Sustainable Livelihood Program, amounting to billions, lodged before the DSWD, is being forcibly implemented on 4Ps recipients. Kaya tuloy pumapalpak and nasasayang. Why don't we instead focus on our farmers, our fishermen, our MSMEs, those who are in the public markets, because the entrepreneurs, those who are wanting and those who are clamoring for entrepreneurial skills, will be better helped at by the Sustainable Livelihood Program. Last question, Madam Chair, Your Honor, PSDBM. I know that there have been a lot of apprehensions, but do I get it right from the DBM, the Department of Budget and Management, that PSDBM is already being overhauled and put back to what it was before? So with this, do you think that it is now safe to say that general procurement, especially on supplies and other items from other executive offices, can already be started with the PSDBM, same as what it was before PSDBM became overwhelmed with other items? Because this can be a solution to the very low obligation and disbursement rate.
Madam Chair, just to add, on livelihood projects, the President actually instructed us to rationalize all the livelihood projects and programs under the national government, because when he reviewed the NEP, the President's budget, he thought that there's a lot of agencies who provide livelihood programs separately. So by 2025, we will start our study this year, and by 2025, maybe we'll just concentrate the livelihood projects and at the same time focus on those who really needs the program. On PSDBM, dahil pagod na po ako. No, I have here the very able attorney Dennis Santiago. Maybe he can share with you. He has presented a 12-point agenda. Is it 12 point? A 12-point agenda on how to fix and reform PSDBM, Madam Chair, if he will be given a chance. Very short lang po.
The Attorney Santiago is recognized.
Madam Chair, members of the committee.
Yes.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Good evening, Madam Chair and the members of the committee. For PSDBM, at present, we are looking at the main mandate of the agency, that is to procure common use supplies and equipment. We temporarily suspended procuring for other government agencies so as to focus on the core function of centralized procurement for common use supplies. So when we are done with this, as we are already reviewing our technical specifications, upgrading them, including the budget through market studies, or the approved budget for the contracts for these goods, we'll perhaps venture out again, accepting requests from other government agencies to upscale, as mentioned by Honorable Congresswoman Garin, expenditure of government. But for the meantime, we will focus on common use supplies so that we'll be able to keep up with our mandate to supply, to centrally supply these goods to the whole of government.
So, Madam Chair, by 2024, will it be possible for PSDBM to have, for the Pokeyokes or the safety guards to have been reinstalled, and so that for 2024 you can now assist the other executive offices in procurement matters, of course, related to your mandate?
Yes, Madam Chair. Apart from procuring common use supplies and equipment, as a procurement agent, we can do this. We can procure again for other government agencies as long as it is within our capacity. And then at this time, we will be selective, such that we will only accept perhaps those that are complete, with complete budget, with complete technical specifications, with complete plans, before we launch the procurement for this. Because I think sometime in the past, the agency was, there were transfer of funds to the agency, but the GPPB recently issued a resolution that there will be no more transfer of funds to any procurement agent, but a procurement agent can procure, and then they will be sort of billing to the transferring agency when the procurement is done or accomplished. So perhaps in 2024, or perhaps 2025, Madam Chair, we can ready ourselves to procure again for other government agencies.
Yeah. Madam Chair, just a clarificatory question. What you were saying, Attorney Santiago, is that you can do the procurement, however, the actual payment will still happen in the mother agency.
That's correct, Madam Chair, following the GPPB resolution on non-transfer of funds.
And this can be done in 2024?
Hopefully, but I'm looking at 2025, Madam Chair, so that we can prepare ourselves, because there is still pending procurement or ongoing procurement for other government agencies that are already in the streamline, that are already being implemented, plus our own common use supplies that we have to really overhaul so that we can serve the main mandate of the agency. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, if I may add.
Yes, please.
As a result of transparent procurement under Attorney Dennis Santiago's management, PSDBM actually recorded a total of over 681 million in government savings for 2022. It's the highest figure registered since 2020 po. The significant cost of savings were attained through bulk procurement and market price monitoring and validation during his time.
Thank you for that. Before we proceed to round two, I'd like to ask a few clarificatory questions. First of all, Sec Mina, how was the budget ceiling for 2024 computed? Did you take the 2023 ceiling and apply some growth based on GDP growth, for example, or did you start with a target deficit for 2024 and work backwards?
Based on the total revenues, and kasi we have a medium-term fiscal framework, that disbursement will have to be at least 20% of GDP based on revenue, the disbursement, and then the fiscal deficit.
So yes, then how do you arrive at the 5.768?
Yes, 5.768.
So, sorry again, so what is the formula? There's a...
Yun nga. Yun po. Under the, kasi po, we have the MTFF. So the MTFF already provided for our revenues from now until 2028 and the level of fiscal deficit that we want until 2028.
Yes, so you in other words, it's the second, meaning you begin with a target deficit and work back.
No, Your Honor, we have the medium-term fiscal framework until 2028.
Correct. So based on that, there are target deficits until 2028.
We have the projected revenues from the Bureau of Customs, Bureau of Internal Revenue, plus the non-tax revenues, and then we discussed what is the tolerable deficit level. Our deficit target is 3% of GDP by year 2028. So that's how it is. Right?
So in other words, as of last year, you already know the ceilings up to 2028.
Correct.
Yes.
And those are not going to change regardless of how things changed until 2028.
Changes also, Your Honor. It depends. As in any plan, you have to be agile and make adjustments. In fact, we're doing much better than our original plan. Okay.
So let me change the way I asked the question. So did you change anything? I mean, so this ceiling that you proposed, 5.768, is it the same as what you thought it should be last year?
Hindi po. If you will notice po, the MTFF, which you sponsored here in House of Representatives and adopted eventually by House of Representatives and the Senate, the 2024 budget is only 5.629 trillion pesos. However, during our budget DBCC deliberations, we already included the revenues for the two new tax measures. The sugar, Yusek Shelo, maybe Yusek Shelo can explain later, the sugar and salt, is that right? Revenues. So we increased the level of our budget to 5.768. It used to be only 9% increase, but with the new revenue measures, it's now 9.5%.
And have you changed the assumptions with respect to disbursements?
Yes, we adjusted the level.
And by how much did you change it? Because clearly, how the rate by which we are disbursing is lower. Am I correct?
Madam Chair, you're referring to the overall disbursement, public expenditure as a percentage of GDP?
Yes, because again,
It's still more than 20% of GDP. To be exact, ilan yan? 21? It's 21.2 of GDP. Our disbursement, our expenditure.
no, but then clearly your actual disbursement is lower than what you had planned it to be.
Yes.
Because of how we are performing, right?
Correct,
What you had reported to us, your actual disbursements, your actual obligations, etc.,
Correct.
are below what you had expected it to be, right? So which means you're
It's lower now,
It's lower,
Madam
yes,
Chair.
correct.
But as previously said, we are trying to request the agencies to speed up the implementation of their projects and programs.
so okay. So
And note also that the validity of the GAA is 2 years.
okay. So in the interest of time, could you just kindly submit this whole spreadsheet where we have the computation of the ceiling so that we can see the details of the assumptions? I mean, particularly the assumptions on the revenues as well as the disbursements. All right, thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair.
My next question is for the BSP. What was your net income last year? And how was this relative to the previous year? So you drew down from the JIR quite substantially because you had to defend the peso. I mean, so how?
Madam Chair, when we had some problem regarding volatility in the foreign exchange, we have to draw down from our reserves to intervene in the market.
Correct. But overall, what was your net income?
$63.73 billion for 2022.
63.7 billion pesos. Sorry. And in the prior year, so that meaning for 2021.
Yes, sir. 34 billion in 2021.
More than double. Wow, about double. How much bonuses did you give your employees?
I don't have the data, Madam Chair, but
But you gave bonuses over and above the mandatory 13th month?
there
Did you?
are. We have institutionalized benefits.
No, so it's a question, yes or no. Did you or did you not? Apart from the mandatory 13th month pay.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, Madam.
So how many months? An additional 1 month? An additional 2 months? An additional 3 months? Because you made way more than usual.
Ilang months pa tayo? Hindi ko alam. Madam Chair, can we just submit it?
No, I'm sure you remember. I'm asking you, I'm sure you recall how many months extra you received. An additional 1, 2, or 3, or 4?
Honestly, Madam Chair, I don't know myself because I seldom check but I will ask my colleagues.
I can return to you in a bit because we still have round 2.
Yeah.
But can you kindly just let us know the bonuses that were given in 2022 as well as in 2021? All right, and then my last question would be for our national statistician. May we know the status of our national ID? So, as a background, if you recall last budget season, I believe that you committed to issuing 92 million physical IDs by July of this year. May we know the status as of today?
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair. As of July 31st of this year, the PSA registered 80.2 million Filipinos to the national ID. This actually represents 87% of the 92 million. The reason for not reaching the 92 million...
Sorry, 87%
of the 92 million.
already received.
Those that received the ID is 75.4 million.
75.4 of the 92 million.
Oh, yeah, of the 92 target.
As of today.
As of today.
All right. And what's the reason for the shortfall?
Madam Chair, we divided the registration because during the registration at the height of the pandemic, we first targeted 15 and above, the population aged 15 and above. So they were the first one who were registered, and based on the 2023 population projection of 15 and above, we covered actually 82% of them already. Now, on the 5 to 14, the second target, because these are children in schools, and we understand that they're hybrid, so we cannot do a full registration. We only cover 67% of the 5 to 14. So yung inahabol namin is the 5 to 14. We are hopeful that once school starts this August, end of August, and it's now face-to-face, we can actually register them at school premises.
Okay. So, kailan natin mabubuo?
Our
After school registration?
Yes, because the big bulk is really the school-age children at this point. Okay. So we are hopeful that by end of the year we will hit the target of the 92 million registration.
Okay. By the way, hindi ko pa natatanggap yung akin. At hindi ako nagre-register sa school, so I will fall through the cracks.
Yeah. What we're doing, Madam Chair, is that the President ordered PSA and the ICT because, of course, one of the challenges of the national ID is really the printing of the physical card. So that's why we resorted to the e-fil ID, which is still being used by our citizens. And the President ordered the PSA and the DICT to collaborate to issue the digital Phil ID through the eGov app, which the
Yes,
DICT...
but is 75.4 refers to the physical?
The 75.4 is a combination of the physical card.
Your commitment had to do with the physical. So ano yung count ng physical IDs issued?
For the physical card that is delivered
Yes.
to the hands of the registrant, it's numbered 36 million. And then the 39.4 million are the e-fil ID.
39.4.
Yes, the e-fil ID.
Sorry. Okay, so medyo malayo pa. Please submit a catch-up plan.
Yes, we are, Madam Chair, if for the information, of course, the printing of the physical card is the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, our partner, and we are really encouraging the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas to nudge their printer to add another line. Because right now, the current capacity of the BSP is just about 80,000 cards per day. And to really catch up, we really need to add more printers for the physical card.
Okay, balikan ko na lang later on ang BSP. Alright, sumingit lang ako before round 2. Okay, now, let us begin round 2. First to interpolate is the Honorable Edsa Lagman.
3 minutes, Mama. 3 minutes sa second round.
For second round, we have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For my second round, let me start with a follow-up of the concern of the Honorable Franz Castro when she lamented that there is no appropriation for increase of salaries of public sector employees. And the answer of Secretary Amina is that the GCG is studying this concern and is expected to submit its final report by October, and that this could still catch up with the budget process so that the appropriation for the salary increase can be effected in the General Appropriations Act. Now, since, Madam Chair, we cannot exceed the expenditure ceiling of 5.768, are we expecting a submission of a supplemental NEP to accommodate this concern, or are we going to bump up some expenditure items in order to include within the ceiling the appropriation for the increase of salaries of government personnel?
Madam Chair, under the MPBF, there's an item there, staffing modifications and upgrading of salaries and other compensation adjustment, which totals to 93.9 billion pesos. And of this amount, there's 16.9 billion for the salary adjustment, and there's an item that says other compensation with an amount of 70 billion pesos. This amount can be used for the remaining increase of a salary of government workers, assuming we get the study from the GCG. But as of now po, we don't have the figure yet.
In other words, the possibility of an increase in the salary of public sector personnel is already embedded in the proposed budget?
Yes, partly po.
I hope that would answer the concern of Representative Franz Castro. How much of the confidential and intelligence funds of 9.2 billion in 2023 have been released to the concerned agencies?
Madam Chair, we'll just get the exact figures. Madam Chair, the total budget for 2023 GAA of confidential and intelligence funds amounts to 10.022 billion pesos.
For this year?
For this year, 2023. And it's comprehensively released to all the agencies.
Okay.
So it's already been released to all the departments.
In other words, at the early part of the year, this was comprehensively released without the concerned agencies requesting for it. Now, my question is, has the DBM monitored the obligation and disbursement rates of the concerned agencies with respect to their intelligence and confidential funds?
Ba't wala kang balance? Meron ka as of March. Hindi sa atin. Madam Chair, all CF and IF shall be audited and the utilization will be submitted to COA. And reporting, there's reportorial requirement. Asan? On reporting requirements, national government agencies to the President of the Philippines in the case of IF, and to the Senate President, Speaker of the House, and DND Secretary for the CF.
In other words,
We don't get their...
you don't get that report because it's supposed to be not within your jurisdiction.
Yes, Madam Chair.
And these agencies, with respect to their secret funds, are not obliged to submit their absorptive capacity or disbursement to justify their budget for next year. Is that correct?
No, Mr. Chair, because it's already lumped under their MOE when they submit their Tier 1 of the budget.
Now, talking about the MOE, are the confidential and intelligence funds included in the MOE of the concerned agencies?
Yes, Madam Chair.
If they are, why are they not subjected to the regular auditing process?
We'll ask our lawyer to answer.
Madam Chair, under the 2023 GAA po, we have general provisions, Section 80 and Section 81, which says that this would cover intelligence funds and confidential funds respectively. And in both provisions, it is indicated that the implementation of the section shall be subject to the joint circular of the COA, DBM, DILG, GCG, and DND. And in the joint circular po, ang nakalagay pong mag-o-audit is COA po.
Okay.
And there is a particular specific audit unit that does this. It is the Intelligence and Confidential Fund Audit Unit of the COA. Confidential po. The agency submit it in a sealed envelope and labeled as confidential. Okay. Thank you, Madam.
And last year, we asked COA to give us a report on the utilization of these secret funds. And COA said that they could not divulge that to us. So the auditing is between the auditor and the audited behind closed doors. Now, do you have any idea how great is the appetite of these agencies in the utilization of their secret funds?
Madam Chair, what we can just say is under the joint circular, there are specific purposes or authorized uses for this. And we would surmise that when the COA does the audit, they would check whether or not the disbursements are made in accordance with the exclusive uses for confidential and intelligence expenses.
Right.
And there are also prohibited expenses po that are specified in the circular.
And you're surmising, and our suspicion may just coincide. Now, anyway, I will pursue my advocacy against the profligate appropriation of confidential and intelligence funds. I have a number of questions, Madam Chair, to Secretary Jokno, but most probably he could answer this in writing. Okay? Number one, what are the infra projects lined up under the Maharlika Investment Fund? Number two, what is the time frame for these investments to be effected? Number three, can these infra projects be included for sooner implementation by concerned agencies like the DPWH and the DOTR? And lastly, what are the megatrends which are targeted for investments under the Maharlika Investment Fund? And we would appreciate a forthwith answer in writing to these questions, Mr. Secretary.
We will respond.
Now, with respect to BSP, Madam Chair, may we know historically whether BSP has lent to the national government in a interest-free loan for budgetary support aside from the time of the pandemic?
If it's the Bangko Sentral, none, only during the time of the crisis.
Could you just check your records together with most probably the Bureau of the Treasury and submit in writing your response? Thank you, Madam Chair. I will not ask for a third round.
Thank you, the Honorable Lagman. Next interpolate is our Minority Leader, the Honorable Libanen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Earlier in my interpellation, I requested for the feasibility study on the Matnog-Alin Bridge. And I have here a news report of Director Ernesto Octaviano of NEDA Eastern Visayas. I'd like to read this into the record. The central government, this is January 14, 2020, Philippine News Agency, Tacloban City. The central government will need over 300 billion to build a long-span bridge linking Alin, Northern Samar, and Matnog, Sorsogon, the National Economic Development Authority said, citing a newly completed feasibility study. In other words, you have already this feasibility study. The study has identified two feasible options to construct Sorsogon-Samar Link Bridge. The first is the construction of a 24-kilometer crossing bridge with an estimated cost of 284 billion. It consists of 3 long-span bridges, Alin to San Antonio in Northern Samar, San Antonio to Capol, Northern Samar, and Capol to Matnog, Sorsogon. The construction timetable is 6 years. Another alternative is to build a 257 billion deep tunnel, which requires 9 years to complete based on the document obtained by the Philippine News Agency from NEDA regional office here. But options also need improvement of ferries on both sides, etc. Given the huge funding requirement and 6 to 9 years of the construction period, the project will not be realized until under the administration of President Rodrigo Duterte, said Ernesto Octaviano, Head of NEDA Eastern Visayas Project Development, Investment, Programming, and Budgeting Division. I will stop here because I might consume my 3 minutes. In other words, you have this feasibility study already, and is this a priority this year or by this administration, Madam Chair?
As far as I know, Madam Chair, as far as I know, it's not in the in the infrastructure priority projects for now, because that has to be endorsed by the implementing agency. In this case, it's Department of Public Works or Department of Transportation, Madam Chair. And NEDA board, NEDA could not proceed with the evaluation, with the review of that project without the endorsement of the implementing agency. For the record, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, it's not the NEDA that prepares feasibility studies or develops or endorses the study, but it's the implementing agency. Our role at NEDA is to review, to evaluate, and recommend to the cabinet, to the NEDA board, our recommendations with respect to this project. So the court is in the ball of, or the ball is in the court of the implementing agency. What I did hear, though, is that there's some problems initially with I think about the infeasibility, technical infeasibility of the study, but I haven't heard about and I did not see this study that you are referring to now, Your Honor, and I would like to see that too. But it's not with NEDA. I am not aware of such a study.
Maybe.
I am not aware of such a study.
Maybe, Madam Chair, we can ask the Director Ernesto Octaviano who issued this press release. However, Madam Chair, I think NEDA can make an assessment on the economic impact to the country if ever we will construct this bridge. Can NEDA do it?
Madam Chair, when I asked about this project some time ago, what I heard was that the pre-feasibility is not even a feasibility at that point. The pre-feasibility undertaken by the Asian Development Bank proved that it had technical issues, and I asked DPWH whether they would submit that project to NEDA at that time, because the honor asked me about this a year ago about the same project, and that's why I was asking questions about this. But yes, just to cut the story short, Your Honor, as of now, we don't have this in the NEDA for review or for evaluation. The Department of Public Works or the EOTR, whoever is the implementing agency, would have to initiate the process, endorse it to the NEDA board so that we can do our review.
With this precedence, Madam Chair, I would understand the reluctance of DPWH to endorse this because, as stated, this requires 300 billion. Yeah. In other words, this is more than 1/4 of the budget of DPWH. However, Madam Chair, we can start with the construction of the bridge from Allen to Capol, then from Capol to San Antonio. Make this a long-term development plan to construct this bridge if we have the necessary economic studies on this. Madam Chair, I would like to go to my next issue, which I would like to request the Commissioner of the BIR to answer. In a news release, I would like to congratulate Commissioner Romeo Lumagi Jr. for filing criminal cases against corporate officers, accounting firms, accountants who allegedly bought ghost receipts resulting in 17.9 billion in tax liability, as in the press release. However, it states in this press release that this is only the first set. In other words, you have more sets. Have you uncovered all this? Because in the statement of Secretary Jukno, he was thanking Congress for passing the necessary tax measures. However, we would go to collection, and if there are loopholes in collection, then we have a problem. Have you finished your investigation on these ghost receipts or fake receipts?
Well, good evening, Madam Chair, Your Honor. Well, we have already, the investigation is ongoing, meaning we've been auditing also the buyers of these ghost receipts, as well as initial set of all the corporations that were established to issue these ghost receipts. So we're in the process of auditing the tax liabilities and also preparing for the criminal cases against those involved.
This representation was informed that with regards to fake receipts, you can easily decipher that in your computer because somebody designed it in your office, so that when somebody files a tax return and there is no clear source of that receipt, it is easily discovered by you. So that how much in terms of percentage have you gone through with your investigation?
Right now, we're still undergoing the due process. So we've been writing all the buyers, and we've been collating all the documentary evidence. So as far as our records are concerned, definitely we have initial findings with respect to that. But we need to complete all the evidence so that when we file in DOJ, then we will have a solid case against those involved.
When can you finish this investigation of yours?
As to the timeline, we've been getting certifications and documentary requirements, so I'm not sure when it will be finished, but since those involved are numerous, so it's really an ongoing process, and it will also take time. But we will continue filing the cases against those involved as soon as we were able to complete all the documentary evidence against them.
Madam Chair, this humble representation was informed that there are big companies involved in this. Am I correct?
Yes, Your Honor. In fact, we've already filed against some of the big corporations, Mr. Chair.
And the allegation of fraud on this matter may hamper the compromise provision in the law on the compromise power of the commissioner, so that he may not be allowed to do that. Am I correct?
Well, as soon as that's correct, Your Honor. As soon as the commissioner finds that there is fraud, then it's not compromisable. So unless and until there's a finding of fraud, then that's a time that it can be subject to compromise. But as soon as the evidence are already there and there's a finding of a clear indication of fraud, then it's not subject to compromise anymore.
Well, Madam Chair, I hope we can finish this and Congress can have a report on this. Please submit this to this representation so that we can help you. We can help you in collecting these collectibles by government from these corporations. And thank you for that information. Hopefully you can finish all this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Salamat. Next to interpolate is our Deputy Minority Leader, Franz Castro.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I-follow up ko ulit, Madam Chair, yung tanong kay DBM Secretary. No? So, medyo nagkaroon ng linaw sa atin, no? Yung based sa pagtatanong ng ni Congressman Lagman on the salary increase. So kung totoo yung 86.9 billion, Madam Chair, meron na bang ballpark 86.9 billion? Kasi sabi nyo there is 16.9 billion salary adjustment and another 70 billion na nanggaling sa 93.9 billion. Tama po, no? So, do you have a ballpark percentage increase na maasahan natin? So, meron na ba kayong na-compute? So, based dito lang sa 86.9 billion. Ano kaya yung maasahang percentage of increase sa salary?
Ma'am, Madam Chair, it will be still difficult for us to have a figure as of now. We really have to wait until the result of the October study po from GCG.
Okay. So, maybe 5%, 10% salary increase for our government employees?
Maybe po, yung computation po nung 16 billion that we have right now is between 2 to 8% po. But it's very, lang po, rough estimate
Okay.
po siya ng increase.
So, okay na po sa akin yun.
The amount po is just for 6 months.
Okay, pero
Yung assumption lang po.
pero sana lumaki pa yon, Madam Secretary, Madam Chair. Anyway, meron akong nakita dito, Madam Chair, na 58 billion 342 million 928,000 na terminal leave for NEP 2024 proposed. So para saan po itong 58 billion, Madam Chair?
Madam Chair, ma'am, if I can just give the figures that we have right now po. For under the Pension and Gratuity Fund for 2024 NEP po, the pension po is 142.365 billion pesos, while the retirement, gratuity, and terminal leave po is 108.5 billion. And meron pong others na item which is 2.3 billion pesos po.
So, mas malaki pa po pala yung sa terminal leave. Kasi nakita natin 58 billion. So, you said 108 billion po. So, ilan po kayang employees yun?
Meron pong retirement, gratuity, and terminal leave.
For civilian employees?
Nakasama po siya sa isang in aggregate amount po.
So, parang ang laki-laking ang laki-laking amount. Madam Chair, ito ba yung ini-earmark natin for right sizing?
Yes, Madam Chair. Bulk of the increase is allocated for the payment of retirement and terminal leave benefits for government employees who will optionally retire for 2024, and we also incorporated the potential requirements for the government's right-sizing reform specifically for separation benefits and other retirement gratuity and terminal leave deficiencies.
So for right sizing,
Yes, ma'am.
one of the reasons. Okay, so lumaki kasi from 2023, 15 billion to 108 billion. Okay, another question. You've said, Madam Secretary, Madam Chair, you will create new non-teaching positions for DepEd and CHED. So, could you give me the number? Ilan po yung mga non-teaching personnel na ito at yung mga positions that would be created, both for DepEd and SUC?
Madam Chair, for DepEd non-teaching, 5,000 positions. For the different elementary and secondary schools.
How about in SUC? Kasi binanggit niyo rin yung sa SUC.
The number for the SUCs yet because they're still preparing their ROS, their revised standards for their organization. But as soon as we get their proposal, we will provide for the items.
Okay, so can you provide this committee, ano po itong mga positions na ito for the DepEd? For non-teaching, kasi kailangan natin ng registrar, kailangan natin ng mga accounting staff, yung nasa baba po, hindi yung nasa taas na
Yes,
na position sa DepEd. Okay, thank you po. Number 3, may binanggit din kayo kanina, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, yung multi-year contracts with missing documents or requirements ng previous administration. So ano-ano po itong mga previous contract po na may mga missing requirements?
Ma'am, under the ICT po yun, that's one of the reasons provided po during the oversight on Committee on Appropriations and Expenditures dito po sa House of Representatives. Isa pong reason yon kung bakit hindi po nila ma-obligate at saka ma-disburse yung mga funds nila because meron daw pong mga kontrata na hindi po nila mahanap yung mga dokumento.
Okay, can you provide this committee also and this representation of those contracts?
Yes, Madam Chair, we will also ask the ICT po to provide the contracts, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. And the last, you said you have may priorities tayo doon sa mga unprogrammed appropriation released. Binanggit niyo kanina. So, parang tingin ko naman wala sa special provisions yon. So, saan po nanggaling yung mga binanggit niyong priorities doon sa unprogrammed appropriations? Madam Chair, kasi benefits yun eh. Interested ako doon sa binabanggit ninyo na mga unprogrammed. So based on the GAA 2023, on the 1 to 61 items po, nandoon yung miscellaneous personnel benefits, fund staffing, modification, upgrading of salaries, pension and gratuity fund, retirement gratuity, and terminal. So nandoon kasi yun sa unprogrammed appropriations.
May, Madam Chair, meron pong internal policy and guidelines ang DBM po na binanggit ko po kanina. And ang prioritization po ng unprogrammed appropriation, ang first priority po, assuming there's a need for a release at meron po tayong additional cash revenue at may certificate po from BTR, First po doon sa listahan ng prioritization, yung PS po, yung needs po natin sa personal services requirements.
Okay. So, yun lang, Madam Chair. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Thank you, ma'am.
Right. Next to interpolate, from the majority, we have our Deputy Majority Leader, the Honorable J.J. Suarez.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Very quickly lang. Sec Mina, earlier, you showed the regional allocation of the budget. So we saw from Region 1, 2, 3, 4 onwards. Are you aware that the DPWH follows a certain formula when it comes to allocating infrastructure projects based on region and district offices?
Madam Chair, I know that they follow a formula, but we don't have the formula in DBM.
Yeah. Actually, Madam Chair, that's where I wanted to drive my point because I don't know what the formula is. I don't know how the formula was derived. I don't know if the formula was even legislated. So I don't know the basis of the formula. Because if we're going to go down to monitoring expenditure, finding out the proper allocations, it has to be based on science, you know. Similar to how the DBCC allocates funds, you follow certain guidelines, principles, and a formula. So you mentioned, Sec Mina, that you're not aware of this formula.
Yes, we are not aware. What we know from the DBM is the major projects that they identify when they submit their budget proposal. Which are as follows: Asset Preservation Program, Network Development Program, the Bridge Program, Flood Management Program, and the Convergence and Special Support Programs, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair.
Okay, so just going back to my point, Secretary Pangandaman, yung formula na ginagamit ng DPWH for allocation, is it a DBCC prescribed formula?
No, Madam Chair.
So it's a formula that DPWH came up with?
Internal to DPWH.
Internal, it's within the department?
Apo.
Okay. Madam Chair, I won't exhaust my 5 minutes because we've been sitting here for the past 8 hours already. And I just want to thank you and the rest of the economic managers for making sure the recovery of the country is on track. So congratulations.
The chair now recognizes the Honorable Raul Manuel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's been 4 hours since I asked for the list. Ready na po ba yung listahan ng projects sa bawat barangay dun sa 864 na beneficiaries ng Barangay Development Program?
Madam Chair, what we have is the list of beneficiaries per region, province, city, municipality, and barangay, but we don't have the list of the specific projects on hand.
Duly noted, Madam Chair, pero I'd like to express my disappointment on this matter kasi questionable na nga po yung listahan ng barangay na beneficiaries tapos wala din pong maipresent sa atin na breakdown. Pag ganun po, lump sum po siya eh. Ibig sabihin, task tayo sa Congress to scrutinize yung proposed national budget, pero ito din pala isang lump sum na hindi natin ma-scrutinize. Kaya pag ganun po, highly discretionary, tapos kaya po natin natatawag na general spork itong Barangay Development Program. Kasi nga, several years na ganito yung nangyayari. Hindi tayo nabibigyan ng kopya in detail kung ano yung mga proyekto per barangay, Madam Chair. Now, to compare, kasi lagi natin sinasite yung capacity ng ating agencies to conduct projects. Now, I'd like to ask, ano po yung completion rate ng BDP projects for 2022 and 2023?
Madam Chair, for fiscal year 2022, the appropriation of 5.6 billion was fully released, of which 3.8 billion, comprising of 839 projects, has been reported as completed, equivalent to 69% of the released SBDP. For 2023, the appropriation of 6.3 billion was released to the LGUs except for the 2 barangays which are not yet endorsed by the NTF to the DBM. The 1,254 endorsed projects are in various stages of procurement. Madam Chair, for the details of the status of their implementation, the DILG may provide such information as they're the ones monitoring this project, Madam Chair. But we can also ask the DILG to provide the specifics of the projects and the implementation stage to date.
Pero so far, Madam Chair, for 2023, at least first quarter or hanggang second quarter, ilang porsyento na po ng mga proyekto yung natapos na?
For 2023, Madam Chair, the projects are still on various stages of procurement to date.
With that, Madam Chair, I'd like to know bakit po hindi tayo consistent dun sa ating standards. Kanina po nabanggit yung DICT ay may cut sa budget niya dahil hindi ganun kataas yung kanyang capacity to implement. Pero itong NTF-ELCAC po, DILG 2022 report, sabi po nila, ang paggamit ng 2021 budget ay 49% lang yung completion rate. Budget po yan ng 2021, pero ang report as of 2022 na. And yung 2022 din, 69%. Tapos for 2023, as of now, nag-uusap po tayo, walang maibigay po na completion rate. Tapos manghihingi po ng malaki, questionable again yung listahan, at wala ding specific projects. Kaya po, form po talaga ito ng pork barrel, Madam Chair. Now, for my next topic, speaking of funds for travel expenses, meron po tayong summary for Office of the President, DA, OVP, tsaka DepEd. From 2022 to 2023, Office of the President, 68%, tumaas. Tapos, for next year naman po, tumaas din ng 71%. DA, from 2022 to 2023, 30%. Tapos, tataas na naman, 32%. OVP po, from 2022 to 2023, naging triple ang travel expenses. Tapos yung DepEd naman, may 1 billion hike papunta this year. Tapos gusto pa pong taasan next year. Even DBM po ay nanghihingi po ng 4 times na funds for travel expenses. Hindi po ba ito sobrang taas? Bakit po tayo may fiscal space para sa mga biyahe? Saan po yung prudence sa ganitong bagay? At sobrang substantial po ng tinataas bawat taon.
Madam Chair, as previously mentioned po, yung travel expenses po, talaga po makikita natin yung increase niya if you will compare it from previous years. Because unang-una po, at least for the Office of the President po, sabi ko po, dalawang klase po ang travel ng Presidente. First po is yung mga state visits because some of the head of the states also go to our country and we have to go do the same po. You see,
Madam Chair,
And
for
at
me
the
to
same
clarify my question, dahil ang tanong ko po, general po siya, I can ask that pag sumalang po yung OP sa committee man or sa plenary. Pero ang tanong ko po kasi parang in general ganito po tayo kaluwag sa travel ng iba't ibang mga ahensya. And I cited 4, OP, DA, OVP, and DepEd. At ang lalaki po nung tinataas ng kanilang travel expenses.
Madam Chair, wala pong travel before because of the pandemic and we have to consider po that this is a new administration. We have to show po sa ibang bansa na our economy is open and we have new policies na for investments po. For example po dyan, ang DBCC po, your economic team po, pumupunta po kami sa iba't ibang bansa po to get investments po para magkaroon po tayo ng additional na investments at business opportunities at trabaho po.
So parang revenge travel din po ba ito ng ating mga government agencies, Madam Chair? Kasi yung justification din po, may chance na mag-create daw. Though ito ay pangako pa lang naman, 175,000 jobs. Pero po when I computed, minimum wage, kung sasweldohan po natin yung 175,000, yung annual na sahod po nila, ang kailangan lang ay 25.6 billion. So ibig sabihin po actually, kaya nating tiyakin na makakapaglikha tayo ng trabaho nang hindi po tayo gumagastos ng ganito kalaki para sa biyahe ng ating mga nasa executive branch, Madam Chair.
Kindly wrap up.
Okay, Madam Chair, I'd like to request for a third round. Thank you.
How many more questions do you have?
I have 2 topics left, Madam Chair.
Sige, why don't you just finish the 2 questions para hindi na
Okay.
tayo mag-round 3.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Ito po, di isang tanong lang. Sa budget message natin, na-mention yung tungkol sa health na, well, actually, it will have a cut, 2.7%. For labor naman, DOLE and DMW, may cut na 14%. Pero po, I'm wondering, bakit sa budget message, silent po ito dun sa significant increase sa defense budget, which is 14%. Bakit po hindi siya specifically pointed out in the budget message?
Sec Mina, you mentioned earlier that you have 2 USECs who are assigned to comms. Maybe
Mipad na po sila.
you would like
They
to
went to Cebu
call on
already.
them?
Ipod na po sila papunta.
Were they responsible for this?
Hindi, yung defense.
Madam Chair, maybe if it can help guide our discussion.
Rep Manuel, let's just have the 3rd round. So let's now move to the honorable process.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, nanggaling po kanina doon sa usapan ng ano yung ating food threshold, ano, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, what about yung mahalaga sigurong datos ng cost of living at family living wage? Meron po ba ang NEDA?
We don't monitor the family living wage as such, but we periodically update the thresholds, the food thresholds, the poverty thresholds that we are using for our poverty assessment. Madam Chair.
So, Madam Chair, wala tayong...
Well, I don't think that, not that I am aware of, because I think living wage is not that properly defined as far as I know, but the thresholds that we are applying and using for our...
So ano lang sa statistics, Madam Chair, ang meron tayo? Kasi Madam Chair, I am asking this kasi nasa batas natin dapat na ginagarantiya ng Estado ang karapatan ng mga manggagawa para sa living wage. Diba dapat, kung ganon, mahalaga yung pag-compute, no, ng family living wage or ng cost of living sa pag-compute ng sahod ng manggagawa, Madam Chair. Bakit walang estimate cost of living at living wage ang ahensya ng gobyerno natin?
I said, what is the official statistics that we are using are the annual, the poverty threshold, the food threshold, the threshold for the near poor, and those are the ones that we are monitoring officially, Your Honor. For example, the actual 2021 poverty threshold on a per capita basis monthly is 2,406. And we adjusted this for 2023. For January to June 2023, it's now 2,710 for on a monthly basis per person. So these are the ones that we are monitoring. Insofar as cost of living, these are we can see that in the CPI. The CPI will tell you what's happening with the cost of living across regions and major provinces or the provinces as well as the major cities of the country. We are monitoring those, Your Honor. And if you want to come,
Madam Chair, can you clarify yung CPI? Ano po yun?
yung Consumer Price Index.
Consumers.
Because that's a bundle of commodities, consumer goods that we monitor and how the prices are moving. And that's the one that actually used to determine whether your purchasing power is increasing or decreasing.
Yes, Madam Chair, sa NCR kasi, actually, ang Ibon Foundation, meron po sila as of July 2023 na accounting ng family living wage, which is 1,164 per day, or 25,327 per month. Now, despite the recent wage hike effective noong mid-July, the NCR nominal wage of 610, kasi di ba tinaas nyo po to 40 pesos, is ito pong 610 is 47.7% short of the regional family living wage. So, binabalikat po ng mga ordinaryong Pilipino sa tindi ng krisis, kakarampot yung sahod sa kabila nung nagtataas ang presyo ng bigas, iba pang pagkain at bilihin. Kaya hindi po natin makita kung bakit wala tayong statistics particular nung family living wage or cost of living. Ang meron lang tayo ay yung sinasabi ninyo, ang batayan natin ay yung purchasing power, tapos meron kayong binanggit na 2,000. Can I have pala yung ganon na yung binabasa po ninyo? Saan po yung reference niyan?
Oh, you can, it's in the website of the Philippine Statistics Authority.
PSA.
You can also download, we also have that in our website. We can provide Your Honor, and these numbers. As I said, the statistics that we generate are officially adopted. They are approved by the various statistical committees of government. And it's an output of interagency work, and we also do consultation with the private sector, with various stakeholders when we generate these statistics. It's not something that we just pick up from anywhere, and so because we have got to vet the statistical, the validity, the properties of these measures, and whether they capture what we wanted these indices to capture. There is statistical process that we go through in generating those indicators like CPI.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, yun lang naman yung binabanggit ko na napakaliit pa rin. Sabi ko nga kanina, yung 610 na ngayon, sinesweldo sa NCR pa lang yon, di ba? Tapos kung wala tayong mga data pa sa iba pa, ano na lang yung mangyayari. But nevertheless, meron po akong set of questions pa kaugnay naman dito. Ang mga tanong ko rin po, halimbawa, before the lockdown, profits of companies of all sizes increased by 72% from 2 trillion in 2012 to 3.4 trillion in 2019. Ngayon, tumaas din ang GDP mula 12.4 trillion noong 2012 patungong 19.9 trillion noong 2022. Maaring bang kumpirmahin na sa kabila ng pandemya at lockdown, ang aggregate gross revenue ng mga top 1,000 corporations sa bansa tumaas ng 17.5% mula 11.44 trillion noong 2020 tungong 13.44 trillion ng 2021. Tama po ba?
We don't monitor the companies, Your Honor. What we do monitor is the aggregate
baka sa DOLE,
incomes of, baka sa, or DTI ho, baka meron sila.
DTI, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair.
Because these are not part of our statistical indices that.
But can you safely say, Madam Chair, na tumaas ito even pa nagkaroon ng pandemya at lockdown, tumaas pa rin yung gross revenue natin ng ilang mga korporasyon.
There were winners and losers during the pandemic, Your Honor, and those that were, for example, engaged with the digital technology, like apps, they were the ones who made a fortune during the
Madam Chair, based on the data, common naman ito. Based on the data released by the PSA, labor productivity increased by 28.9% from 330,035 per worker in 2012 to 425,511 in 2022. Yan, tama ba ito, Madam Chair?
Tama. The GDP has increased by much more than the increase in the rate of the labor force, growth of the labor force, or even by population. So labor productivity is defined as the GDP over total population or total labor force must have increased.
Now, Madam Chair, ang tanong ko dito kasi, during the past years...
Last set of questions, Honorable Rojas.
Yes, Madam Chair. Worker productivity has been the driving force behind economic growth. Isa po ang sektor ng mga manggagawa sa pangunahing bumubuhay sa ating bansa. Pero sa kabila nito, hindi nakakasabay yung kanilang nakukuhang sahod sa kanilang produktibidad. Now, ayon din sa Ibon Foundation, ang average daily basic pay ay lumago ng less than 21% mula 391 pesos noong 2012 tungong 472 noong 2022. Nitong nakaraan, ang tinaas lang ay 40 pesos na sahod sa NCR, samantala sa ibang rehiyon nananatili na nakababa, tapos nakapako yung minimum wage. Napakaliit po ng 40 pesos increase kumpara sa nagagawa ng mga manggagawa. Palaging dinadahilan pa na tataas ang inflation rate kapag nagtaas ng sahod. Samantala, matagal ng panahon, walang wage increase, pero sumirit pataas ang inflation rate. Ngayon, Madam Chair, I just only have one question dito. Madam Chair, may plano ba talaga ang Marcos administration na itaas ang sahod ng mga manggagawa sa antas ng tunay na nakabubuhay? Yes or no, Madam Chair?
Yes, we have a plan, Madam Chair, and that is in the Philippine Development Plan that we described this morning. That's the plan that we believe will address the ailments of our society, and that is the lack of profitable remunerative jobs and the lack of or the very slow decline in poverty, particularly in many dimensions of poverty.
Madam Chair, at the
Thank
rate
you.
we're
So we now
going,
move to our third
2024, tataas ba? Yun lang naman tanong ko eh.
Okay, so last question. Can you repeat that?
Tataas yung, well, yeah, if you see these investments and the employment the high quality of employment that we would want, then wages should rise. As we pointed out, Madam Chair, and repeatedly pointing out, it's not so much the employment that is or the jobs that is our problem. It's the quality of jobs. And to improve that quality of jobs, we need more investors, whether it's domestic or foreign. We need jobs in the manufacturing, in high quality service, not in the informal sector, not in the and these jobs are not manna from heaven. We have to invest in them. We also have to improve the employability of our workers so that we can, they can be absorbed in those emerging sectors like the creative industries that were talked about earlier, or in the this so-called green economy. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Madam Chair, it is nowhere in the NEP, no? It is not reflected in the NEP kung tataas yung sahod ng mga manggagawa. So very clear naman yun. Pero sinasabi ni Mr. Secretary, tataas.
Thank you. Now we move to the third round. Strictly 2 minutes. Honorable Raul Manuel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tatry ko pa mag-rap para mapagkasya ko. Anyhow, kidding aside, I'd like to get the response again of DBM. Bakit po hindi explicitly stated or nabanggit ang pagtaas ng defense budget sa budget message ng ating presidente?
Nasa page 16 po ng President's budget message that the allocation for the defense sector is 282.7 billion, registering an increase of 21.6% for fiscal year 2024.
What page is that,
Page
Madam Chair?
16.
Sorry.
Page
16.
Second paragraph.
Okay. Okay, now that I stand corrected, Madam Chair, at ito ay nabanggit dito, now, I'd like to ask, kung ano yung bulto nitong pagtaas ng pondo sa ating defense sector. Tayo po, we put a high prime dun sa scrutiny natin sa budget ng ating security sector, both NTF-ELCAC at sa DND, given nga na at all times we want to ensure yung primacy ng civilian authority over our military and related agencies.
The major programs, Madam Chair, under the defense are as follows. There's a program on land defense program. There's also another program on Air Force's defense program under the Philippine Air Force. The first one is Philippine Army, and the third is Naval Forces Defense Program for the Philippine Navy. And we increase the budget for the revised AFP modernization program to 50 billion pesos because during the 2023 GAA, it was only 27.5 billion pesos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now to another topic, no? Dahil kanina nabanggit po ng ating colleague yung pagiging progressive na ating tax system. Pero if I am to think of an efficient and a high-yield tax, I'd like to ask yung opinion po ng ating officials regarding a billionaire's tax. Kasi ilang libo lang naman po ang bilyonaryo sa Pilipinas, tapos ibig sabihin yung makakollect natin na tax sa kanila would really help, no, na ma-fund yung iba't ibang programa ng ating pamahalaan. So natanong ko rin po ito last year sa plenary, ang banggit po ay pag-aaralan ito ng ating economic managers. Kaya po now I would like to ask for their opinion.
Could you repeat your question?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I was asking kung ano ang pagtingin natin doon sa billionaire's tax kasi efficient ito, ilang libo lang yung sisingilin at pwede pang maging high yield.
Alam mo, in terms of taxation, we prefer to tax what you consume from society rather than your income because your income is what you contribute to society. You're paid higher because your contribution is high, no? But consumption is what you take away from society. So somebody who doesn't earn anything, but he consumes a lot, he should be taxed. Okay? Pag tinatax mo kasi yung mga high income salary, you discourage work initiative. No? So in fact, that's the trend. You rely more on consumption tax rather than income tax.
Madam Chair, wouldn't a billionaire's tax be a form of redistributing income? Kasi po, when we compute yung ating gross national income, usually ang ginagamit natin ay mean or yung arithmetic na average. Buti pa po doon na redistribute natin yung income, pero in reality, sobrang hirap po na gawin yun. Kaya hindi po ba tayo bukas sa ganong prospects?
I don't think that is a progressive measure. Yung when you tax billionaires, ilan lang yun, di ba? And then pampapogi lang yun, di ba? But the tax yield from a billionaire's tax is much less than a general consumption tax. Okay.
Last question.
Yeah, to end, Madam Chair, of course, we can set a rate para naman talaga matiyak natin na mataas yung ating makukuha doon. Lalo na, as mentioned by our colleague, concentrated naman yung yaman ng ating bansa sa iilan. So, why not, no? Magkaroon tayo ng forms to redistribute that at hindi lang doon sa paano natin kinocompute yung ating gross national income. So, thank you for the third round, Madam Chair.
Salamat. Publikan ko na lang yung tungkol sa national ID system, national statistician mapa. So, of the 92 million, 75.4 million, but yung 75.4 million is a mix of yung digital at physical. So, ilan ulit ang physical?
36 million.
36 million. And ang sinasabi mo, ang dahilan is because the BSP failed to print the rest.
Actually, we are printing at 80,000 cards per day.
No, so kasi ang printer is BSP, tama ba?
Yes, yes.
So ang kailangan magpaliwanag ng shortfall is BSP, tama ba?
We requested BSP to increase the line by adding...
Yeah, so maybe we should ask the BSP to please explain kung bakit po tayo may shortfall sa production.
Madam Chair, based on the input provided to me, the yearly target deliverables were not achieved due to, among other factors, such as operational challenges, meaning insufficient data flow, design changes which led to the non-fulfillment, as well as delay of the personalization and production of the field ID cards. But currently, BSP is studying our legal and operational options with regards to our current service provider.
So, ano pong ibig sabihin nun? You have...
From the very start po, nagkaroon na ng delay kasi may operational challenges po kaming na-experience. Tapos, nagkaroon ho ng changes in the design, and therefore, nagkaroon ho ng delay in terms of yung personalization and production of the PhilID. Now that because of that delay, we are now...
So, sandali lang po, bakit po nagbago ng design?
The design was changed for security, Madam Chair. The first one, of course, this is the first time that we have our national ID. So, for example, the information in the QR code, there were additional information, so the QR code became bigger, and it would take some time to print it. The original target of the BSP, based on the discussion with PSA in 2020, is about 126,000 cards per day. So we made adjustment in the QR code, and it slowed down at 80,000 per day. That is why when the registration was wrapped up, as early as July last year, we requested BSP if they can nudge their service provider to add additional line, because it is obvious that there is more data now and we need to produce the cards. So it was as early as July last year. And the BSP, well, they said that the legal team needs to review the contract because that would be a change of amendment to the contract with their service provider.
Have damages been paid?
I think BSP has been sending, and I think BSP has been charging liquidating damages to their contractor already.
So, okay, can you just please submit a full report on the reason, all of it seems to be a very complicated reason for why there is a substantial shortfall in the commitment to produce 92 million IDs. So please submit, and also please submit, if you can, the bonuses in the last 2 years.
Will do, Madam Chair.
Right. Thank you. So with that, oh sorry, a manifestation from the Honorable Jose Teves Jr., and this is to strongly urge the BSP to further study and research the negative impact of the BSP's shift to polymer banknotes from the traditional paper notes, which consists of 80% cotton and 20% fiber. So he previously gave or delivered a privileged speech where he indicated that the shift to polymer banknotes will greatly affect our abaca farmers because obviously this will lessen their income due to such shift. So could you please kindly take note of that manifestation and to please submit a position paper on that?
We will do, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. And some remarks from the Majority Floor Leader.
Madam Chair, the request for documents.
Madam
All right,
Chair,
so the honorable
may I
process.
request for ilang mga documents then, Madam Chair, as a last, kasi hindi na po ako nakapag-interpolate for the Maharlika Investment Fund. I would like to know, Madam Chair, how much was the total dividends collected from GOCCs in the year 2022? So please submit na lang. Tapos does the DBM have a projected amount of dividends to be collected from GOCC for the year 2023? And lastly, part of the initial capitalization of the Maharlika Investment Fund is sourcing 50 billion from the national government. So saan po ito kukunin ng gobyerno na kung nakapaloob po ito sa 2024 budget, saan-saan po ito? So those are the three na documents na nire-request ko. Maraming salamat, Madam Chair.
Right, salamat. And the good news is that wala na po tayong round 4. Tama na po, sarado na po ang tindahan. One of the primary takeaway messages, at least from the perspective of the Committee on Appropriations is that kailangan talaga natin pagtulong-tulungan na pataasin ang ating utilization rate. Nabanggit kanina ni Secretary Mina na ang ating obligation rate as of March naman yun, di ba? Sa first quarter, linawin lang natin, alright? So ngayon naman ay Agosto na, so malamang nagkaroon na ng substantial increase as of today, but it's 30.5% obligation and 44.6% disbursement, defined as disbursement over obligation, which means effectively, kung ang tinitignan natin ay disbursement over allotment, kulang-kulang 13.2%, but that's as of March. So ito ay kailangan talaga natin pagtulong-tulungan lahat. So, Secretary Mina, if you can please help us, we had already transmitted a letter to all of the agencies to please submit a catch-up plan to us. And we also informed our vice chairs, yung po magsusponsor ng budget ng mga ahensya, we already informed them last week pa lang to please tell their agencies na isama na sa kanilang presentation when they come to us beginning next week, yung BURs as well as the catch-up plan. That's one way para ma-shorten na ang ating budget briefing.
Yes, Madam Chair, we'll do that. We'll inform the departments and agencies.
All right, so thank you. And with that, Majority Floor Leader.
Madam Chair, I move to terminate the budget briefing of DBCC.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
All right, so it has been moved and seconded. The motion is carried. This budget briefing is suspended. Oh.
Wait. Terminate mo na.
This budget briefing is suspended until...
Terminated mo na yung briefing.
Terminate mo na.
Oh, sorry. This budget briefing is terminated.
Madam Chair, I move to suspend the hearing of the Committee on Appropriation.
Hearing no objections, this
Hearing is suspended.
hearing is suspended.